What
Yeah, right. Right,
i-
right.
is is there something wrong with
Is
what's
that
going on?
not normal?
This is just I'm confused. Is this
We need to have those sounds, dude, so that
Yeah, well, yeah.
we can,
Well, I
like,
mean, that could be a
put it
challenge
into the
for people like,
mix.
"Hey guys, we're talking right now. You guys, it's everybody in here's responsibility to go and take those bites, create them with us. Come on,
Come on, guys, go
come
make
on,
it
guys."
happen. Get to
So,
work. This isn't just some space for you to listen to.
this is work.
This is work for you. When you come in here, you're showing up to work. You're entering a contract. When you come in this space, you're entering a contract between with me and Dunk. And we expect you guys to get your asses to work. Danny's fine. Danny's been holding up his end of the deal just fine. So is Maui. You're all good, Maui.
I was just thinking about that. I'm looking for her. She got giveaway or raffle tickets to sell? Gotta make sure I pin that
I
up.
know, I know.
Oh, and talking about another thing, did you see that we flipped the market cap of the coin that
Yes.
we came from?
Yes. Rally. Yeah. You-
Like, that's pretty
It's one of
pretty
those things
significant.
when you, like, you start making more money than your dad. It's
Yeah.
like,
And the funny thing is that they didn't want to listen to like Gary when he was telling them like, "Hey, this is
whoa.
like the writings on the wall," and they were stubborn.
Right,
And
right,
they kind of like I hate to be that person that says they got what was coming to them, but they got what was coming to them,
right.
you know?
Well, like, people don't know how to have like, dude, people these days, and I hate to sound like a curmudgeon. I always sound like a grumpy old man, like a
These
curmudgeon, but
kids these days.
I know, and I don't want to sound like that, but really, I'm telling you, like, people these days, like, they don't know how to be adults. They don't know how to, like, have a conversation like that,
Yeah, I've had
where
that same thought about sounding like a child,
you know
like
where
like an old person. I'm like, is this what I would always give people grief about about sounding like an old geezer, but now I sound like one myself.
right, exactly, yeah. So now it's like, oops, but no, for real though, like, if Gary reached out and was trying to be like, hey guys, you're kind of missing the vision or something, it's not an attack. You know what I mean? It's not like you're getting attacked. And I feel like it was probably something like that, what you're talking about there, where rather than just hearing it and then trying to adapt, they dug their heels in, and now they're on the ash heap, the dustbin of history, if you
Well,
will.
the thing is that they were trying to they were trying to onboard uh people that were not like you and me that are growing our audience. They had like Portugal the Man was like one of the biggest people that was on there. That's great. I like Portugal the Man. They're a good band. I enjoy their music.
Uh
But
huh.
people bought them because they were just cool. It's Portugal the Man. I'm gonna go buy their token. I don't know what it is. I could buy it with a credit card, and that's what they were aiming towards. I, for instance, applied for like a coin, but they said my credit score wasn't high enough. My credit score.
Right.
This is like I mean, I have a pretty good credit score, so it was very confusing for me. Um, but but yeah, I tried to it was beyond me. So this company that kept on turning down real Web3 people trying to get involved in their company so they could favor the celebrity that can get them attention.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
when like so I that was part of the reason why Gary kind of part of it. I know there's many reasons, but why he left, because a bunch of us were applying for that, and we were getting rejected by this company. We were all people that were wanting to create a token, and so what the original thing was, okay, he ended up migrating off, and it was all in good, not in bad blood, in
Yeah.
good,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
all helped by Rally and everything like that, and they
Yep.
gave him the fund and everything, and
Done in good cheer and good
yeah, yeah,
spirits. Yeah.
and the thing is that he's basically created a an open version of Rally, if you really think about it. That's what Gary did over here, actually on chain on Solana version of what Rally IO, was doing. So it's like that's what
I
the
don't
it,
even remember. Bro, I don't even remember what the fuck Rally's purpose was. I remember Rally. I
It
remember
was basically a place that people could launch like a creator. Think of it like, I mean, a lot of the things are just
kind of like a
stuff that
launch
we
my
could,
NFT type thing.
but it was more like a you log in with a email and password.
Okay.
You could buy crypto or like coins on there with crypto. It was like Ethereum, Bitcoin, or with your credit or debit card. And I think that that
That's right.
was
That was
that
what
w
I
that
remember
I
from them.
in all
Yeah,
honesty,
yeah.
if they did not have the credit card and
That's what
debit
it
card
was.
on-ramp, I don't think they
Yeah.
would have been successful worth a damn at
Okay,
all.
no, that I was trying to remember why I even remembered them, but it's because of that.
Mhm.
That's why I
It
remembered
was
them
because of their
because
very
they
like, you
were,
could use any credit card. It was
yeah,
so
yeah,
easy,
yeah.
and then people, like, would buy on there, and then they would bridge it off. It
Yep.
was like that was a lot of people's, like, on-ramp. They would use it as an on-ramp because they would just buy Rally and then just bridge it right
And
off.
then you can bridge it off. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
why I remember it because I was able to buy with my
Credit
card.
card,
And
like any
back
credit card.
then it was like so hard too
Mhm.
to get money, like it was just difficult to like all the on-ramps sucked,
Yep.
especially in like because I'm talking in like 2020, 2021.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
you know
that's
and,
when we were doing 2021 was when, at least when I discovered Rally, and that's when I, met up with Gary for the first time.
right,
But the thing was that like, I even remember they were one of the big sponsors at NFT LA
right,
2021 when we
right.
were there, and
Yeah,
I remember even talking to them, and they were like, it was such a the representatives from there were
all snooty
off,
and cocky.
like
Yeah,
snooty, cocky.
yeah.
Like, I even, like, I tried to talk to one of them, and I mentioned the community I was in, and they almost seemed like, whatever. I'm like, it's the biggest community on your
It's your
platform,
biggest, yeah, it's like
morons.
your biggest
Your
yeah,
biggest
exactly.
community
That's
on the entire fucking platform, and
dang.
you're gonna, like, brush
And
me off.
right,
Screw
and then
you.
you're gonna just big time me. Okay, cool.
Cool, guys.
Like
Where are you
that's why
now?
you don't have a business now. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why. Like what is their like
Nothing. It's gone.
token? Like what is it? Yeah, that's what I was like when you were saying like we flipped it. I'm like,
The market
well,
cap.
of course. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's like, well, of course we did, but okay, I gotcha. So they
Um,
still have some kind of market cap.
well, it's a just like there's a it's a token. It's just like that was a use case. So Rally, let me put it this way: Rally IO was a use case in the same sense as, like, you could think it in the same sense as if Gary is Rally, like the token
Yeah, yeah,
organization,
yeah.
and Rally IO was like Stacker.
Right.
Like,
I
it's a
got you.
use case of the
Yeah,
token,
I
and
got you.
they just fumbled the bag on their use case. Is what happened.
I see. I see.
So the token still exists. It's just not, there's no, they're not
There's
building good use cases for it.
there's no Rally IO now.
Yeah, that
Right.
use case is gone. It'd be like
Yeah.
any other utility that got sunset. But the problem was there's still a bunch of liquidity on their blockchain that they now shut the doors, and it's still sitting there.
So it's just sitting. Yeah. So it's just
Yeah.
sitting on
So
that blockchain.
I call that stolen money.
I mean, it's something. It's something.
The organization that took creded card transactions and now turned off the website that
And
gives
then
you
you
the
turn
access to
off.
it.
Yeah. I mean, especially because now people just have their money trapped on that chain.
That is
Um.
a private side chain that nobody has access to, like
Right.
Rally.
Right. You have to like request to bridge it out.
Well, I don't think that they're even doing that anymore. They were doing that for a while, but I think it's done to Dunzo now.
So then, yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a theft,
Yeah,
right? I mean, that's just a theft at
yeah,
this point.
that's the way I see it. But luckily, I got my stuff out before. So,
Good, good. That's very good.
I mean, we also did the migration. That was all things. So some of that stayed on there. Like Gary stayed in Gary's wallet when we did the migration,
Right. Okay.
and that's where
Gotcha.
those golden tickets came from.
Oh, that's where that came from.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So
Okay.
any of us that did the migration from
You got a
Rally,
golden ticket.
it had to be a certain amount of a migration. Like,
I
we had
see.
to migrate a
Okay.
certain amount, and if you had a certain amount of Gary over there, then it would qualify you for the migration, and you'd get the gold, or you'd get the golden ticket during the migration. So
I
there was, I think,
gotcha.
only 25 people or something like that that qualify. I think it's 25 that qualified.
I see. I see. Wait, 25 that got the golden ticket, you mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
25 people that migrated enough to get the golden ticket.
Right, right, right. And what was the original like utility for that? Or was it just like, hey, it's gonna be something, I don't know, but it
Um,
will be.
uh, so there was like perks and stuff that we got during like that trip that we did to Puerto Rico,
Right,
and there was
right.
some stuff that came with that. And the idea is that that golden ticket would unlock things along the way like that. Like there'd be things
I see.
that would
Okay.
be charged
Okay.
for that would be free. So who knows? Maybe it might get wrapped into. I think it's a separate thing, but for instance, maybe he makes it a just something different with Stacker. Who knows? You know. But as far as like utilities so far, it's really just been for the events, which there's
Right.
only been the one.
Right, right. I
um,
gotcha.
but yeah, as you know, as we could see, it's rare, and it's there's they're they never were minted, they were given away to, and you kind of had to do something extreme to get them. So anybody that did it, it cost a pretty penny to get one initially, if you think about it.
Well, yeah, because you need to have a certain amount. So, I'm guessing that amount was pretty high,
Hmm.
20 or, 20 or more, I'm imagining. So,
It was something like, I mean, I think I migrated over like 50,000 or something dollars. It was something like that.
in order to get the,
I don't know if that, I just know that that's what I think I did. I don't know if that was the cap or not. I forget. I just, you know,
you just roll like that, dude. You
yeah.
just roll like that because you've got those kinds of bags because you're a Gary holder. I get it, dude. I get
Yeah.
it. I hold Gary too. So
Hmm. And that was the old Gary. That started a whole separate adventure over here.
there was like how some of those like OnlyFans models will like have like a post, but it's like advertised, so it'll come up like in the middle of people's replies. They'll be like a reply, like a normal reply, then like they put in the like ad and then a normal reply. So I saw one of those. I think it was on like Gary's, something I was saying to Gary, and I replied to that like advertised post,
Hmm.
and I and I was like, just letting you know, yes, I do hold a big bag of Gary and over 30 Giraffe is super super funny. Like, yes, I do have over 30 Giraffe. Okay, so just thought you might want to know that.
Trying to impress him, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So funny. No big
Swinging,
deal. No
swinging,
big deal.
just bragging, swinging around. Oh god, man, it's crazy like how much stuff has actually gone on in the last 4 years, and like people like a bit here, like JJ and Maui Nancy. You've been here like pretty much as long as I have, right?
Day oneers.
Maui Nancy, I thought you were coming up to stage. I thought I'd let you up. Am I crazy? I might be crazy.
No, you did, but then she bounced down. So now I'm bringing up Christian because you're not doing your job.
I hit
So
the
I
button
brought him
first.
up.
I hit the button
No, I
first.
hit
I
it.
hit the
No,
button
I hit it.
first.
I got it first.
Hmm.
Hey, how was y'all's weekend? I
What
had
is
a
up,
fun one.
Lou?
It
Good.
was quite a weekend I wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Well, sorry that happened,
These
man.
these things happen. These
Yeah,
things happen. Welcome to quite literally my world.
The
same.
rug
I
Yeah.
mean,
pull.
me and Joe both. Um, I think it was a lot different for you, Joe, though, because you were the head and face and voice
Yeah.
and friend of
Yeah.
everyone, right? And it was
Right.
like, for me, I was like, I mean, I tried to help early on, you know, and I was helping like all throughout, but
I
like
just
just
can't
behind the
believe the way
scenes.
like people
So I
who
wasn't invested
who
in it
don't
as
know
much.
what
Where it's like,
happened,
yeah,
but they
no, they
don't know what
don't.
yeah,
And
and
it's
and
like,
they
so I
like
don't really
attack
have any
you.
sort of like ties
Yeah.
to anyone. Like, I'm not like, oh, like I'm not gonna ever talk to this person again. Like,
Right.
because I already wasn't. Like, I tried
Yeah.
doing that. Like, I tried, like, and there's a handful of folks, right, that are like super solid, and we've talked, and um, they know exactly what's going on, but I don't even. That's the funny thing too, is like I'm not even. I've been busy this weekend. Like I
Yeah.
haven't even been like on my phone. Like I don't even know exactly what everyone's saying or what's going on or
So
what the
actually,
sentiment
yeah,
is gonna
tell me
be.
about that because
Like,
that's more interesting. Do you have a girlfriend now?
oh, bro, I just might actually. This girl's pretty freaking
What
awesome,
it,
and
what does your generation call that? Situationship or
that's
something?
so funny. Yeah, she threw out like three phrases this morning. One of them was situationship.
Yeah. So you guys are in a situationship.
Oh,
Yeah, Maui. I
entanglement
know.
is another one. An entanglement.
An entanglement.
Yeah.
So you're in an entanglement before a situationship, before I guess the next step is an actual, okay, now we're boyfriend girlfriend. Is that, did
Uh,
I get the hierarchy right or
that
my
sounds right
off?
to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta just make sure. Yeah, I know all this. Every once in a while, I'll have my daughter kind of game me up on this stuff. Like uh,
Hmm.
for real, dude, for real. And
Oh, it's
then
great.
what's
You
funny?
need to keep up with the lingo. It's important,
No, no, I know, dude. Because then what ends up happening is I'll end up seeing it on here, and I'm like, oh shit, that's what that meant. Like for a long time, like I didn't know AF. I was like, what the fuck's AF? Why is
Hmm.
everyone putting AF on
As
shit?
fuck.
Yeah, exactly. And
Hey, I got one
again,
even
I
weird.
was late to the.
Do you know how long it took me to realize why they was like, why is everybody putting the pound symbol next to these words on these American Idol episodes?
Oh,
What
like
this
hashtags?
what is this pound symbol? Why are they
Yeah,
putting it
right,
on my TV screen?
right,
And then
right.
why is there a pound symbol before these? What does this mean? What the
Yeah, yeah,
hell does this mean?
yeah,
And
And
then
why are
all of
you
a
putting a
totally.
sudden,
pound symbol? And people like, it's a hashtag. No, that's a pound symbol. And if we're gonna get
Right.
really, really technical, it's called an octothorpe. If we're really gonna get
Yeah, if
technical,
we're really gonna get there,
that's a
yeah,
good word. Octothorpe. I
it's
like
called
that
an
one.
octothorpe. So hashtag pound symbol. Give octothorpe. I'm going back to the OG.
we're going OG here.
Yo, nice Octothorpe. Just mess with
Yeah.
people. They'll be
Or
like,
Yeah.
we
what?
can go even more OG with it. It's actually the Octothorpe is from uh, ancient China,
Ooh.
which is about how to like do your farm. It's how
Oh,
you'd have
interesting.
eight individual farm owners that own the land, and then in the middle there's a community farm that everyone kind of does together. And that one in the middle, they take the crops to like sell, and that's the tax that goes to the emperor. So that's like the real origins of that. Goes back to like
Hmm.
I
that
like that.
what they call they call it the autumn and spring period of China, which is like from like 6th century BC to 2nd century BC.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It's like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, you got the farms here, and then the one in the middle. Everyone works on it. Seems to make sense to me. So like, it's
Okay, you
actually
octothorps.
significant. Octothorpe.
All right, octothorps. I got a quadrathorpe for you.
What do we got?
I don't have a golden ticket, but I got 4 raffle tickets. I have
Woo.
only a
Woo,
nanosecond
woo,
to put in
woo.
my pitch here before I'm at work. I got to go deliver lunch. But I just wanted to make sure that I saw that the first post up there in the jumbotron was the raffle. Got 6 out of the 10 tickets sold. Woo woo! We sold a ticket yesterday. I mean on Friday during or maybe over the weekend during one of your spaces. So that was awesome.
Yep.
And so I'm just kind of thinking. I'm going, man. I was going to buy a soul of Gary. If I buy a soul and put it in the raffle, I'm still buying the soul of Gary
Yes,
because
you are.
all of it goes back in and I would have a chance of winning. And I would only think of that, even though I'm running the raffle, all the winners are going to be on the wheel. So there's
Right.
no way
So
of
you can
any.
even join it. Yeah.
I was just thinking, man, I can even join it. Well, shoots the moots. So,
And
anyways, if you're thinking you want to help the community, we do
won't
have
look
to
at you
have it.
sideways if you win.
Say again.
So we won't
Am
look at
I?
you sideways if you win, but I got a call, so I think I got all out of sync here. Anyway,
Oh, we got jumbled. So anyways, if you want to just support, buy a ticket because it's going to go towards a giraffe buy. We need a giraffe buy by I'm not in front of my notebook, but let's say 4 o'clock this afternoon is our 24-hour span. So just kind of looking at that, encouraging anybody that's thinking about buying a giraffe to pick that sucker up or buy a raffle ticket, and I'll get a giraffe sold as well as buying some Gary.
go
So
buy a giraffe, people. Come on, wet ball. What are you doing?
yeah, you need
Buy.
to buy a raffle to
Come
buy
on,
giraffe.
do it.
All right,
Buy a raffle ticket
and a
and a
giraffe.
giraffe.
There you go. It could
And
be a 2 for 1. Eight and a
exactly.
half soul. You could have 2 giraffes and 1,000 Gary. There it is. Okay, I got to go deliver lunch, and I'll be listening in.
All right, love you, Maui.
Thank you, Maui.
Thanks. Love you guys.
Also, too, that reminds me, this is a good time to bring up. Remember, we have National Giraffe Day on June 21st,
Yes.
and we are going to do an official meetup in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and go to the zoo, and we're going to break all the giraffe out. And I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that part. But yes,
Oh,
we
you told me that that was the plan, and I already put everything in motion. It's kind of like too late
too
now to
late
back
now.
out.
Too
It's too
late.
late to back
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already put the down payment, and yeah, it's
You
happening.
already made your fertilizer bomb. You already made.
Everything's happening. You don't have to worry about what's going on. It's happening.
Yeah. Don't
We're
ask
gonna sneak
questions.
in
It's
Okay.
late
less
at
questions,
night,
the better.
and we're gonna graffiti on all the giraffes. Gary.
Oh man,
Gary was here.
that is awesome. That is awesome. Not that I'm saying you should ever graffiti, but it would be kind of cool if there was like, you know, money sign Gary right in front of the giraffe exhibit.
You
That
could shave it out of
anyone
the
Oh,
wanted to
I thought
do
yeah, that'd
that.
be a
like
great
just
idea.
shave the giraffe. Just shave on
Shave
the
the.
side of the yeah.
Yes.
There you
Yes.
go.
Yes. I like that idea.
It's not gonna go
or
wrong.
or
There's
or you
no
can
way this
dye
could go wrong.
the mains, like for the different mains that you have.
Yes. Yes. Dye the mane. Fuck yeah.
I think we should make one look like Maui Nancy's. We should do the spikes and put it in sunglasses that are
Oh
How
my
much is a
god.
giraffe? Can we
heart
just
shaped.
buy a giraffe?
Yeah, no. What does a giraffe run for these days? How much does a
Uh, uh,
giraffe cost?
I mean,
Brock, how much is
I'm
a
sure
giraffe?
that some person in Beverly Hills has one in their backyard. We could just jack it.
Dude,
Oh,
I'm
dude,
I'm
okay, the
certain of it.
corridor in Texas for sure. They have
Yeah.
like all sorts. Their properties are zoos themselves.
Right. Right. God dang. Did you hear about that one lady that had a fucking tiger? And
Well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
They're like they're not
this was
from.
recent though. This was recent. Like
Okay.
the fucking tiger, like she was keeping a motherfucking tiger as like a pet. Okay, she
Hmm.
left to go to work, and Mr. Tiger got hungry or whatever, and like went out
As they
and
do.
yeah, yeah, and like killed a person.
Oh
And
shit.
yeah, yeah. And then officers responded and shot the tiger, before it
As
could
they
do
do.
more. Yeah, before it could like get another person. But like, who's keeping tiger pet? Like, what are you doing? What? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, really, what is wrong with you? Why are you keeping a tiger in your house? What the hell are you thinking?
Yeah, that's compensating. If you have like the property for it and stuff, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty freaking
Look,
cool. But
that's a different.
even that goes up. That's the thing is like in Texas, like tigers and all that kind of shit was like not a thing like out in this forest. Now they are like because
Right, right.
people's exotic pets have like gone
Because
outside
they've
and
just like they've like
here's a
run away.
forest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look, dude, I hear you on that. If you have a big piece of land, okay, and it's properly fenced off, fine. Go get yourself a tiger, okay?
Even there, properly fenced off is a very subjective thing.
Well, it needs to be able to. keep the tiger confined.
Keep
Okay.
your
It needs to be like
predator
Jurassic
off.
Park. Like,
And it needs
and
to be like to that point. I think a lot of people, they just have the one fence. That's the point
Yeah, that's
of
not good
weakness.
enough.
You
Yeah,
need
it
to
that's
needs to
have
have the
like,
raptor enclosure in Jurassic
yeah,
Park,
you
where you
that's
basically
like
right. That's right.
have
you
a
need
little
to have like
elevator, put the cow down.
a mud room in between, basically, like a room in between, something in
Yes.
between where you
Yes.
go in, and that and they don't do that. It's
Yeah,
just
but bro, so like this thing was like just this person just lived in a house like me, like where there's a next door neighbor, and uh, I just think it's crazy,
I think it's
crazy.
irresponsible.
Yeah. Well, and also like, how did you even get? So like, how did you get the tiger pup? Like when it was a little kitten, like how did that even come about? How'd you get the pup?
When
And
you run over a tiger on the road, you just take home
all
the
the
cubs.
pups, yeah, or all the
Cubs,
or
yeah.
cubs rather, yeah,
Cubs.
cub. Um, God, it's just such a like a strange thing to have. Uh, you know, you know what I mean? Like, who has a tiger? Jeez, man, it's nuts.
I told you the story about what I was in Anaheim Hill. I went to Canyon, was like the high school. I don't know if you know where that is, but I was
And
up in
yeah,
Anaheim Hills.
yeah,
Yes, so
yeah.
I went to Canyon for high school, and it was like I was up in Anaheim Hills, and one day they put the school on lockdown because there was a like a tiger, like a
Bro,
African
okay,
tiger
these
or
tigers are
lion,
getting out of control.
not tiger, sorry,
Oh,
African lion. Sorry, it was
lion.
African
That's even
lion.
worse.
I know it's even
That's
worse,
even
but
worse.
they locked down the school because there was one loose, and it turned out that the person had it as a pet in their backyard,
Oh
and
my God,
it got out, and then when they found out, like they ended up having to kill it, which super sucks
that
because that's
sucks.
a
Yeah.
rare thing. Uh, but it's like when they found where it came from, the person was like arrested, and they said that if the lion had killed anybody, it would have been premeditated manslaughter.
Yeah, as it should be. As it,
Not like premeditated, because they
r-
knew that it was there.
right,
So it's
right.
like it would. So if you have like a
It's like
dangerous pet, just
voluntary. What is that? Probably
yeah,
like voluntary homicide or
yeah,
something. Like
premeditated manslaughter is that's what it is.
okay,
Like it's
yeah,
it in second degree would be like if you didn't. Oh, I didn't think about
right.
it.
It's like
Like
we're fighting
I
or
didn't know
something.
about it,
Yeah,
but it's because
right,
you knew the danger was there and you didn't do anything about it. It means that you premeditated
right,
it. So
right.
they said if it would have been for like first degree murder.
Pretty much the same as, yeah, first degree murder. Which, like, dude, you know what? I'm okay with that because
Hmm.
because you cannot keep a fucking lion. A lion. Ha, this puts my story to
I
shame. Like a lion.
I mean, but I mean, really, like any exotic
Yeah.
animal, though. I
For
mean, like
real.
obviously, like lions and wolves and alligators and fucking bears and shit. Like I get it, but like even fucking like I was watching not Tiger King, but there was like another one about like apes
Oh yeah,
or
yeah, orangutan.
orangutans or
Yeah, yeah,
something like
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah. I saw that one. Yeah,
Hmm.
and fucking mulled over like somebody's fucking like face,
yeah,
and like they're completely
yeah,
disformed
Hmm.
and shit
yeah.
like that, like straight murder
Yep,
scene, man.
yep.
And it's super sad how they
They're
had to
animals.
take a shot at him and he ran back to his room and all of that. But like, don't fucking keep wild animals like in your backyard. Like go visit a zoo, go on a safari, or like if you or like fucking don't like
And the
sponsor
only one you should
something
keep
or
is a
buy
giraffe.
a zoo.
Keep
But
a giraffe in your backyard. The
yeah,
rest, no.
nah, I wouldn't even keep a giraffe in my backyard,
You just need a
fam.
bigger
Like I'll be
backyard.
honest with you. Yeah, shit, something. But like I don't know, fam. Like I'll be honest with you. Like if it's not domesticated, like you shouldn't like do it. Like horses are a little different because they're domesticated now. I think mommy went to the bathroom, puppy.
Do you
They're a little bit domesticated and shit like that. Like is that's the difference between like getting a poodle like from like that was fucking bred or whatever versus like getting a fucking timber wolf like from the
Right.
wild. Like it just don't make sense.
JJ,
I
do
would
you know
love to see a in the Gary Clubhouse for Miami, just like a little giraffe zoo right next to it.
I thought you were gonna say dolphins, like Miami
can you all hear
Dolphins,
me or
like
no?
Oh, what's up, Gary?
I can hear you,
Oh yeah,
Gary.
you can hear me. Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. Um, in where Gino lives, they eat horse.
What?
Yeah, they have horse meat sandwiches. Like we have a ham sandwich, they have a horse meat sandwich.
No way.
Yeah, you go to the grocery store and or the butcher, wherever they buy their meat. But like we would get like bologna or turkey or
Yeah,
ham. They get horse meat
bro,
and they get a horse meat sandwich.
Hey Joe, if
bro.
you want to try it,
Yeah, that's
Joe, if you
crazy.
want to try it, I
Is it
know a
good?
guy.
He says it is.
I mean,
You know,
I mean,
I-
I
the giraffe
guess.
in certain places.
it's not different. Like we eat alligator, right? Like I've had alligator meat before. It's actually pretty
Yeah,
tasty.
That'd
you
be a lot
know,
of meat too.
yeah, we're choosing what we make. Like we're choosing what we consider food and what we consider not food.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah,
whatever that looks like, it's up to us. So we say that like we're not going to eat a horse because they ride horses. We say like for example,
Dogs.
it's okay to race horses, but it's not okay to race dogs. We make all these rules. It's okay to fight humans, but you can't fight chickens. Um,
right, right,
that's what the rules are. Um, we
right.
make these societal rules that are. I was actually thinking about that today, and like how fucked up is that in the world that we're born and you have to fit into whatever rules of the country you're born into.
Oh,
Right.
100%.
Zero
I
say.
would
Yep.
Yeah.
that used to blow my mind. And like even with because it goes into like anthropology, like the humanities and all that kind of stuff. And there's like even now today, like there's islands where they're still like throwing sticks and rocks at each other. And yet like miles away in the same planet, we have like Tesla, right? And like all this other shit going on. And throughout time even like there was this one case this was like a dude who went out and he like discovered all these things, right, explorer type, and he documented where it was not even that like far away from one another, like these 5 or 6 different tribes, right, and they're kind of separated by like a mountain, and uh they just weren't found for however long, right, so they're like lesser developed, but they had completely different ways of relating with women and their beliefs about women, and none of it was really that good, but it went all the way from like they're just like spellcaster witches that are like evil to the core, to then like, they're friends, but like they're less than us. And it was like it never developed like that kind of like way for them. But it was just interesting, that like these are all from the same people, like the same origins, like
Yeah.
the same history of family, and they're not far away from one another, and yet they interact completely differently in like certain ways.
That's what I was listening a little bit last night to Long Neck Larry's space, and Mr. Viet was on stage, and I remember him from back in the clubhouse days as well. And he was talking about, like everybody winning together, and a lot of the things that he says I don't necessarily agree with, but some of the things that I do. And he talked about like common beliefs, and he says Web3 is supposed to be decentralized, and you can do what you want, and that's true, you can. There's nothing that would stop a mob leader or a world leader or a whatever political stance in the world from buying a giraffe and putting it on as their profile picture, and I can't stop them from doing that. But the community becomes strong when there's shared belief and shared vision, and when they align around that. And it's one of the things that I like about Web3 because you know Gary Club, we've got people from all over the world that are a part of what we're building, and it's not limited to you know being of certain political stance or being in a certain country or being in a certain economic class. It's about a shared belief that's just something different. So it's not like, man, you were born in this part of the United States, so you have to be a Democrat or you have to be a Republican, or you were born in this part of the world, so you have to view women this way or children this way or whatever it is. None of that's true here. It's you can find a group of people that you align with, and you can live in almost a borderless society that happens. I think this is kind of the version of the metaverse that everybody thought we were going to be in, like these 3D goggles walking around, but instead we're just building global societies that really have no borders or constraints.
I couldn't agree with you more. I I sit and ideate on this quite a bit, Gary. How like and how it's going to shape the future because it is borderless and the world is smaller now. Like, we have, like you just said, in Gary Club, we have people from all around the world. I'd love to see a heat map of that and see all the different countries where we have Gary Club in. And I'm gonna guess that like the majority, it's probably the majority. I would guess we're probably over 50%. And it's like I can talk to Eric in Brazil, I can talk to Truman in Malaysia, l- i- in real time. It's really fascinating. And the fact that there's going to be all these new, like you said, with the promise of the metaverse, right? Of all these kind of communities coming together. Like, I think this is it actually. Like this, or at least this is the beginning of it, where people will come together on these like shared ideas and shared beliefs, and some will be 10 people, some will be 7,566 people. Like it'll be uh, it, totally formless and totally borderless. And it's a very interesting thing to consider.
Well, and we're going to
And
have hundreds of thousands of people that are part of Gary Club.
right,
Like
right.
hundreds of thousands of people that over the next several years will, align with the core belief that we shouldn't have to trade time for money. Some of those will
Yep.
choose to align, and some of those will be forced to align because they'll
Mm,
get their jobs will be eliminated.
yes,
We already
yes.
see like the first robotics just entered TV production where they'll take over the camera job that Dunk's got.
Yep.
And then, robotics are hitting assembly lines. Dunk, I don't know if you saw that, but I shared that in one of the group chats we're in. I think JJ may have shared it publicly.
Was that?
For which one? The robotics one or
The
the camera
robotics
one?
running the cameras of a TV set.
Yeah, I mean that's already stuff that's slowly happening everywhere. I tell people every single day that's they're like, "Oh no, we need to wait until these jobs come back." I'm like,
They ain't
"Don't
coming
wait too
back.
long."
Well,
Yeah.
if you think about it, so Nvidia just announced a $500 billion investment to build in the United States. So
Oh, really?
they're going to build AI supercomputers here in the U.S. for the first time ever. And
Oh, awesome.
the reason why most of our products were made in China was because the labor was
Yeah.
affordable,
Right.
right? Well, robotics
Not the case.
labor affordable anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if
Exactly.
we're able to produce robotics here locally, domestic, then I was talking to Peyton, my wife, about this, and we just it just got to the point that it was like, well, we'll just make it in China because it's cheaper and we can sell it cheaper here, and people want cheaper here. And now what we're seeing is we're seeing a shift in that where companies are starting to say, well, let's make some product in the U.S. We're having robotics, we're having AI. They're going to be able to manufacture as affordably as possible and build it here. Like I would love to be able to buy more US based products. It's not that easy to do that right now. I think that
It's
like a lot of this is going to shift what's happening around the world, which is going to create an opportunity for global societies to be formed as we move away from the traditional constraints of what used to exist.
yeah. Well, and also, you don't need to feed the robot and house the robot and all that stuff. And I'm really curious what your take is on this, Gary. Because like you're saying, some people are going to choose to come along and be part of Gary Club. Some people are going to be forced into it, and just kind of out of necessity, out of needing to make money, they'll trip and stumble and find their way into Gary Club. And oh, there's this Gary Tree thing, and oh, I can rent this thing. Okay, great, I'm making money now. Well, as that starts happening
It won't
more
even
and more,
rent, and I just want to make sure you guys fully understand this. There won't be a rental. They won't have to click a button and rent. They will just get to use.
I see.
Gary
Okay.
Club will be a website, virtual, that you will go to, and there will be multiple things you can do there. One of the things will be to activate your stacker agent. It will also exist as an app on your phone, and you can activate a stacker agent that will trade for you. So once it's public, it will be public. And you don't have to choose to rent one or anything like that. It wouldn't make sense, in all honesty, as we go to scale this out, to have to choose to rent. So what we decided when we put the Gary tree together was we'll take everybody who puts one giraffe and 1,000 Gary coin at the tree will get one share of the revenue from the public usage. So if there's 1,000 giraffe with the equivalent of Gary coin at the tree, then all of the revenue from public usage will come into that pool, and then that pool will get split 1,000 ways. So, for example, if the internal fee, the fee we charge for giraffe and stuff, is at 1%, and we release this publicly at 2%, then that puts 1% of the fees going into the revenue share pool. Revenue share pool then gets split up with depending on how many giraffe are there and stuff like that. So people will be able to learn about Gary Club and engage in Gary Club, and they'll do that in numerous ways. I can't even envision all the ways they could. They could go into a physical location. They could be part of a partnership or a collaboration that we do. They could learn about us through spaces. They could watch us on YouTube. They could have a friend that's here and involved. They could just read about us because we get press whenever we're the top wallets on the market. And they just go use Stacker Agent because they want to use it. And then as they start using it, that's where they'll ascend into saying, man, I really wish I could get a giraffe because, maybe they want to save the fees, or maybe they want to be a giraffe because they know that that's the top tier. That's like the top level of being in Gary Club. They want to get that giraffe status. They want to be able to flex that because Gary Club's making them a lot of money and they're very
Well,
happy with it.
wouldn't that be the like that would be the moment at which we have like transcended where like whatever that line is to when you become like punks, where it's not
Well,
about utility
I
or
think we're
anything
still
like.
fast punks.
Oh, I do too. I
And
do too.
the reason why is, and so I did this
I'm convinced.
17 years ago, long time ago. I was the vice president of a company and we did football camps for kids. And we needed to grow. And while I was there, we grew a lot. And I implemented something, a simple concept. I knew that kids dreamed of going to play in the NFL. And I knew that's what they dreamed of, but I knew that they didn't connect us to that dream. They did connect getting to play football to maybe eventually getting there. So I took this and I just built both channels of it. We sold a youth football camp and it was an expensive one. It was 700, 800 bucks for a couple days. So we sold this and I knew two things were true. I knew number one, they would never come to the football camp unless they had gone to a local football camp first. Because most mom and dads were not going to spend 700 or 800 bucks for Junior to go play football for 4 days if Junior's never played football locally. And our camps were on college campuses. So Junior was going to go to like Prairie View University down by Houston, and he was going to play for 4 days, and he was going to stay in the college dorms away from mom and dad. That's not happening unless you've played at the local high school camp, the local church camp, the local something football camp. So we started certifying and helping all the local coaches, right? So we helped them run better camps and make money because we knew that if they could get mom and dad's trust, right? So they could get mom and dad to trust them. And as soon as mom and dad trusted them, we told those coaches, would you like to be our local rep for our football camps? The coaches said, well, what does that mean? And we said, well, we'll pay you for every camper you bring. So coaches now started getting paid by us. And then we would say, and if you're able to bring 15 campers, then you can be on staff as a coach that week. So now you've got the local coach coaching on college campuses, and the other coaches we brought in were from the NFL. So they're coaching with college and NFL coaches, which is what they want because they want to go get a better job. So we just started playing all this out. We played out some of you know, like Cam Newton or Golden Tate or Des Bryant, guys like that. They came to a high school all-star football game that I created.
Wait. Des Bryant, hold up. You tell me. I got to hear this, man. This is amazing.
Yeah, so there was the other side of this. So I said we had to do one side. So one side of getting a kid to camp was working local, right, and building the local relationships so we could get mom and dad to pay for it.
Sure.
The other side is we had to have kids that wanted to come to camp.
Right.
So I needed to connect the dots from where we were to the NFL. So I created a high school all-star football game.
Wow. Okay.
There was only one that existed. It was the Army game. Many of you know the Army,
Yeah. Navy.
the Army high school. No, not the Army Navy game, but Army sponsors a high school all-star football game.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
And it's kind of like the McDonald's All-American game that exists in basketball. Army has one, so
Okay.
I created one. It was the OD Bowl, and we went and we partnered with Rivals at major sponsors. It was broadcast on ESPN. We did this whole event down in South Florida, and we flew kids from all over the country into South Florida to play in a high school all-star football game. We got, I mean, you might consider it second tier talent because the Army game got first pick. Not that we got second pick, but if a kid got invited to our game and their game, they were going to play in the Army game because there's these weird laws. They can only play in so many all-star games, and they wanted to play in their state one, all this stuff. So we got some great kids and some kids that turned out to be amazing NFL players. But at the high school level, we kind of got the second tier pick. But we got Des Bryant, we got Cam Newton, we got, oh, who else was there? Golden Tate was there that year. Earl Thomas was there that year. We got all
So
these great
so was
players.
like Golden Tate. This is funny to me. So like they like were the not the best kid then. So like Des Bryant wasn't the number one receiver when he was in high school type deal.
Army game, they're only going to bring in like, they got two sides of it. So maybe they'll
Yeah.
bring in like 10 or 12 receivers.
Right. Right.
The entire United States.
Yeah. Okay. That I got you. I follow. Yeah.
And that's just hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we had partnerships and we had clout. We got some kids that I think Army wanted because we partnered with rivals.com.
I see.
And Rivals was they may still be, but they were the number one site for high school recruiting.
Okay.
So they were, I think Max Preps is there now. There's a couple other sites that are big in high school recruiting, but Rivals was the big one. And we were televised on ESPN. It was an amazing event. So that was the second part of it. We did the series of camps, which we called select camps, which were invite only high school kids. We figured out that we already had paid for the college campuses and the coaches. So we could invite the best high school kids ever to our camps for free, give them a free camp with NFL coaches. Like I had Jerry Rice's coach his name's Larry Kirksey. He became a friend of mine because he would come to our camps and coach.
Oh shit, man.
We had Chris Carter. Chris Carter and I are the ones that came together and got Cam Newton his scholarship at Florida before he stole the laptop and got kicked out.
What?
So
Oh
like
my god.
that's that's the way I see this growing is we have to connect the dots. So we'll meet people where they are today, right? Just start learning about, thinking about, dreaming about what's possible if you could stop trading time for money. We're developing the technology to do that. Some people will choose to get involved now. Some people won't. That's okay. Over time, whenever we're showing results and people see it, word starts to spread. Like, people quit their jobs and like, what are you going to do? Well, I use a stacker agent. I have an AI agent that works for me all day long and just stacks up money for me. As we get into a more stable version of regulation, we'll be able to do this in more and more countries and stuff like that. It'll grow. And we'll have what I think is maybe millions of people, definitely hundreds of thousands of people throughout the world using Stacker Agent in order to not have to have a job. And that may be one of their avenues, right? We'll have content creators like Dunk or Adrian talking about, I have an agent, an AI agent that works for me. That will become a common theme in content creation is I have these autonomous revenue streams that are fully autonomous to me. We will, and we've done our math, we'll be able to get to the point at that point in time where, hundreds of thousands of people trading hundreds of thousands of tokens and it works on autopilot. Photon yesterday did 300 and let me give you yesterday's numbers. And this is going to be an eye opener for a lot of people. Photon did $331,000 yesterday in fees. So that's their revenue. They had 8,380 users yesterday,
Wow.
and they made $333,000. The run rate of that's $100 million a year. They had 8,380 users yesterday,
What?
and they made that much money.
How is that so low?
Because that's all the people that use Photon.
I do. I get it. I'm so shocked. I'm shocked at that number.
They still made $300,000 off of those people, $330,000
Yeah.
off of
Yeah. No.
revenue,
Yeah.
right? Well, what does Photon need you to do? What do you have to do to use GMGN or any of those websites, Joe?
Well, you've got to.
You gotta load up your
You got
wallet.
to.
Trade.
Yeah. You've got to load your wallet up and trade. Yeah.
You've got to click the button.
Yeah. Well, you've got to. Yeah. Sure. You have to take an action.
You know what we will not require you to do?
To take an action.
We will not require you to click the button.
Yeah. Right.
We will require you to set it up once, which everybody is excited to set it up the first time.
Sure.
Everybody's excited to click those buttons those first couple times.
Yeah. Very true.
Right? I'm going to load up my Photon wallet. I'm going to click the buttons a couple times and see if I win. All right? I'm playing the slot machine. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
And then life gets in the way. You get bored and you forget about the website. And you leave a little bit of money sitting there. You just don't ever go back and click the buttons.
Right.
Until it grabs your attention again. Well, with Stacker Agent, once you set it up, you'll never have to click a button again. It'll work for, in theory, forever. We have capital allocation strategies so you never run dry. So you never go to zero. You may be trading with like fractions of a penny, but you never go to zero. And that's if you lose every trade. If you set it up completely wrong, nobody's going to be able to do that. Right? We'll have some fail-safe stuff in there by the time we get to that level.
Right.
So you'll be
right.
able to come in as a human, maybe 6 months, 12 months from now when we're fully public, and load up a Solana and say, I want to try this Gary Club thing that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
Load up a Solana, click the button, set it up, launch it. I don't care if you forget about it for 5 years. It should run for you for 5 years.
Right.
Now you're going to come back and have a lot of Solana sitting there. A lot of Solana sitting there because you haven't touched it for 5 years.
Right.
What are we doing for that entire 5 years? We're racking up your fees.
Yep.
We're trading for you so you never have to click the button again. Now, we're not going to autonomously go and launch a new skill for you or anything like that. We're not. It's only what you set up. But if you set up max extract and you forget it, or you go into a coma for the next 5 years, as long as max extract still prints, you're going to print the entire time.
It's fucking amazing.
So we don't have to worry about the day that you've got to take your wife out shopping for the day, or the kids are in town for the weekend, so you're not going to be around, or you got a cold and you got sidetracked, or life got in the way, or whatever happens. We don't have to worry about you clicking the buttons. So if they're able to do $330,000 off of just over 8,000 users,
Right.
8,300 users, I think our revenue per user will be greater as long as we can bring the liquidity in.
Yes.
Because that's the difference, right? They may have a handful of their users swapping on 1,000 soul bags, which is a lot different than having a lot of users swapping on a 1 soul bag.
Sure. Yeah.
So it may take us a while to build up to there, to be just honest.
Yeah.
They charge a 1% fee. Everybody's happy to pay a 1% fee. I can't tell you anybody that wouldn't double the fee if they didn't have to click the buttons.
Yeah. I mean, come on. At the very least.
Right?
At the I mean, are you kidding me? At the very least, bro. Here's the thing. I'm just telling you, just straight up, like, and tell me if anyone would disagree. I wouldn't mind paying a 10% fee. Like, yeah, no problem, no
Yep.
problem.
What's going to happen over time is more and more things will do this. So we'll have to remain
Right,
competitive.
right.
But we have proven in the market that the market is willing to accept a 2% fee.
Totally.
Because that's what Magic Eden charges.
Oh, right, yeah.
They charge a 2% transaction fee.
Right.
And you have to go pick your own NFT. They don't pick one for you. They don't buy it for you. They don't sell it for you. You have to physically go do all the work yourself, but they charge 2%. Photon, you have to do all the work yourself, and they charge 1%. So we've established that the market is willing to pay a 2% fee as long as there's opportunity there.
Yes.
If there's no opportunity, they're not paying it. Well, we're going to trade opportunity. So we'll go wherever there's opportunity on chain. So the market is willing to support a 2% fee. So then that creates an opportunity for Giraffe to be at a dirt cheap fee, maybe 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So Giraffe are at the equivalent. It creates an opportunity that stackers, I mean, hell, you never know. Stackers might be free. Those 50 stackers just might get a full fee wave.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's just 50 of them. It's not like it's 5,000 of them. It's 50.
Yeah, it's 50. Right. Yeah.
In the grand scheme of life, 50 is just what it is. It's just 50. Or they might be at like a 0.25 or a 0.5 or something like that, like real low.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but the difference between that like 1% and 2%, that just goes to the revenue share for all the Giraffe.
Right.
So I could see a Giraffe at that tree making 20 grand USDC a year.
Uh, that math easily works out. Easily. It'll be way more. I get it. It's going to take a while to like get the users and all that, but um, first off, I think this is not really apples to apples because by us using Photon as the example here, um, once word of this is out, people and it's open to the public, people are going to twist themselves into a pretzel to be able to come use it. So, number
And it's
one,
Photon either, just so you know.
say that again.
It's not just Photon. Bull X did $236,000 in fees.
Right. Sure.
Trojan did $189,000 in fees. Bonkbot did 151 in fees. GMGN did 134 in fees. Deck Screener did 59 in fees. Moonshot did 49,000 in fees. And it goes on. So it's not like there's this one app
Right.
that gets all of the volume. I mean, hell, Phantom did $521,000 in fees, and that's people
And that's
manually
just
swapping.
Phantom. Right. Yeah. Like
And like people know, like, man, you don't swap in Phantom. Those are the highest fees
it's the
ever.
highest. Yeah.
And open up the browser down at the bottom and go to Jupe. And just, I mean, Jupe, they did $2.64 million in fees yesterday.
Right. So see, I
One.
and maybe I'm looking at things with like rose colored glasses or whatever the saying is. I feel like that's going to be more of our speed. We're going to be closer to the jupe end than to the photon end because uh,
And imagine if we're putting $1 million a day on
that's what
Stacker
I'm
Creek.
thinking, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking it's going to be something like that.
And that's $1 million a day if that's the number.
Yeah.
Right, $1 million a day that go to that tree
Yep.
that is split amongst the people who've put a Giraffe and the equivalent Gary coin there. And that's uncapped,
Yep.
right? It's an uncapped number. Some people may say, look, I would rather just pay the high fee and put another Giraffe there and make that passive income.
Right. Right.
Right? Some people are going to say that they're going to do the math and the fee is going to calculate for them. And the biggest thing though is when we start printing millionaires, right? When we print people that want to flex their status inside the club, that's where they go buy a Giraffe. Even
Yes.
if it's
Yes.
not about the utility, it's not about the percentage, and that's where we're ultimately trying to get.
So
We're
that's what I was
point-
trying to get at. Yeah, so I was actually trying to get at that a little bit earlier, like where we kind of transcend that line, like BAYC or punks or something where where we're in just that like mythical status, where it's like,
And the difference between us and them are they're trying to appeal to everyone in Web3.
mm-hmm,
Say if you're successful in Web3, you have a punk.
yeah,
We're trying to build millionaires in Gary Club
yeah,
and say if you're successful in our ecosystem, you have a Giraffe.
right, right,
So we're not looking and saying we want the most successful people in Web3 to get a Giraffe. They will because it's what it will become.
sure,
There's no ascension model inside of the crypto punks or even really inside of the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
right,
Now, if Bored Apes, which is what I think they should do, I think they should become a gaming company.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I
I agree.
think that at that point in time, the top gamers in the world should desire to have an ape.
Right. Right.
And that should be your ultimate flex as being one of the top gamers. Right? Pudgy's trying to do that on Abstract.
Right.
Right? They're going to eventually say, like, the top people on Abstract, the top builders on Abstract are going to be Pudgy Penguins. And it's not much to look and say, you know, there's going to be a couple of thousand of builders, if Abstract's successful, that could live there.
Right.
And we'll all want to have a Pudgy Penguin because that's what they formed. Right. So we're all trying to kind of play our little game around that. And a lot of collections don't. And there's no like, okay, bears, there's nothing.
Yeah, they're just dead now. I don't even know what they're
Right.
doing anymore.
But there's nothing around it.
Yeah, there's
You know, and a
nothing.
lot
Yeah.
of these meme coins, there's nothing around it. But you've got to look and you've got to say, can I find, you know, do I believe there's enough people in the world that don't think we should trade time for money? And I think that's a yes. Do I believe that out of those people who don't think they should trade time or money, if I give them an easy solution to stop trading time for money, do I think they'll try it? I think the number is half of them will say yes and half of them will just ignore me. And if they try it, if it works the way that it's supposed to, the way that we're building it, the way that it'll be done before we release it publicly, then all they'll have to do is try it once and we'll take over from there on out and they won't have to lift a finger again.
Amazing. Fucking
And then we'll
amazing.
really cool integrations built in that will say like when my balance is above X, liquidate and wire it to my bank, and we can just wire it straight to their bank account. We have to go
Oh,
through
wait,
KYC
wait.
and set
Well,
that up, but we'll build all the rules. Yeah, we're working on ways that you'll be able to spend your money with a credit card. So you'll be able to spend your Gary Club money with a credit card at your grocery store or the gas station or dinner or movies or wherever. And then we have integrations we're working through that will one click liquidate pieces of your portfolio and take it straight to your bank account. We're US based, we're about 2 hours on a normal business day from you hitting that button to us getting it into your bank account.
so okay. So where we stand right now, we're 2 hours from me hitting that button on my bot to receiving wire.
Yeah, for it being in your bank account posting. And I've tested it with Wells Fargo.
Amazing. Wow.
So
Amazing.
your local community bank may take a little bit longer. You
Right.
know,
Right.
there's all those banking things that I just can't control, but we're doing our job within the first 2 to 3 hours.
Fucking
And it's in
amazing.
your account as long as you're in the US. And we'll work with other providers in other parts of the world as we get there. But, you know, working with providers that will let us swipe credit cards at spending the money. All of this stuff, every one of these transactions are acquiring Gary coin in the middle of the transactions. All of the stuff that goes to the Gary tree, it's not going in Sol, it's not going in
Right. It's going to Gary.
USDC, it's going in Gary coin.
Yeah.
So we're going to build millions of dollars worth of daily volume in Gary coin because some of you are going to sell your coin and that's just fine. Right? Like you get it, but I want to give it to you in our asset. I don't want to give it to you in Solana or give it to you in
Yeah. Yeah.
USD. Like if I
Totally.
give it to you in USDC, then and you don't touch it, you put this on automation and you go to sleep, go in a coma for 5 years and you don't touch it. But if I'm paying you in USDC, then your value went down over those 5 years. If
100%. Yeah.
you in Solana, I don't know what happens because Solana doesn't have a limited supply. They have an unlimited supply of tokens. So I can't tell you what happens there, but I can tell you exactly how many Gary coin will exist in the world. And if you happen to go to sleep long enough and get them all in your wallet, then you just got them all in your wallet. Like that's just you're at Gary Club. You're going to stack up Gary coin. And a lot of people will just click the button and sell them, and that's fine. Because we'll have really strategic capital allocations that we're not just market buying, but we're bulk buying on limit orders in order to build walls around liquidity.
I see. I see. Yeah. Right. Right.
It's stupid, right, to come in today and market buy. Right? If we're going to go in a market buy like $100,000 worth of Gary coin.
Mm-hmm.
But if we went in and we said we want to buy $100,000 worth of Gary coin over the next 3 days, we could probably spread that out and we may be able to get to a point where we're buying at a certain level and then we're just buying it up.
Right. Right.
Buying it up to a certain point and then we're waiting until it pulls back and then we're buying it again at a certain
Well,
point and we're waiting
you create
back.
that like scaffolding bit, right? You like create that hedge there.
And you never know when it's going to pull back
Right.
because like you may have an order set for 10,000 Gary coin to sell at 30 cents.
Right. Right.
And if we hit a candle that pops it above 30 cents on a big buy, then your order triggers. And the moment your order triggers, if that time's just right, we may drop back down to 27 cents.
Right.
Just using random numbers. None of this math makes sense.
Yeah, right, right.
But we drop back down to 27 cents. Now we just overpaid. But if we say, let's go buy 1,000 Gary coin and 1,000 Gary coin, and let's do that every 70 minutes, let's watch what happens through our AI agents. And then let's make sure we're maximizing the allocation of Gary coin that we're distributing back to the trees. That makes sense.
Yep.
Every transaction will process in Gary coin.
Yes.
So every single transaction will be acquiring percentages of Gary coin. So it'll happen almost 24/7 automatically as people are transacting on chain.
Well, it'll put us at, I mean, just by just the way the math on this works out, we're gonna every single day be one of the highest volume coins. Just where the math works out, like right now, assuming things, remain somewhat the same as what they are right now. We're gonna have millions in volume. Go ahead.
I think we will. I think we will be one of the highest volume
Yeah,
coins.
I really do. I really think so. And what is that going to do? See, these are all these like unintended things that I'm trying to think about where, the people who they don't know about Giraffe, they don't know about Gary Club, they don't know anything about anything. But then they start seeing Gary Coin 10 days in a row at number 2, at number 1, at number 5.
They're going to discover us on the
That's what I'm
charts.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll mhm.
That's going to start really getting a lot of attention, and people are going to start saying, well, hold on a second, what's this coin? I saw it yesterday, it was at 3, today it's at 1, day before that it was at 7. It's going to start raising eyebrows, and people are going to say, okay, hold on, maybe I go buy a bag of this stuff. Those like ancillary and like secondary effects.
Well, you realize that people watch the top performing wallets, right? Like almost every platform tells you what the top
Yes.
revenue producing wallets are.
Yep.
People like to click those wallets and see what's in those wallets.
Right.
Well, every one of those wallets will have Gary coin in them.
That's right. So it's just going to
Every one of those
compound,
wallets.
man. It's just going to like, this is,
So,
it's such a like, it's a spring that just gets fucking wrenched tighter and tighter, bro. It just gets more and more. Holy shit, dude.
and there's only like right now Gary coin. Like there could never be any more made. There's not a possibility to make
Right.
any more Gary coin. Right now, there's 24,479,027.15, and 2 million of those are out of
Gone.
circulation, can't be touched.
Right.
So in theory, like in reality, I guess not even in theory, in reality, it's 22,479,027 Gary coin. That's it. There's only 22,479,000 Gary coin that ever exists. So it's not about how much is my Gary coin worth. It's about how many of those Gary coin can I get.
Yeah, precisely.
And what can those do for me over time, right? So if we come out with something that says, like we talked about this kind of just in jest about like, if you come to Gary Club and you want to buy a beer and it costs $10 in Gary coin and you bought your Gary coin at 25 cents, well, you might be getting a beer for a penny.
Right.
And that just is what it is because the clubs will operate on Gary coin.
Right.
They'll have to have Gary coin in their balances.
It'll just be a Gary economy. Yeah. Yep.
It's what it is. It's what we're building for. I drove by. I don't know if any of you have ever seen it, but it's called Wizard Academy.
Oh yeah. Is that the yeah. I've seen that.
It's an educational institute.
Yeah.
They do like copywriting, advertising, marketing, communication courses.
Right. I think I've seen.
Yeah. So I drove by it yesterday. I'll put it down in the little purple pill at the bottom. There we go. Wizard Academy. If you guys want to check it out. But I drove by there yesterday, and that type of stuff is really fun to me. That's their version of it. Of course, we'll do our version, but they have their own business. They're about 30 minutes out of the city. They overlook the city. They're up on a big hill. They run classes and workshops. I don't want to run classes and workshops. I want to build a different version of the club. but their business runs on cash. Our business of Gary Club will run on Gary Coin. And if we open 50 Gary Clubs throughout the world, then all 50 Gary Clubs will run on Gary Coin.
So
There's
dude,
only 22,479,000 Gary Coin that exists.
right. And that
What do you think is going to happen whenever people start using Stacker Agent and it starts printing for them? You think they're not going to want to put some of their gains into Gary Coin because they
oh
want to collect some?
dude, again, it's just there's the spring getting wrenched tighter and tighter again.
Or the people who put a giraffe there and just say, look, I really need more Gary Coin, so I want my giraffe to go sit on the tree and earn me more Gary Coin.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sure, you sell it when you want to. Like right now, which Dunk and JJ will know, they've been here for a while, but we have rewards going to the people who lock up their Gary Coin. And we have a certain amount of Gary Coin funded for that. We're going to give away 20, what's Gary Coin at right now?
I think it's like 20, 24.
23 and a half cents. So we're going to give away $23,500 in Gary Coin this month.
Yep.
And we're going to do that every month for the rest of the year. Every month for the rest of the year. And we know that eventually we can't keep giving that out because the DAO will run out of Gary Coin. And if you go back and you read our DAO proposals and you read some conversations we've had in our community, I shared that.
Yeah.
I said, like, even if we gave $1 million or 1.2 million a year, like we might have 5 more years we could do that, but then we're done. We have no Gary Coin in the DAO, and then the DAO becomes worthless because we don't have any coin in it. It has no value. So we have to build a mechanism to continually reward our community for people who lock up their coin. Well, that's the Gary tree.
Yep.
Right now, you lock up your Gary coin and you earn rewards, and it's put aside for this whole year. It might even be put aside a whole nother year, right? It might even be put aside one whole nother year. But I know for me, I have to unlock a lot of Gary coin before I can go to the Gary tree because I've got a lot of giraffe. And that's going to take me
Yeah.
like
Right.
1.5 million Gary coin that I've got to do there. I've got to do for that.
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. That's right, huh? Yeah, you need a couple milli. Yeah.
I've already thought of.
You
I've been
too.
thinking
Yeah,
about that
you
too,
too,
and that
Dunk.
was
You're gonna
yeah.
need, yeah.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah, like in order, if Dunk wants to take that many of them and put them there, well, what is that going to do? Well, some of that's going to mean Dunk may choose to sell some giraffe in order to buy more Gary coin. And we will see that happen. We will see people that in order to balance out their portfolios and go to the tree, most people will be in a position that they have to sell giraffe in order to buy Gary coin.
Right. Right.
That doesn't mean,
I have a slightly different strategy, but yeah, I get
and
you.
that doesn't mean that giraffe value goes down.
No, not at all. No.
I think honestly that there are thousands of people that would buy a giraffe at $1,000 right now once they figure out what we're building.
Uh, I,
And
I
that's the market
totally,
value of giraffe today.
yeah, I
Wait,
totally agree.
can I ask a quick question? More like two quick questions, and I can mic. First question, Gary. How many total realistically Gary coin is in circulation, max supply?
22.479 million.
Okay, and then can anybody on stage confirm for me and tell me how many total supply, max supply is there for Bitcoin?
21 million.
Yeah, 21.
Gotcha.
So we're just about 1.5 million over them.
Writing is on the wall, fam.
And that's it. Like I don't look, I'm being real with you. I don't expect Gary coin, and if it gets here, then man, we've all made it.
Holy
I
shit.
don't
Yeah.
expect Gary coin to become the price of Bitcoin.
Right.
I'm not looking at Gary coin and saying it's going to eventually be worth $80,000.
Oh my God.
Like
I would be so fucking wealthy. Holy shit, dude. That would be
I can't
amazing.
control that. Like nobody can control that.
Right.
The only thing that can control that is the market. That's it. So, but I'm not even looking at that as my path, but I am saying I want a coin that has a steady opportunity for appreciation, and I want a coin where people, it's more valuable for them to hold it for the long term than it is to flip it. Because right now there's not a lot of that.
Right.
Right now you really need to just sell volume. And even if you believe, right, even if you're the biggest believer and you're the biggest, loudest voice, it's still better for you to sell most of the time because it puts more money in your pocket. And at the end of the day, that's kind of one of the things that matters while you're here.
Right. Right.
You know, like it kind of is what it is. You've got tax issues and stuff like that to worry about, and I understand and respect those things. But it's just better sometimes to just sell and just be a cheerleader or a believer, and play that card and get the liquidity and be a smaller holder or whatnot. But when there's a reason to hold the token, like I believe there's a reason to hold Bitcoin. I believe there's a reason to hold Gary coin. I don't have another token, period,
Right.
that there's a reason for me to hold it.
Right. Well, I do think we will. So, you know, we may not flip Bitcoin, which, again, look, if we did, holy shit, that would be so awesome. But, I really, again, man, like, I remember you saying to me when I was like very relatively new into the club, we're gonna flip Solana, Joe. Like, I think there's definitely a case to be made for that. I really think so.
We can. It's
Yeah,
up to us if we do it. And it's not up to us to just hold. It's up to us to buy the coins that are priced cheaper than Solana.
right.
And that's something that everybody has to remember. If you want you believe that we are, you have to buy every coin until we do.
Yep,
Michael Saylor doesn't say we're going to get a $500,000 Bitcoin and just buy a couple and just hold and say, I'm going to wait until we have a $500,000 Bitcoin. He announced a big buy today.
right. No, he just keeps buying regardless of the price. Michael
Because
Saylor does. I mean,
he,
he's my inspiration, man, because he just. But again, like I don't even really look at our charts very much. Like I really don't. I don't look at like. I mean, I don't even
and
think.
the other part that you've got to do is the other part of Michael Saylor is he never sells. He's never sold a Bitcoin.
Never sold one.
And
Jeez.
that's the part that people have to get to, because a lot of times and I am guilty of this in other tokens, I chase.
Mm-hmm.
So I buy a bag here and it pumps a little or it dumps a little, and then I flip into this other coin, and then I flip into that other coin, and I chase it around.
Yeah.
And then when it gets back to Solana in my wallet, I have a lot less than I started with.
Right. Right.
And instead, what would have been better is to build conviction in a token
And
that I
stay
believe in
put. Yeah. Right.
and buy it and stay put. And then if I decided that I wanted to do something else, right? If I decided I wanted to buy another token, then I should have brought in fresh powder
Right.
and fresh liquidity to do that.
Yep.
And I could potentially take some of my money and put it in places that could earn me some liquidity, like a yield farm or something like that that could earn me some coin.
Right. Right.
It's the same thing with Gary coin. A bunch of you are going to get a bunch of Gary coin for free. We're going to drop 100,000 Gary coin on the Gary lock system, and if you get it, you get to choose what you do with it. You could sell it and take liquidity, and every Gary coin that you have locked up will be a little less valuable. Or you can hold it and lock up more and get more, and every Gary coin you have might be more valuable. It's just your choice, ever how you play with it.
It's entirely up to us as a community. It's entirely up to us and and us as individuals.
And
So
the difference here is we know where the coins are.
yep.
So in a lot of meme coins, you have these. We had one at Rally. I called it the black hole. And the way Rally was set up is there was this wallet that owned a bunch of Gary coin, and I didn't know anything about it. I couldn't see it anywhere, but it owned a bunch of Gary coin.
Huh.
And they never sold out of it. But it was just,
You just didn't know who it was, type thing.
I had nothing about it.
Okay.
Nothing about it. Well, a lot of meme coins have that.
Right.
You get
Right.
a wallet that buys in like a sniper that buys on launch and grabs 20 or 50 million coins,
Yep.
100 million coins, or they're buying them, and then all of a sudden there's this one big coordinated dump. We luckily never picked up that audience, so we don't have coordinated dumps. Now, it doesn't mean that Dunk doesn't say "fuck you all"
Sure.
and hit the button and sell everything he owns. I can't stop that, right? Right, like Michael Saylor could say "fuck Bitcoin" and hit the button and sell
Yep.
everything he owns,
Yep.
and there's nothing we could do to stop him, right? But as long as that doesn't happen, we don't have these hidden wallets that are out here selling
Right.
on our back door every day.
Right. Right.
What
Right.
happened to our real world asset token yesterday that went down like
Oh,
80%
it was
because
yeah, it was a 90% crash, right? Or 80% crash. Yeah. Yep.
we're not giving the coins out for free. Like we're rewarding the people who lock their coins, but I'm not going to Joe and saying, "Hey Joe, you want to buy a bunch of Gary coin at 20 cents a piece?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I'll sell you 1,000,000 of them, Joe." And Joe's like, "Fuck yeah, Gary, I'll take 1,000,000 Gary coin." And I give them to him at 20 cents a piece, and then all of a sudden it gets to 40 cents a piece. There was no new liquidity added to the ecosystem
Right.
publicly.
Right.
I got liquidity. They never hit the market. I got my 200 grand. Joe now owns all the coins, and when it gets to 400,000, Joe can click the button and sell them and say, "Fuck, I just doubled my money. You're welcome, Gary." like,
Yeah. Right.
like,
Right.
and that's what a lot of your founders are doing. I hope you realize that they're working backdoor deals with someone to say, "Buy my
Oh,
coin."
I 100% see that. Yeah. Well, and there's an entire another layer on top of it. So yes, you have that, but then they also have, a market maker that's setting up a liquidity pool for them to extract liquidity on the way down.
Yep, exactly right. They set these pools up to extract on pumps or on
Yep,
dumps or the whole thing, and it's it's just crazy.
I know. It
That's
is.
what people are going to bat on and staking their reputation on.
It's
And
fucking
that's why
wild. Yeah.
I just don't put my name on anything else, period. Like I own some of Adrian's coin, and if you want to, you should go buy some because you choose to. But at the level that his coin's at, I don't see it as an investment. I see it as I'm supporting my friend. I bought his t-shirt. It's not an investment for me right now. Right? I own some of the meme militia. I minted them for free. That I supported my friend. That's not an investment for me right now. I don't look at that as something that I'm expecting to get a return on. Not that it's wrong or it's bad. It's just I just don't look at it that way. I don't look at anything else that way except for Gary Coin, what we're building, and what Bitcoin is. I don't look at Solana as expecting to get. I may expect a short-term return, but I'm just looking at Solana saying I need these poker chips to play the game that I'm going to play. And the more little tokens I put into Stacker Agent, the more tokens it's going to give me back.
That's exactly how I look at Solana. It's
If
the
I can get a
same.
lot of tokens
Yep.
and I can get them early, then I can get my tokens a lot cheaper.
Right. It,
And I didn't have to put in my money at 300 because I'm still going to need those salamis. And if salamis are $500, then I got to pay $500 to get one.
yep.
So if I can find a path to get more salamis, then I'm in a really good position. It's like if I can find a path to get more giraffe, I'm in a really good position. I just did that not long ago. I don't know if you guys caught that, but did you guys catch the trades that I did?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I knew what you were up to.
Hmm.
Yeah, I upped like I got 7 more giraffe.
Yeah. I caught that.
That means I made current market value 7 grand in the middle of those trades.
Right.
Now, if each of those 7 giraffe end up paying me 20 grand a year, I made $140,000 in the middle of those trades.
Well, if
Because
you annualize it 1 year, but if you take it over 10 years, I mean, you
that's
know,
$1.4 million
there
I
you
might have
go.
made.
There you go. Yeah.
And all I had to do was help you out because you wanted my giraffe. So I just helped you out.
It's win win win.
See, I'm of the mindset that we need more communities that build community, and we worry less about what everyone else is doing. We worry more about what we're doing. So I don't care to ever take my liquidity and put it in another NFT or another project. If I do, it's always short-term volume for me. I'm not about supporting. I'm not trying to be mean or rude or anything else. I've done it. I bought. Do some of you know maybe NFT Nerd? He's in our community a little bit.
NFT nerd. No, I don't know him.
He was a giraffe, but he's got a project Shinsei.
Okay.
And I like the founder, Matt, and he's a nice founder. I like him, right? Good enough guy. He had some FUD recently. I think he took their community funds and aped them on meme coins and lost them. A
Oh
couple hundred.
shit. Okay.
But that just is what it is. Him and his co-founder split up. His co-founder was Bossa. But
Oh
anyway,
yeah. Yeah, I know Bob. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I bought 5 of these Project Shinseis. And I told some of our community that I bought them. Not to go buy them, but just like, hey, I'm going to buy a couple of these. I don't know what's going to happen. And I know about a dozen or so of our community members followed me and went and bought. They haven't had a sell in 10 days, and they're under what I paid for them. And I bought mine almost a year ago.
Oh, they're drastically under. They're
And
they were like a Solana at the time.
yeah, and that's why I don't. I just can't. Like, Matt is a nice guy, but I don't know what's going to happen in his world. I don't know when he's going to give up on the project. I don't know when they're going to get volume. I don't know when they're going to get traction. The only thing I feel comfortable with is what I'm building.
Right.
And I think I'm the only, as far as I know, I'm kind of the only founder that's in that lane. I think a lot of other founders really go out and support a bunch of other founders and stuff, and I haven't been able to because of the way that they build. There's these weird pumps and dumps, and I'm just trying to build something that's stable and grows and builds momentum and doesn't pump and dump. I don't want false pump and dumps. I want something that over time it grows in value. Doesn't mean it
Exactly.
always goes up, but I look at Bitcoin as it's grown in value over time. I look at a lot of the NFT projects and say they've just pumped and dumped.
Well, that's exactly it. Our chart looks like something that's growing. It looks like a market is what it looks like. It's something. So we ran up to 7, and there's been slight little bits of retracements from 7.5 to like 7.3 type thing, but there's not. It's not some violent swing up and then a dump and violent swing down. It really looks like a chart that is showing a collectible, a commodity that has grown in value over the last year. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, and that's what we want to build.
Yep.
We want to build something that when you get your giraffe, you value your giraffe,
Yep.
not just because you can sell it in the future for more money.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
value owning the giraffe.
Right.
And the more abundant our mindset becomes, the more people we help learn about Stacker Agent,
Yep.
the more people we help learn about the concept of not trading time for money, the more people will want to own a giraffe. Not everybody will be able to afford one, right? We want to give as many people the opportunity to do that as possible, but not everybody will. Not everybody will take the chance. But it will become something that people want to get to. That's why, the play right now with Giraffe, just alpha play. You've got two of them right now. Play number one is you could go, and not necessarily this is a better play, but just let's call it play A. Not the best play, but just A. It's an option. Is quantity of giraffe,
Yes.
because there will be perks and benefits and rewards to just owning a giraffe. Period.
Yes.
And every giraffe is the same giraffe. So that's kind of play A. Play B is go for the way they look.
Yeah. Go after the traits. Yeah.
Because when people want to flex, they want to flex. And there's an ungodly amount of money when people have it that they will spend to flex.
Well,
It is
and that becomes more important for us too, right? Because as we transcend that level where it's like it's not just about utility and stuff, it's just, hey, I own a giraffe, right? It's just a flex. Well, then, it becomes a big deal to say, hey, I haven't the OG, hey, I have a crown, hey, I have an alien, or whatever the thing is.
exactly.
It's like compounded on top of that now.
Yeah,
So,
and there'll be little as we flesh out kind of in humans, and I don't know how many humans we're going to get, and that's one of the issues here.
right.
We're going to end up in this battle between the Gary tree and the giraffe public market,
I see.
because let's say I'm willing, like not me, but let's use JJ just so no one gets confused. Let's say JJ says, "Look, I'm willing to put 10 giraffe at the Gary tree," and he does it, and he's making $15,000 a year, and he's happy. But now giraffe are worth 60 grand, and he says, "Look, I can go ahead and pull 4 years of capital out right now."
Yeah.
And that's a smarter business decision because I want to go and buy another house,
hmm
or I want to go buy this duplex down the street that would diversify my portfolio and things like that are smart.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go take 4 of these out, and I'm going to go get $250,000 and be able to put down all the down payments and stuff that I need in order to go buy the duplex that I want.
Right.
Well, what's that going to do? It's right now we had 4 more hit the market. They sold for 60 grand. That's great. Everybody's happy. Well, now everybody that's at the Gary Tree is getting a slightly larger share of the
Yeah.
revenue because 4 less
It's
there.
4 less. Yeah.
Nobody's mad. And now we've got 4 potentially new humans that wanted a giraffe.
Correct. Yes.
They desired a giraffe. So I just don't know what that final number is going to be because the math's going to go between there. Like for me, I have enough of them and I am positioned well enough personally that if Giraffe made 10 grand a year at the Gary Tree,
Oh, you're 7 figures a year.
yeah, I'm a little bit more than that. I'm $15 million a year
Oh, you're 8 figures a year. Oh, okay. Wow.
in
Oh,
passive
right, because you
income.
have a thou. Yeah, that's right. Because you have a thou. That's right.
At
That's right.
1500,
You have 1,500.
1500
Yeah.
ish ish.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
And then we want to do a proposal from the DAO where the DAO will take its 950 or so giraffe that it has,
Mm-hmm.
and the equivalent Gary coin, which would be 950,000 Gary coin, and put them at the Gary Tree so the
Yep.
DAO earns money that keeps the DAO flowing.
Yep.
So the DAO becomes self-sustaining.
I mean, that'll just be. It'll be self-sustaining. It'll feed itself, grow itself, become the general building fund, become the maintenance. I mean, it'll be all of it. It'll just handle itself.
Yep. And then whenever we say we want to go build a club, or we want to go do this, or we want to go do that, or we say, we, in order to launch a club, you've got to buy 100,000 Gary coin, and they buy them from the DAO because we know they're not going to go anywhere. So they buy them from the DAO, and that generates substantial income from the DAO.
Mm-hmm.
It gives the DAO, I'd love for the Gary Club DAO to have millions of dollars sitting in it in USDC.
Yep.
I'd love for it to have millions of Gary coins sitting there. To where it's positioned. Like I would love to never see the DAO get below 5 million Gary coin ever. So it always has at least
Yes.
5 million Gary
Yes.
coin sitting there as a surplus
Yeah. I
in
like that.
case, what happens if we need to do something and we have to make a strategic decision.
Oh, well, the what ifs are they're all going to happen. Like with success is going to come haters. People are going to try to sue us. It's yeah. We're going to need it. We're going to
And
need it.
having it there gives us opportunity to leverage it.
Yep.
And that's what I would hope is at that point in time, the DAO becomes a very valuable commodity, getting your vote in the DAO and all those things. And, I think that's the part that people just have to look at and they have to say, look, I'm going to bring,
Yeah.
I think there's very few projects that you look at this way in all honesty. And you may know more. I just haven't done my research. And I'm not here to dismiss your conviction on any project. I think your conviction's great. All I can do is share my conviction. Right. So, like, I believe that Adrian is going to build an amazing community. And I know that it's taken me 4 years to get to this point. I don't know how long it'll take him. Maybe it's a lot shorter. So when I buy his coin or his NFTs, I look at it as I'm supporting my friend and fellow giraffe. I don't look at it as, this is going to go to the moon and I'm going to make millions of dollars in the future. If it does, then I'll be pleasantly surprised and happy. I'm not opposed to it. So I look at those things. I just don't have conviction anywhere else except for Bitcoin and Gary Coin. I'm not hating on you if you have conviction somewhere else or if you're building something else. I just don't. I just have my own experiences, and it's just where I choose to put my money.
What do you think about people? Do you think people ever really care? And I mean this because I have yet myself at least I've never really cared about voting in a DAO until this one. So, do you think people that works as a utility for people with NFTs or other coins? Do you think people are even like, do they care about governance? Do people care about it?
I think they do when they do, and I think they don't most of the
Right.
other time.
Okay.
And I know that's kind of odd to say, like they do when they do. No shit, Gary, but
I,
they
I,
do.
I get it though. I get it because I do here, I care here,
Right.
but everywhere else I haven't cared. So
You probably care about, like, if you live in an HOA community and you have like a community board, you probably care in what happens on that community board.
right,
If they were going to come in and say, nobody can park on the street and that's where everybody in your community parks,
right.
you would probably care about that.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, recently a lot of people have stepped up and started to care about like national politics. My wife has she had no clue. Like, we were talking about, like, would we live anywhere else? And I said, like, I would never move to Minnesota because I'm the opposite of Tim Walz. And he's the governor of Minnesota. So that to me says that the people of Minnesota voted for him, and I am the exact opposite of that. So I'm not moving to Minnesota because that would be the wrong state for me to live in.
that's a good policy.
So I care about the things that I care about. There's other things that I just don't care about. So I think that, and Adrian was asking me about a DAO for him, and I said if it's got value, I think one thing the DAO needs to do is it needs to have value. I think you need to have a reason to have the DAO. And I think the DAO needs to have some control.
Yeah,
I do think it also needs to be decentralized. Jupiter's DAO, for example, is not. So I can't go submit a proposal to the Jupe DAO if I wanted.
right.
There's nothing I can do to submit a proposal. So if I wanted to submit a proposal to the Jupe DAO to redo the algorithm of how they rank their coins, because I think it's important the way they're handling this organic score. I think they fucked it up. I told
Mm.
Meow that. So if I wanted to submit a
Oh,
proposal,
really? Shit. Okay.
yeah, they fucked it up. And I told him, and he acknowledged it. He said, I think you're not wrong, but we've just got to do it this way for now.
You're like friends with Meow? Like, really?
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, we're
Okay.
he invited me to be on one of the original Jupe boards before Jupe launched, but
Holy shit.
I didn't
Okay.
pass the interview because I'm too much of an independent thinker.
Right.
And he was looking for,
A
kind of
yes
like,
man. Kind of wanted a yes man.
he wanted a Jupe soldier.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And I'm not a Jupe soldier, I'm a Gary soldier.
Right.
And that's not wrong, and it's not bad.
Nothing wrong with, yeah. Right.
It just wasn't that fit. But we have become friends and stuff like that through the journey of that. But like, I can't go submit a proposal to the DAO to do that. There's nothing I can do to make that happen. There's no way to submit a proposal. And I don't think that's a DAO then. I think that's, let's all vote. Let's use our Jupe coins to vote on whatever the community wants us to vote on, or whatever the founders want us to vote on. See, here, Joe, you've got enough coins, I think, locked that you can go submit a proposal.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
want.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I might vote and you might get pissed at me, but that's just what it is. I
That's
own a lot
the
of
way
coins.
it works. Yeah. Right.
Like, it
Go
is what
get more coins then. I guess I better go get more coins then. That's
right.
yeah.
Or I've told people before to lobby and make sure you've got support, because I'm not one to go against the support of the whole community.
Right.
It's just not me. So if a big chunk of the community is voting one way, as long as I don't think it's going to hurt us, I'm going to vote that way too. So if somebody came in and said, look, I want to do blank, I want this DAO grant for this or whatever, just go submit it and we'll vote
Submit.
on it
Yeah.
if we want to. So I think at that point in time, DAOs have value, but it has value because our DAO has a lot of money in it.
Right. Exactly. There's a
A
lot of
lot.
money. There's a lot of money in our DAO. A lot.
It's
Yeah.
growing.
Well, yeah, and it's gonna grow a lot more too, because then there's also a lot of Giraffe, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of Gary coin. I mean, our DAO is worth a shitload of money. It's
Yeah.
already millions. So, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be really big.
Yeah. So the DAO has $2 million worth of Gary coin in it. Almost $2.1 million worth of Gary coin in it. And it has almost $1 million worth of Giraffe in it. So that's like a $3 million value of our assets in value right now. $3 million that
Yep.
your Gary coin controls.
Right.
I don't control that. And in addition to that, we also have $354,000 that's already sitting there and allocated for our first Gary Club headquarter build.
Oh, that's
We
already been set aside?
Yeah, so that 2 million, that 2.1 million is not counting. Like, that 2.1 million is available in the DAO to do whatever we want to with.
Okay.
and that is, oh, what is that? 8.8 million Gary coin.
Okay.
So there's 8.8 million Gary coin that's available to do whatever we want to.
Rewards, giveaways, blah blah blah, whatever. Okay.
Here's what's already allocated and funded.
Okay.
1.5 million Gary coin for our first headquarter build.
Okay.
That's $354,000 worth right now.
Mm-hmm.
1 million Gary coin for our first stacker agent rewards.
Okay.
That's $236,000 right now. And then $212,000, which is, I think, still 900,000 Gary coin. It'll go down to 800,000, which funds Gary lock rewards for the rest of this year.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So those numbers are not included in that 8.8 million that the DAO
Gotcha.
controls.
Gotcha.
And the DAO controls those 8.8 million. I don't want the DAO to go below 5 million.
Right.
So that means the DAO really has
3
3.8
point,
million.
yeah, 3.8. Yeah.
We have to come up with a path to self-sustain. We're funded for everything that we intend on funding unless there's a new proposal for the rest of the year. So we have nothing to worry about the rest of the year. We've got about 3.8 million that we can move around in other places. And that even counts. We've already moved that 1 million that the DAO approved to go between 25 cents and $2.50 in liquidity build.
Right.
It's already in place. So that's, the DAO is physically setting on 8.8 million Gary coin.
Amazing. Amazing. And as we start getting our stackers out there, as the rush to buy Gary coin, as that supply starts to, or as that demand starts to really rise, we're going to be sitting really, really fucking pretty.
Yeah. And that's, what if Gary coin ends up being like 50 or 60 bucks? Like, I don't think it's unrealistic for Gary.
It's already happened.
Yeah, you're right. It did. It already happened. We've already seen it. But I don't think it's unrealistic for Gary coin to go to like 250 this year, like to 10x from here before the year's over with the stuff that we're cooking.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like,
For
I
sure.
just don't. I think there's enough people that are. What I think will happen is when Stacker Agent finally ships to Giraffe, I think we'll see a big run up on Giraffe. I think we'll make a shit ton of fees. And I think it will fund us to develop and we will get tech built quick. So even if it doesn't happen this year, maybe early into next year,
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll get a public release. And I think when people can put money in it, they will try it because of the novelty of it.
Yeah.
What's this like? Let me put a little money in here and see what it does. And then when it generates more than they put in, they may never put another dime in, but it'll just keep building and growing for them.
Right.
I've got a little money in BonkBot. I've got a little money in Photon. I got a little money in a lot of places because I tried them all.
Yeah.
And I think
Right.
a lot of people have that.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we're never going to let that money dry up for you.
Yeah, well, that will definitely happen where there's going to be a ton of $100 buys, a ton, where people will go to the tree and do again, put $100 to work,
Yeah,
and
I mean, you're going to have to. You're going to I just think it's going to be such an interesting. I think there's going to be moments you're going to get one Gary coin for $100.
oh, I totally agree with that. Totally
And I
agree.
think
Yeah,
that it will generate enough revenue that it's not going to matter. I don't think we'll ever have to drop it from having 1,000 Gary coin.
right.
I think it'll be what's required. And I think that the value equalizer will be you either pay the higher fees or you hold on to your tokens.
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
If you don't want to hold on to your tokens, then just go pay the higher fees.
Right.
Sell your tokens, go sell your 1,000 Gary coin, go sell your Giraffe, and go pay the higher fees. That's fine. Or you say, well, I don't want to, I don't want to have 1,000 Gary coin locked up here because Gary coin's worth $100,
Mm-hmm.
and that's $100,000. Well,
Yep.
I understand it. Well, go sell your Gary coin if you think Gary coin's too expensive to keep locked up there at the tree, or if you think Gary coin's too expensive to keep,
That's it.
you know.
Yeah.
And then if that theory doesn't work out, well, the beautiful part of that is the DAO gets to choose what to do. And look, what's going to happen when there's a really important vote and I have to go and take my Gary coin out of the tree because I need to vote on that big vote?
Right. Right.
And I have to go lock my Gary coin up for 30 days or 60 days or even fucking 6 months
Right.
in order to go vote that big vote. Well, now I'm getting none of my share of my rewards from the Gary tree.
Right.
It gets really, really scarce over time. And I've thought through
You
what
know
that
what?
looks like
There's gonna
for
be situations like that. Yeah. I
it
I
will.
didn't even consider that, but yeah, there's gonna be there's def that will well, number one, because there's just such a scarce supply to begin with. You know,
Yeah.
we're not really dealing with a heavily supplied token. You know, we've got 22.5 million tokens to begin with. You know, that's not a lot. So
And I'm not bullish on a lot of coins that have over that kind of number.
right, right.
I just don't. I just know the numbers.
It's
Like
just too
Joe.
much. Yeah.
Every time I mention a number, you're shocked.
I am. I you did thoroughly shock
8,000
me.
people trading on Photon.
Unbelievable to me. That is
Like
so unbelievable to me. I would have guessed in orders of magnitude higher. Orders. Yeah, that's shocking to me.
you want to you want like your mind to be blown now?
Go for it, bro. You
You know
already
how
did
many
it.
people? You know how many people traded on Jupe Perps yesterday?
Well, see, I don't even want to guess because it's just like now I'm like too. I don't know. Yeah, what is it? Blow my mind.
So active users in the last 24 hours, 9,140.
What the fuck?
You know how much volume they did in the last 7 days?
What?
$1 billion
Yeah.
in volume in
th-
the last 7 days.
There we go. Of
In
course.
the last 30 days, they've done $2.15 billion in volume in the last 30 days. They had a really big day on the 7th.
What?
The 7th, a really big day on the 7th. But their fees, so their fees, they had in the last 24 hours 9,140 active users, and their perps did $1.9 million in fees.
Fuck.
So Joe, Christian, JJ, Dunk, Crete, Bearded, Reich, Manny, Osama, Joel, Longneck, Maui Nancy, Mr. Boycell. What do you all think is going to happen whenever Gary Club launches a perp?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think
Where to
is
get
going to
all them
happen?
peas?
What do you think is going to happen when Stacker Agent builds up the volume using perps like Jupe's perps?
Hmm.
And then all of a sudden, you don't care. All you care about as Stacker Agent is you're able to long Solana,
Right.
able
Right.
to short Solana. That's all you care about. You don't care. You don't get to choose, like, I want Stacker Agent to go trade perps on Jupe perps for me.
Right.
We're
Right.
just going to give you the opportunity to perp trade, and you'll trade where we trade for you. Right? It just is what it is. It's like when you go to Jupe, you don't get to choose where you want to trade. If
Yeah.
it grabs your route through Meteor or Radium, you take what they
And
get you.
that's what you take. Yeah.
If you want something, you go directly to that platform or protocol.
Right.
If you want Meteor, you go there. Well, what's going to happen when we flip the little switch? Ding. And all of a sudden, we shift all of our longs and shorts from Jupe perps to Gary Club perps.
Right. Holy God. Oh my Lord.
And we just drop another $2 million in revenue a day on the club.
Daily. Yeah. Daily.
That's $150 million a year in revenue.
Oh my God.
And we're cash flow building clubs all over the world at that point in time.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
I know as a club at Gary Club, we need two things, in my opinion, beyond what assets we're producing ourselves and building value around ourselves. We need real estate and we need Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are the two things that I feel that Gary Club needs. I feel that Gary Club needs a real estate play that brings us into the real world and owns assets that are scarce in the real world, like prime real estate.
Yep.
And I believe that Gary Club needs Bitcoin because I believe it's one of the rarest assets in the world.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So when Gary Coin is dropping perp fees, and see, this is the part that to me that the Jupes and everybody else fucking misses. They didn't go heavy on something like Bitcoin.
Right.
Like I know there's a certain point where I can't get all the Gary coin in my wallet. The market has to decentralize, and I become a weak point if I own it all.
Of course. Yeah.
And I have no path to liquidity. It just doesn't exist. I need to own what I need to, and I need to believe, but I can't own 15 million of the 22 million.
No.
It's just not possible. The club can't own 15 million of the 22 million. It's too
Or
centralized.
yeah.
Like if the DAO's going to own 5 million, that's the DAO, and the club would own 5 million, that's the club. Well, that's great. The club is its own business. The DAO's the DAO, and then I'll own what I own. Well, that's just not many. That's like 10 million out there for the rest of the world. We're really shy.
Gotcha.
You know,
Yeah.
we want to get in
Yeah.
there. But then when the club can't keep buying Gary coin because it's just bought too much, and you guys have too much, then the club then starts buying Bitcoin, and Gary Club starts building an arsenal of Bitcoin. The DAO could even choose, like the Gary Club DAO could choose to say, look, instead of market buying Gary coin and holding more Gary coin, that's what we've been doing. We've been market buying the coin and holding it for fees and stuff like that. Let's now market buy 50% in Gary coin, and let's market buy 50% in Bitcoin and build a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the Gary coin DAO.
Right.
Why not?
Yeah. Why not? Why not? Seriously, why the fuck not? Why wouldn't
Because
we? We'd be foolish not to, actually. That's a perfect strategy.
in order for the DAO to become self-sufficient and be valuable and have all these resources that we can all use over the years, it needs to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not at the expense of Gary coin,
No, of course not.
but if we're market buying $1 million a day, we don't want Gary coin to get to $75,000
Right.
in 3 weeks.
Right.
Like
Like,
it doesn't work
that's
out.
going to
But
defeat the purpose here. Uh,
yeah, we'll end up owning it all, and we'll have no community because everybody will sell because
because
they
they'll want
retire.
their 75 a coin. Yeah, exactly.
So we would be better off at that point in time to say, let's go market buy 25% of the money in Gary coin and 75% of it in Bitcoin. So now Gary Club ends up having a huge strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Right. Right.
And then what happens in the future, right? If somebody says like, we've got this big idea or this big plan, maybe we can sell 2 Bitcoin to go do it instead of having to sell Gary coin.
Yeah, sure. Sure. And then, having to dump on our own chart. Exactly.
Exactly right.
Because look, man, when we start building out these clubs, like the shit's expensive. Our clubs are
And
going to be multi million dollar projects.
yeah, and I have a plan where we won't have to dump on our charts. Liquidity is what it is. I understand it. I see it visually.
Sure.
And like Giraffe right now are $1,000 for give or take a couple bucks.
Right.
And that's what the market has set. So if I found someone publicly that wanted to buy a Giraffe, I could charge them $1,000 and do an OTC transaction
Sure.
because they wanted to buy that. So if we were going to sell, like, let's just say today, let's say we're further down the road and Gary coin's worth $2.50 a coin, and we say we need to invest in some build out a small lease of some space at like a co-work. We want to grab like a suite or a floor or something like that to start building out Gary Club here locally.
Right.
So let's go collect $250,000. Let's go collect 2.5 million. Let's just go collect 2.5 million. This gives us an operational budget. We would take a million Gary coin for that example. We would sell it at $2.50, but it would be required to be locked up for like 72 months
I
or
see.
something like that,
Okay.
or 60
Okay.
months or something like that. So we're selling it over the counter. We're bringing in the liquidity over the
Yep.
counter in that example,
Yep.
but it's locked up for a duration of time, and we know the lockups.
So there'll be some sort of vesting schedule will be part of the OTC deal.
Yeah, it's the only way to do it because you can't just give it to them and then let them hit the button and
No,
sell it
because then
because
they just liquidate. Yeah. But
they're
the
like, yeah, I'll give you 250,000 for that, or that 2.5 million for that million Gary coin. But then I'm just going to hit the button and sell them all and take my money back.
right. So then we could sell it inside of a V NFT, where it's sold as like the V NFT is a 72-month lock with X amount of Bitcoin, X amount of Gary coin. Done.
Yeah, or we use something like Streamflow or something
Dream
like that.
flow,
There's a
yeah, yeah, exactly. There's total,
lot of lock system. There's a lot of lock systems out there in the world.
right, right,
We could do that inside the club. We could say, for example, we have a new club being built in LA and they need to get 100,000 Gary coin, but they don't have it. Right. And that's a big budget. So the DAO could choose to allocate 100,000 Gary coin to them and we could bill them and just collect the money.
right,
We could put them on a payment plan and
right.
allocate to them over 24 months or something like that, whether a club's getting built.
Yep,
And they're on a payment plan and they're just buying those. And well, what do we know? We know that they have to have a balance of 100,000 Gary coin in order, and just this example, in order to operate the club.
right.
The minimum threshold to operate the club, for example. Well, so they can't go below that. They can never sell them. So all we're doing as a DAO is collecting liquidity.
Basically collecting the liquidity by, I mean, you're almost just kind of moving
Yep,
columns. Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
right.
It's brilliant. I love it. It's brilliant.
And that's how we're building the economy.
Right,
A lot of people don't understand it. It's why I talk about it publicly, because they're so accustomed to the pump fund model, which is
right.
a billion tokens and a public market. I know when I go look at our holders, and I've doxed most of these wallets, I know who the biggest holders of Gary Coin are. I know what's in their wallet. There's not hidden wallets out here with hundreds of thousands of coins in them that I don't know who they are.
Right.
I can't tell you a pump fund token that's like that.
None of well, because none of them are. There's always some hidden wallet somewhere. Always.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of those.
Well, there's normally a couple of them. Yeah, right, right.
You mean you haven't found all my secret 100,000 Gary wallets that I have hidden?
Yeah, I mean, some sure. Like, I mean, and that's okay. But it's like I was talking to one of my friends today, and he said, there's not a ton of liquidity in Gary Coin yet. And I said, you're right. We're growing that.
Sure.
I said, what the market has done is the market has said, this is what we value it at.
Right.
And we have concentrated liquidity because we've held the market cap now for a long duration of time. Gary Coin didn't pop to 6 million and then go back to 500,000 overnight.
Yeah, exactly.
It retraced some, it held the market cap, it grew back up, it's growing, and all of those things. And then, he said, oh, well, I could ape in, like a lot of money. And I said, and the beautiful part about that is you'd have to buy it from the market, which would take all of that liquidity and put it right inside the coin.
Yep.
Because no one that I know of is selling quantity over the counter right now.
Mm-mm.
Not quantity. Now, if
No.
they were, that would be different.
Right.
If Dirk was trying to do a backdoor deal and sell 100,000 Gary coin to someone else for 20 grand and take 20 grand, well, now we have 100,000 Gary coin that might get dumped on the market really quick.
Right.
But I don't see those transactions happening. I watch that. I watch big transfers of Gary coin.
And
I
it's
watch
just not. It's just not happening. Right.
No, we had 75,000 more Gary coin locked up yesterday.
Right. There you go. That's dude. That is, bro. That's such a fucking sign of confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so good for us.
And
That.
then the fact
Oh,
that we flipped rally is just wild to me.
yeah. Right. Well, that's got to be like cathartic for you.
Yeah.
The apprentice has become the master.
Right. Right. I mean, it's just yeah.
And I get it, and cycles, and they stop building and all that stuff.
Sure. Sure. But still. But still.
But they were so funded. I mean, they took in a lot of VC funding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They had major players out there pushing their stuff. I mean, there's still articles about like college football players dropping tokens. It was all on Rally. We beat them all, but it was all on Rally.
Right. You,
And
you,
that's
you
what
probably had like chain math and shit in there. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
that's what our community knows, though. That's what they've experienced before. They've watched Giraffe be the underdog or Gary Club be the underdog and then come up on top.
Giraffe on
You know,
top, baby.
we started to experience that like the other day when we had that 60 soul sacker sale. We saw Gary Club as the #1 collection on Solana.
Dude, that was so sweet.
And that's going to happen more and more and more.
Better get used to it, because it is going to be more and more and more.
But liquidity to me is, you need to be able to support the amount of cells that you have, not at the same price point.
Sure.
You just need to be able to support the people that want to sell.
Yeah.
And honestly, we do.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, here, you know what the ultimate test for that is, right? If we didn't, our floor would move.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Like
Yeah.
Giraffe would be down to a zero
Yep.
again.
Yep.
And Gary coin would be back down to 4 cents.
That's right.
And that's what people have to understand about tokens when you're building is, yes, I believe that every person that's buying will eventually sell. But if you buy at 15 cents, it sucks to sell at 10.
It ain't fun. Yeah.
It's way better to sell at 25. And if you buy at 25, it sucks to sell at 20. It's way better to sell at 30 or 40 or 50.
Yeah.
So every time we get another buyer at a higher price point, it increases the opportunity for everybody.
Exactly.
Same thing with Giraffe. Someone's going to come in and sweep us. We're 21 Giraffe away from a 10 soul floor.
I know. I saw that. I counted too.
And somebody's going to do it because someone's going to look. You all, I mean, you realize there's only a handful of people that have bought a Giraffe.
Yeah, I know.
We have 9 people that have bought a Giraffe. There's 5 stacker agents up for grabs. There's only 9 people that have bought a Giraffe. There's 5 stacker agents. We just had one sell for 60 Solana.
I know.
60 Solana. That's a fucking
I
60
know.
times 131. That's $7,860.
Fucking real cash right there, man.
Right now, you have almost a 50% chance of earning one.
Let's fucking go.
Like if you're not a fucking degen, if you don't at least buy one Giraffe and get your name as in that opportunity.
At the very least.
Like you can't call yourself a degen, you can't call yourself a gambler, you can't even really call yourself bullish on stacker agent if you don't. Because I'm giving now I could sell them for 60 or 80, so one sold for 60. I'm giving away right now like 400 Solana worth of Giraffe out of my pocket. Mine, that I promised and committed to the community that I was going to sell. I said, I'll burn 100. I will sell the last 10 or 15. And the community all agreed that was fine. I said, I'll sell them for no less than $5,000. They said, that sounds great, Gary. We only paid $3,000 for hours. We're happy. You know, the price is going to go up. And if we want to sell, we'll sell for cheaper than that. Great. No problems. You do you and I'll do me. Right? They could have sold. We had one sell for fucking 2 Solana.
God dang. Damn
It's
it.
fine. They chose to sell it.
God.
It was theirs and they chose to sell.
Dude,
Well,
that's like when I tell the story about the third Apple investor. Whoever sold that is that guy. Whoever sold the stacker agent for 2 Solana is the fucking you ain't Steve Wozniak and you ain't Steve Jobs, and I don't even know the third guy's name because I just don't even know his fucking name. Neither do you. But he got like
exactly.
$1,200 or something.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And it's up to you. You know, like somebody, like if I had 80 Solana in my wallet and I was here and I didn't have a stacker agent, I'd buy a stacker agent.
Yeah, me too.
If I was like, I'd buy them all that I could. And if I couldn't afford to buy one, I would sure as hell make sure I bought another Giraffe. So I had a chance to win one if there's 5 that's going to get given away. Now, I may play the game, right? I could choose to, there's 2 games you play. You either buy the one you want before somebody else gets it, or you wait and make sure there's at least a sell every day. I don't care. If enough people just went and bought, then there would always be a sell.
Yep.
But if you're not in that, if you're not one of those 9 wallets or 10 wallets or 20 or 30 or 50 wallets whenever it's said and done, or like Joe, right now you can buy one for 7.5 Solana. What's going to happen when somebody just went and bought one 10 minutes ago? What's going to happen when? So right now we are live. We are 22 Giraffe away from a 10 soul floor.
22 away. Okay.
22
Fuck
away
me.
from the 10 world limit.
Fuck me, Gary.
What if we get 10 or 22 people to come buy a giraffe?
God.
And now to get your chance to get a stacker, you got to pay 10 Solana instead of 7.5 Solana. And that's the game you have to play. You can wait until there's not a sell one day, so you make sure we at least have a giraffe sell and we don't have to take one off the board. Or you say, fuck it, I'm going to buy mine now because I want to make sure I get a chance to win.
Right.
Or I'm going to buy 5 because I want 5 chances to win.
Right.
And I'm going to buy 5 giraffe because I believe that a giraffe at 7.5 Solana is just too fucking cheap anyway.
Well, it just is. It is too cheap.
That's like $1,000. And not everybody has $1,000. You know, what's going to happen? Well, Joe, what do you really think that the first stackers are going to do when they get access? When they get access to this technology and this tool before anyone else does, what do you think they're all going to do?
Don't give away the game,
Lock
Gary.
in
Don't give
and
away the game. Don't give away the game.
what do you mean? No, I think they're gonna use it. I think they're
They're
gonna.
going to go buy all the giraffe.
Don't give
Oh
away the
yeah.
game. Don't
Well,
give away the
They're
game.
going to
No.
printer. They're
yeah.
going to go buy all the Gary coin because they have a money printer.
Yep.
That's all they're going to do. They're going
Right.
to say, fuck, I got access to this and no one else has it. I see how valuable this is. I'm going to buy every one of them because I'm just printing free money.
Right.
Give me
Right.
more free money.
No,
You weren't
you're
supposed to say that
absolutely
out
right.
loud, Gary.
Yeah.
That was supposed
Yeah.
to be our secret. You weren't supposed to say that. Darn it.
Like it's just what it is.
Well, but it's just what's going to happen, whether someone says it or not. I mean, that's just going to happen.
Mhm.
Like they're going to look at it and say, I can't let someone else get access to this for $1,000.
Yeah.
They
No
need to
way.
at least pay 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000.
Well. This is. I don't know if you remember. Well, I doubt you would remember what my vote was because why would you? But when you had the vote up on school, dude, I was one of the few people that voted 20.
Yeah,
I,
and I was there too, but I also wanted to go with the community.
right.
And
I get
I
it. I get it.
see
Yeah.
it works itself out. We said 5 and we're at 7.5. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
Sure. Yep.
I'm actually, I'm really okay with that. I feel better about that than sitting here needing to get to 20 and having frustration.
It's actually, yeah, it actually is nice. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
So we're sitting in a nice spot. We know where we're at. We've been able to look past that point now and look elsewhere, which
Right.
I think has given us some different clarity and perspective and vision.
Right. Right.
You know, the problem we have now in our community is we have a lot of people who believe, but we have a liquidity crunch.
Yes,
We
we
don't
do.
have a lot of liquidity.
Yep. Totally. I'm totally in that category myself right now.
They believe, but they're lacking liquidity. Well,
Yep.
as soon as we unlock those 50 stacker agents to those stackers, they're no longer going to lack liquidity. And their belief is going to 1000x.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
They're going to believe more because they see the tech, they use the tech, they realize the gains, they see it. And they're not going to have a liquidity issue. They're going to be able to print new Solana every day for themselves and just go to the money machine and grab some more.
Motherfucker.
So when they sit there and say, I see now what is being built.
Yeah.
I understand it. I feel it. It's real. I didn't just get to see Gary's wallet, but I got to put my own money in there and I got to pull my own money out.
Yep.
When that becomes real for Dunk and JJ and, the other people that have a stacker agent, Big Boy, I'm just looking in the room,
Yeah.
Big
Big boy.
Boy's here
Yep.
has a stacker agent. I think Maui Nancy has a stacker agent. I may not be 100% on that. But we've got like 30 some owners that have stacker agents. Those 30 people are going to get really bullish on what we're building.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Sure they
And they're
are.
going to scoop the floor. And then the giraffe are going to do the same thing when, someone like, I don't know, ever who it is, they have 3 giraffe and that's it. And then they're like, fuck, they're using it. And they're like, man, no way. And they take their first profits and instead of moving it back to their bank account, they move it into the giraffe floor and go grab a couple giraffe because they realize they need to have more than 3. They want to have 5 or 6 or 10.
Yep. Yep.
Or they see the one that they really want, that OG that they've got their eyes on, and they've made enough money in order to
That
go grab
giraffe
that one.
they've been looking for a long time. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And
Well,
that's what.
Well, then you know what's going to happen after that, right? You know what the next step in this progression is? That
What is it?
floor fucking skyrockets. Because
A
here's the thing, man. We've only got something like the last time I swear I'm being honest when I say I don't look at the chart every day. I really don't. Um the last time I looked, we had 88 listings. That's not a lot,
We
bro.
have, yeah, right now 88 listings.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's still the same.
22 of those, so 25% of those are under 10 Solana.
Right. Right.
And the floor price goes all the way up to 2,800 Solana.
That okay, so that's my point is what's going to happen, man, is one of those weird phenomenon where, somewhere in the teens, people who had something listed at 20 are going to say, "What the fuck am I doing? What wait, hold on a second." And they're
Well,
either going to
39.
delist.
There's only 39 between 10 and 20 Sol.
God dang, yeah, there's not much. So, I mean, that might even just be people who listed a long time ago and kind of forgot, or they've just been sitting there, like
Yep.
I think there's probably a certain amount of that.
Yep.
Um, and what's gonna happen, dude, is those ones will get gobbled up. Someone's gonna wake up with a little, with 15 more soul in their wallet and go, "Oh yeah, that giraffe thing I had. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah." And then move on with life. And then people here, people who have, three giraffe, four giraffe, they're gonna say, "Okay, well, maybe I'll list one of these for 200, and we're going to be up there. That's what's going to happen. We're going to be
I
up.
agree
Yeah.
1,000,000% with you.
Yep.
And then it will get to the point where we'll help enough people. We'll have enough people making money that are just using it. And they will eventually collect their one giraffe that they've wanted.
Yep.
They'll have their one giraffe and they've got it. They're excited about it. And it's just giraffe are just priceless assets to them because there's only so many that exist in the world. And they become truly priceless assets. It becomes the ultimate flex of owning one.
Yep. Totally. Totally.
And we're never making any more of them. Many of them are out of circulation.
Well, there's
Uh,
already 25% that's just kind of gone.
yep,
It's
exactly
just
right.
sort of like it's just sort of in the ether, it's like just gone. Though, you know what, actually? I was saying this a while ago. Those are going to be like, remember in school, everyone wanted Jordans, right? Everyone wanted Jordans. Well, every once in a while, there'd be like a misprint where like the jump man was backwards or something, or like the
Hmm.
Nike check was upside down, or, like something went wrong at the factory. And
Yep.
then those shoes were always worth like $1,000, fifteen
Yeah.
hundred bucks. And people would like die to, they'd get in fights trying to get that.
Of
Well,
course.
that's what's going to happen with those giraffe. They're going to
Yeah.
be the reverse jump man. They're going to be the upside down Nike check, or the fucking Nike Cortezes where the colors got mixed up or something. And people over on ETH will be able to, it'll end up having value, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it'll have a
Yeah,
lot of value.
yeah, because it's gonna be that same
All
thing.
of like the ETH ones will have a lot of value. The offspring will have a lot of value.
Yep.
The AI art that I did, those 600 pieces that
Oh
whenever
yeah, the
AI,
creatives. Yeah, right.
yeah.
Yep.
So you know what that will be, and a lot of people don't see this yet, and it'll take a minute. Like I get it, right? Like we've got growth to do.
Sure.
But
Sure.
what that end up being for us is that's the first time that Gary used AI in order to
Right.
create
Yeah.
products.
Yeah. Yep.
And as Stacker Agent becomes more and more popular, that becomes the origin story of Gary and AI.
Part of the lore. Yeah.
Started creating this art, and he did them all.
Yep.
The stackers that are here, the Gary Club stackers, the superhero giraffe. Well, when we originally did our art, I didn't curate any of them. Everything was curated by the art team, not me.
Okay.
Well, when we did stacker agents, these 50 superheroes, I curated all the art myself. They handed me a Photoshop file and I picked all the traits and designed them all
I
myself.
gotcha. Okay.
Well, what does that mean? Well, that means that someone's going to look at one of those and say, I want one that Gary assembled the trait structure on. Right? That's part of the lore. I want that, Gary picked this one out. He named it. He did all this work.
Right.
And that will become part of that. It's not there today. And I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal.
No,
But what
no.
I'm
It's just
saying is
reality.
when I make hundreds of thousands of people a lot of money on
Yeah.
a daily basis, they're all going to want that piece of the story.
Right. Right.
And they'll get in wherever they can fit in, and not everybody
It's
wants the amount of money and stuff. Yeah.
it, it's literally the Midas touch.
Yeah.
Like, literally the Midas touch.
And that's just what will happen. And you get the chance. Like I was talking to my friend and he said, I just want to see you win. I don't want to be the person that like dumps on your charts and shit like that. And I'm like, that's fine. Like you got to do you. And I just really like, I would hate to be the guy that's sitting here listening now and has the capital and believes
Ooh.
and misses the opportunity.
Oh man. Oh man. Yeah.
And some of you should feel that right now because I had this same conviction back when Gary was 5 cents.
I had the same exact conviction when I was buying my little PFP that you see right now for point 0.4 Solana.
Yeah, and I have it even bigger today.
Yeah, it's
So
exactly. It's actually more. It's actually more now. Yeah. Right.
so what you all have to do is you just have to look and say, do I believe, do I have conviction? And if I do I have the liquidity that could put myself in a better position in the future? And then you have to put logic on the brain. So that's the emotional side. And then the logical side is where's the chart going?
Right.
Right? Like it's stupid to top blast Bitcoin at 110 if it's going to drop back to 80.
Right.
You can still be bullish on Bitcoin. Just wait a week or two and grab your Bitcoin.
Yeah, sure.
Like that's okay. Like get your liquidity, move it on chain, keep it in stables. Dunk talked about that in the last one. Right? Keep it in stables and be ready to jump in when you're ready. It's there, it's ready to deploy, your capital is available, and now you can just click the button. If
Yep.
you think Gary Coin is going to drop to 20 cents, then go put a limit order in at 20 cents and buy all the fucking coin at 20 cents.
Right.
Go tweet it. Sell me all your fucking Gary Coin at 20 cents and shut up.
Yeah. I love it.
But you tweet it because you've got a buy order in to buy a shit ton of Gary Coin at 20 cents.
Right.
I can't tell you the last time that I shipped out rewards to Gary Club. We didn't dip. It was a hold. Everybody held. You can go back and look at the market. It was around March 15. I can't tell you what will happen when we ship out rewards this time. If you're looking to buy some Gary coin, one smart decision might be to have some orders set just in case some people get rewards and go sell them.
True. Yeah. True.
I can't tell you they will. Last
It's
time
actually,
people got rewards and saw how much they got and they went and bought more so they could lock up more. That's what happened last time.
well, you can actually look back in January. I I bought like a lot after the rewards were distributed.
And look, I'm not like you're smart to watch that. You're smart to go back and find out when rewards were distributed the last couple of months.
You know,
That's the logic side of your brain where you look at the charts and you say, okay, if rewards were
it's
distributed, what happened? And
all on the blockchain. I mean, it's all there.
you build the patterns, you build the charts. You should, if you care about that, you should learn to read the blockchain. If you don't care about that, then you just buy and you're happy because you've got a long-term vision in mind. And you're
True.
like, man, anything under $1 for Gary coin's free anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And that's the Michael Saylor mindset. The
I
Michael
mean,
Saylor mindset is buy Bitcoin.
it kind of is. I mean, it really is kind of just like squibbling over pennies when I think about it. Like when I zoom out, it's the difference between, okay, well, fine. I'm squibbling over 25 versus 30. Are you kidding me? Um, it's all going somewhere way up from here, way up from here. But the thing is, the difference between 25 cents and 50 cents at this point of the game is a whole nother X, right? So
Yeah,
it's a whole nother doubling. So
it's a lot. And
it's a lot.
I
Yeah.
want you to get it. Speaking of that, did you all that were in here? I just pinned it to the top. I'm going to pick a winner in an hour or two. But
Yeah.
did you all get to enter my giveaway for free Gary Coin?
Um.
What? Let me do that right now.
Had a weekend giveaway. I'm picking 5 winners.
Oh yeah. I entered that. Yeah.
It was 100 Gary Coin each, and if you have Gary Coin in your wallet, if you're the winner and you have Gary Coin in your wallet, I'm going to double it and send you 200.
Yep.
Gary Coin was 21 cents back then. Right now it's 23 cents, so it went up 2 cents over the weekend. So you get $23 worth of Gary Coin.
Yep.
That that template works really well. If anybody's looking for a giveaway, I got 17,000 impressions on that.
Oh wow.
I saw that.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Yikes.
I did a couple of things in here that's really important. So if you look at the data, I got 198 saves because I told people to bookmark the post.
Right.
So I got everybody to bookmark it because they needed to save it and they could come back and check the winner. I
Mm.
told them really clear with emojis to retweet, heart, tag one friend, and drop your Solana wallet. Right. So I told them that. And then the other part of this, if you look at it just on the feed, there's a show more button. So they've got to read the show more in order to see the rest of the instructions. And that creates another engagement level at the post, which sends me to more people.
They have to click it.
Oh, that's smart. Okay. Got it. The show more thing. That's a good little hack, bro.
Because if you're going to read the post, you need to read. If you're going to do it, if you're not going to do it, it doesn't matter. But if you're going to do it, you want to see all the rules and make sure you don't miss one.
Of course. Yeah. Right.
And then obviously I use the picture of a giraffe just so it gets out there. And then I put buy Gary Coin at the end with the contract address. But that's got 17,000 impressions on it. If I look at the stats on that, just to kind of dig in a little bit deeper. Where is that? Hold on. View analytics.
So having a picture does actually add to it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, absolutely,
yeah. The
absolutely.
feed likes media better than just text. So when you're scrolling, you're more likely to pause and focus if you can see the text or if you can see the picture.
Okay. Okay.
Now, you also need big headlines. You need bold statements. You need things that grab attention. You need to prime beforehand. So before I posted this, you need to get yourself in the algo. So before I posted this, I said if I get 1 heart on this post, I'll announce a giveaway. I did
Right.
a big DM post. Like I was active in the feed before I needed to get a lot of energy here. I went into our group chat and I told everybody I was getting ready to post it. So I got people ready.
Yeah,
Yeah, go for it.
Gary, if I can jump in, I think that like I've been testing that a little bit, and I've been like, like one time I put a poll out like who needs their first Gary, turn on notifications. I put out like good nights, like dreaming of a giveaway tomorrow. I'll be announcing a giveaway, like those kind of things starts priming the algo for all of that because like I also ran a weekend giveaway, and I love that CA adding that CA, that shit just crushes. But like for mine, I got like 12,000, 13,000 like impressions. But these giveaways are fucking cooking, man. Like if anyone like is not taking advantage of, like jump
Okay.
on
So
it.
let
And
me ask you this.
Gary's giving game
Let
right
me
now.
ask you this, JJ, Gary, one of you guys, like, so before what you're saying then is to like prime it up in the same post or in a, like you prime it.
No, not the same post. You gotta lead into it. You gotta like start like you gotta go outside, turn the car on, let it
All
warm
right.
up, let it
Okay.
idle, and then you fucking go floor it type shit. Like like I kid you not, like I'll make a whole like art form of like I'm dreaming of a giveaway and pictures of houses and fucking yachts and private jets and like all this shit and it's like all right I'll be announcing a giveaway tomorrow and then I'll rack up like 500, 1,000 impressions on something like
Okay.
that. And then in my GM post the next morning, also scheduling something. If you can schedule something like in the middle of the night or like when I wake up to take a piss, like I'll repost like that post. Like again, getting the same post to different time zones now, if
Right.
that makes
Yeah,
sense,
for
right?
sure. For
Like
sure.
and check in with me for my GM. So now you got all these these people like, all right, like I know Gary's getting ready to give a giveaway out, like it's any post now, notifications are on, and then the next post you're just kind of baiting them a little bit, and at least for me, like that, like I've been able to like expand my reach like insanely, like with my little account.
Mm-hmm.
So Gary is sharing game right now, for real, for real.
Hey, I just wanted to point out, look at what I just pinned up to the top. King's Five just got a second draft, and it's a nice clean one. I like those light fur ones. It's pretty awesome.
Woohoo!
Awesome.
Let's
Wait,
go.
wait, wait. Who got another giraffe?
King Five. What's up, King
Oh
Five?
yeah, I see ya. Yeah, King
One,
Five.
yeah,
Nice,
one
dude.
like minutes ago. That's the sell 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome, dude.
that puts that wallet into the running for getting one of the free stackers.
Right on. Good job, King.
Heck yeah.
So
Good job.
look, I'm gonna call you out here. I'm gonna call you out big. If you're on this stage, I really hope you find the liquidity to go get yourself another giraffe and make sure you're in the running if you don't already have a stacker. If you already have a stacker, look, I mean, it's still a good investment, but I understand if you don't. If you're like, look, I'm already secured, but if you don't have a stacker and you're bullish on that,
Dude, I
I
want one
really
so bad. Are you kidding
path
me?
to liquidity. I really do. I hope you find your path to liquidity in order to get a giraffe. And I don't care how you get it. Look, I don't care if you go get your brother's cousin's uncle and they Venmo you the money and you buy the giraffe on chain and you never even tell them that they could have won a stacker. And that becomes your convenience fee. But you buy it in your wallet and then send it to them. I'm watching the wallet that buys the giraffe. Right. So if you don't have the liquidity yourself, maybe you have a family member. Like Gino told me, he's talking to some friends of the family. They're trying to figure out their path to buy. So in the Netherlands, you can't self custody your crypto.
What?
Yeah, there's some self custody laws around crypto. And then starting in 2000, and Gino told me starting in 2027, I think it is. Hold on. Yeah, in 2027, he has to pay a 30% tax on unrealized profits.
On unrealized profits.
Yeah,
Fuck
not
you.
realized, but unrealized profits, 30%.
Dude,
But he
that's
said
wow.
there's something there that you're not allowed to own crypto in a non-custodial wallet with the new anti-money laundering laws.
Dude, that's unbelievable. That's so what the fuck?
How can they
Yeah, that's not a
prevent it?
free country.
How can they
Well,
prevent it
they're not
from?
a free country; they're the Netherlands.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's the Netherlands. That's not their
Yeah,
land
right.
free. But how can they prevent it? Because if they find out, then you get in trouble.
Yeah,
And
dude, you go to jail.
I
That
know. I'm just saying, like, how aside
well,
from like us, how we use VPNs. Same.
how are you going to move the money?
yeah, I mean, how can you
I
even move
good
it in their system?
good point.
Yeah,
I
they'll
mean, like,
track you.
always go to Turkey and buy luxury watches and fly back across.
Yeah, you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's ways around it, but not everybody wants to take the most degen, gray way around things.
I mean, that really is the way to do it, though, right?
They
There's your
buy
answer.
things
You
and
you fly to Turkey, you go buy gold and diamonds, and then you fly back home and go to Antwerp or Amsterdam or wherever and sell your Rolexes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now you've moved cash if you need to.
Fuck, dude, that's
So
crazy. That's some bullshit, man. I can't.
there, he's got businesses there that he knows. They're trying to figure out the way to put some giraffe in their wallets as a business because they want their business to be able to own a stacker agent and run.
Right.
I think we're going to have stacker agents owned by coffee shops, so we're going to make more money than the coffee shop makes.
Yeah.
But
Totally.
they're going to use the giraffe, the stacker agent, to run their coffee shop.
Totally.
We're going to pay all their bills so they can just have a coffee shop because they just want one.
That reminds me, Gary, of when you business plays, when you go to like own the real estate, right? When you take out a loan to acquire the real estate and then set up shop, like everything is pretty much just covered in your and like your rent. Like you don't have to pay rent. It's just a mortgage, and it's like very similar. Like it's like the positive cash flow, on everyone's like ledger is gonna be the income, the line item with the most revenue generating action is going to be like a stacker, which is going to be insane. It's going to outperform coffee sales. It's going to outperform merch sales is gonna outperform subscription sales. Like that's fucking genius.
Well, and what I think is going to happen is I think businesses are going to see that they need to be able. I think Michael Saylor is paving the way for us. I think Michael Saylor is telling businesses that they need to build a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And I think that businesses believe it, but I think Bitcoin for a lot of businesses is out of reach, especially small businesses, because you can't get a quantity that's big enough to make sense. But I do think that a lot of small businesses will start to believe that they need to start building a reserve of assets. And I think as we get into this strategic crypto reserve or meme coin reserve or whatever in the fuck the US government's building, the digital asset reserve, I think that businesses will think, okay, we could get a little bit of Solana, we could get a little bit of Bitcoin, we could get a little bit of whatever, and we could hold these assets. Well, I think when businesses figure out that they can take and they're going to own like an AI agent to be their customer service rep or an AI agent to answer the phones for them or whatever it is. And now they can say, I have an AI agent that can invest some of our profits for us to help us make more gains. And that's just going to become one of the tools that they use. And they're going to take their cash register money and they got 100 or 200 bucks and they're going to start to fund it. And that's going to slowly grow into hundreds or thousands of dollars. And then over time, it's going to be their savings account for the new espresso machine at their coffee shop. It's going to be they're in the food truck and they want to open up a real restaurant and it's their funding to go open up the real restaurant. And they don't have the time to trade the coins and trade the assets. And it's not just that. I mean, Kraken just got stock in I think 12 states in the United States.
Wait,
Um,
wait. Say that again.
Kraken, they
Yeah.
just did 1,200 different stocks.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
or 1,500 different stocks. And you can now trade stocks if you're in like I think there's like 12 states that they're licensed in so far.
Okay. Okay. On
Well,
Kraken.
and if Kraken's trading stocks, well, eventually we're going to trade stock on Solana.
Of course. Yeah. If Kraken's
When
there,
we're,
then it's just a matter of time. Yeah.
when we're trading stock on Solana, where we're going to be able to trade your Tesla for you and trade your strategy stock for you and trade your whatever other stock you want.
Well, it just makes sense that at the very least, the stock market would pull itself into the 21st century with crypto and be a 24-hour market. It
Yes,
just makes sense, you know.
100%.
So like that's got to happen.
And when it does, right, we'll be able to trade that for you. So now for a small business, instead of having to go hire a financial advisor to plan retirements and all that stuff, they can literally help self-direct and let their employees and their company build their own wealth inside using Stacker Agent.
Yep. Yep.
You can literally like incorporate it into any business. Like anyone with a stacker can start any kind of business and it be successful just because of the revenue generated by stacker. You can open up like the most statistically prone business to fail in the first like 30 days and like make it fucking profitable like with a stacker. Like it like the sky is the
100.
fucking limit.
Yep. Yep. Totally. Totally, totally, totally. I like, dude, this is what I was thinking too, JJ, Gary, you guys, like, it makes so much sense to me. Again, for a different kind of investor, this is not someone who, this is real, like, real wealth, real wealth. My brother, his wife is friends with, like, the, she would be, I guess, what, the heiress to like the Reuters fortune, like the news wire service, that Reuters. Lot of money there, billions. People like that, they're not looking for like the degen play to make 1,000x. They just want to put their money somewhere where the money is just going to keep making the money and they live off the interest, right? The principal just keeps growing, and then it's making hundreds of thousands of dollars of interest a day and they just live on that. Why wouldn't a family office want a stacker agent? Like, why would, to me, if
I
you're
think
if
they're gonna
you're
want, I think they're going to want multiple.
that's what I'm saying. Like, what? Why wouldn't a family office do that? Like, it's the best play you could do.
And
If you're
Joe, why wouldn't they want to have multiple of them at the Gary tree earning them substantial amounts
exactly,
of income on a passive basis?
it, to me, it's like once something like a Bessemer or like one of these like really like high end Beverly Hills, Santa Monica Palisades firms comes around and like notices this once, and all it takes is one of them. Once one of them notices this and catches on to like what's going on here, then the cat's out of the bag, and then they'll all start to follow because that's a very small community.
Yep.
Although it's spread out all over the place, it's a small community,
Yep.
and they all share the same list. They all have the same vendors for everything. They all have it's a very, very small world. Well, that'll be it. Then everyone who knows what a discovery property is and who has a house at one is going to be like, okay, well, my family office just bought two stacker agents,
Yep.
and there's going to be so much fucking money pumped into our economy here. It's going to be wild because
Yeah.
that it's so limited that it can't help but create a supply shock and therefore create a bidding war. It can't. It's going to happen.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be out of the question, guys, where at some point in the future you get a phone call and it's hi, this is so and so from Lavely Singer. I represent blah 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 blah, and they're interested in purchasing one of your digital assets. Like where you get like a call like that, where a family office like this is
Especially if
how.
you have like one of the stackers, like one of those.
Yep, exactly.
That's the rarest of the rare. There's 50 of those.
Yep.
There will be plenty of investors that buy Giraffe just to get exposure into what we're building because that's their path to exposure. There's no other path to invest in what I'm building.
But to
And
have the stacker, there's going to be that phone call I just said.
yeah, there will
Yeah,
be, but
yeah,
and there will also be they just want the exposure because they don't know what's coming next.
right, right,
And they don't want to miss out, so they want an inside track. So they'll buy the assets to get an inside track into what comes next.
exactly.
And if we decide to, like, for example, if we decide to take and go build physical clubs, and a lot of times that would run under a different LLC for each club for liability purposes and all
Right.
that stuff, right? Then all of a sudden they may want to do a big run and do a big funding round to go help us open 10 clubs at once.
Again, like that
They may say,
makes a lot of sense.
I'm
Yeah,
not opposed to this.
yeah,
They may say, let's build Gary Club and let's build it in high-rise buildings in downtown urban environments, and let's build hotels and condos and apartments all built into it. And let's build Gary Club as a destination inside the city.
yep. Make it a destination. Yeah.
And people own apartments or rent apartments. They own condos there. They have businesses there.
It'll be like those two world communities where there's like business on the first floor and then there's condos, up above there.
And there's a
And
lot of people that would probably want to live at a Gary Club location. It
totally,
would,
totally. Yeah. There
especially as we have thousands and thousands of people out here. Well, like, I mean, all real estate investors are looking for are getting people that want to buy.
well,
If we have people that want to buy, then
well, and if we make it, like a destination type place where it's like, okay, yeah, over here you've got this like super slick and swanky like business corridor, and it just everything's on point. There's, like really nice fancy ass restaurants, and oh, look over here, they have this cool thing where you go down and it's like a speakeasy, and we just have like a dope
oh yeah,
little business corridor, and then, a hotel above that where people can come and go, but then there's like the OG shit where there's residences,
yep, exactly right.
and like like when you're in like one of those like really nice resorts in like Mexico, right? Or San Diego or something, and it's like, oh yeah, over there's like the residence part though,
Yep,
that you're not allowed to go to unless you're a resident. And we could have stuff like that,
yeah,
again, it's just like
and
so many things.
they'll get Giraffe early because they want to get exposure for the time that we're ready to do that.
Yep.
And they want to get an inside track. They want to have the relationship. They'll go buy a bunch of Giraffe because they want to be seen. They want to build the relationship with me or the the large holders in the community that get a say. They'll go buy a bunch of Gary coin because they want to be able to vote big in the DAO.
Yep. They want to have a
Because
say. Yep.
and this is the biggest difference between us and every other NFT project that's at the level we're at. We didn't raise any money.
Zero. Yeah. There's no.
I own this 100% me.
Yeah. There's no fucking VC.
I don't have another single investor. You own the assets, but
Yep.
Gary Club as a corporation has 0 investors. It's me. I don't have anyone else. I don't have to answer to anyone else. I don't have to pay anyone else.
No private equity board to answer to.
So anyone that wants exposure, the only path to exposure is to go buy the assets that you might want to sell. Because I'm not selling mine, not at these levels.
That's right.
Yeah, and if I'm sorry, I've rugged as we were talking about like the resort style of it. Yo, this is super possible, man. Like, I shared this on the timeline, and in our chats a couple weeks ago. Like, I took the family to for a weekend getaway at Great Wolf Lodge, and man, holy shit, I had no idea what kind of like resort and full out experience that is. Like, just with like, there's no reason for anyone to leave the resort, period. The food, the drinks, the water park, the arcade, the mini golf, the zip line, like, and this is for kids. And when I was there, like, it really opened my eyes as like, holy shit, this is what the fuck Gary is talking about with Gary Club. Obviously for adults and creators and entrepreneurs, but holy fucking shit. And then Joe, you touched upon it. A couple years ago, actually the December right before COVID broke out. So this was December 2019. We like me, my wife, and my oldest son. He was probably like 1, 2 years old. 1 years old. We went to Belize. Fucking amazing fucking trip. It was fucking awesome.
I've heard that a bunch. I've
Yeah,
heard that Belize is so sick.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I'll be honest with you, that was our third trip there, our third time there. So we love it.
You
Hey, get the
love
baseball.
Belize.
Yeah, get the gloves out the trunk. Everest, gloves out the trunk. I'm sorry, guys. And in Belize, like so real quick, we stood at like kind of like just a regular schmegular like resort, and when we got there, the shit was trash, fam. Like the AC only ran a couple hours on the day. Your key card had to be like in the car, in the room for the AC to turn on, and we're like, yo, we're not about this life. Like we're way too bougie for this shit.
Yeah.
And then we we went ahead, we got on a golf court, we went literally the hotel across the street was the Hilton. So if you Google the Hilton in San Jose Island off of Belize, that's where we stood. Fucking just amazing. All that to say, we pull in, you drive like a fucking mile from the security shack all the way onto the property, and it's a full resort. The only thing is it's not all inclusive, but it's a full resort. And on the resort, they have villas and kind of like duplexes that you can either rent out that Hilton manages. They book it, they keep up the maintenance, the same housekeeping, like it's the same ambiance, the same layout, but they're residential. So it's kind of like this Airbnb kind of vibe where like I own the asset and I can go vacation there wherever I want. But instead of having Airbnb do the bookings, it's Hilton straight doing the bookings for you, if that makes sense. And like that just popped into my head what you were talking about, Joe, with the resorts and having the residences on property.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's that. Then the other part of that, JJ, that I really like is anyone else on TikTok in the Amalfi Reserve private jet TikToks?
No. Never
No,
been on TikTok.
no. Well, shit.
No.
So there's this guy. His name is Colin. He lives out in L.A. and he runs this jet company called Amalfi Jets, and they're a private jet company.
Hmm.
And they've got a reserve membership that's $100 a month, and it's like a black card. And you get perks and rewards and benefits. Like he had a Beverly Hills mansion party. If you wanted to, like, he had this one guy. He got invited to his ex-girlfriend's wedding, and he wanted to show up like a baller.
Okay.
So
Okay.
So they rented a black helicopter and they rented 3 Escalades with like 5 armed security guards. And he showed up at the wedding with 3 Escalades. And then whenever he left the wedding, they took him out with his security, put him in there, drove him like a quarter of a mile down the street, and the helicopter took off, and he was in the helicopter.
That's when you gotta flex on your ex real hard.
Yup.
You
And that
won. You won.
whole thing was like 10 grand, which is not that much money in the scheme of life.
Right, right.
Man, there's a
And that's
list of people
It's
I would
worth
do that
winning that
on.
fight.
exactly.
Yeah, totally worth it.
And that's what the Amalfi Reserve like membership card does. You know, they have this private jet company, but then they have this membership card that gives you the perks of a private concierge for $100 a month. That you still have to pay for your shit, like, but you could rent like a G-Wagon or a Lambo for the day, and they'll deliver it to wherever you want it. You're paying whatever their costs are, but you're getting the concierge for like $100 a month. But they have parties and all this stuff. Like, I would love to have something like that for Giraffe.
No, that'd be so sick, man.
Right, there's enough income coming into the club that we're able to say, let's go and staff a group like they did. Let's go build out a membership club, but instead of charging $100 a month, let's include it with your Giraffe, because there's enough volume and royalties and all that stuff that the club can support it. And now Giraffe get this VIP concierge to book their private jets. I mean, hell, maybe we work a deal with somebody like Amalfi and we say, we've got hundreds or potentially thousands of people that are going to be your customers. But in order for us to do this relationship, you have to give us all your black card for free.
Yo, I will consider giving up an OG if a deal like that was potentially negotiated. I will consider giving up an OG for that, for real, for real.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, those are the things that I want to build. Like I've said, I want Giraffe to be like having a black card of an Amex. I want it to be at that status and that level. The things that I'm doing today with
absolutely.
facility and stuff, those keep us moving while we're building up that prestige.
Hey, Gary,
Yeah, go for it.
I got a question for you from the audience, which I think is a good question. Um, I'll just read it verbatim. Could you clarify the issue with, let's say, there's 50 agents buying the same coin at once, and the first one buys at 50K market cap, and the last one buys at like 90K market cap? Who buys first and who gets left behind last, and vice versa? Who sells first and who sells last?
Yeah, it's up
That's
to you.
that's kind of a good, yeah, good
It's up
question
to
there.
you. It's up to you and how you configure your agent and the available capital that you have, and what your agent's doing and functioning on. So, for example, if you have your agent locked into a max extract strategy and you want to buy at 500K, we'll be broadcasting across all agents a message that lets you be able to quickly poll and grab the market cap and the age. So, just like I do on my morning streams where it pops up in that thing, and I set mine to between 350 and 750 and up to 720 minutes. You could set yours to whatever you want. So if you say, I want to buy any token that hits $500,000 market cap within the first 12 hours, then we're going to do our best to buy it. And you may buy at the exact same time as Dunk, and then slippage comes in, and the way you set up your settings comes in. So, like when I buy on GMGM, I have 30% slippage turned on. So I'm willing to slip 30%, and I have like a high transaction fees turned on. So I'm going to push to the front of the block. I'm willing to get my transaction to land. So if that's you, then you will land a transaction. If that's not you, right? If you don't push a lot of transaction fees, if you don't push high slippage, then I'm going to land my transaction, and then we're going to go to buy yours, and it's not going to be 500,000 anymore. You're going to miss it. It's going to be 700,000, and you're going to miss the opportunity, and you're going to be left on the sidelines because you didn't set up your bot right and your agent right. So ultimately, it's your choice in how you configure things. We'll have some best case scenarios. Like when I run at GMGN, like if I'm going to buy right now, I run that I'm willing to pay $1.30 a transaction in order to get a transaction to land on Solana. Transactions on Solana cost less than a penny. I'm willing to pay $1.30 to get my transaction to land, which means in real times, if I would pay 0.001, which is about 13 cents, it would take about 10 seconds for my transaction to land. But I'm willing to pay $1.30. My transaction lands in 2 seconds. I get it before you because I'm willing to pay more. Technology wise, it's just what it is. You just have to set up your things. I could set it up to where I'm willing to pay 1 SOL to land a transaction. If I'm going into max extract and I'm going to put in, 2 SOL each time, maybe I'm willing to spend like 0.05 or 0.1 to land the transaction because I'm going in with enough and I think it's going to pay enough. So I hope that answers the question there, Joe.
Yeah, I would say that's a freaking perfect answer. Thank you for that. Yeah, I love it. That's great. So I don't even know who asked that question, but it was one of Osama's friends. So Osama, tell your buddy to listen, whoever that may be.
And also, I just pinned up top. Christian picked up one of them giraffe. Look at that right
Let's
there
fucking
with the
go.
bucket hat right there.
He
That's a
got one of them giraffes.
yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah,
and I
dude,
think they
bro.
made a really wise decision on that fur. Something about it. I think that it just
That fur is
really
Oh, they look
overplayed,
that
so
bro.
nice.
fur is
I also like the
probably one of
zebra
the
ones.
best. I think that's like the best fur that's available, and I think that you picked really well.
Nah,
Want to
dude,
point that
nah.
out.
The best fur that's available is the kind of fur that I'm rocking. Oh, you know who else is rocking the same fur as me? Oh,
Me
Gary.
and Joe.
Oh,
Yeah,
Me and Joe.
okay.
yeah. So whatever, dude.
I mean, you can't see perfection, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was waiting in. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get one of these. And I was like waiting, like in the space, And then I was like, I hope no one like bought one today, so then I can like, fill the day for the buy. Someone beat me to it, so I was like, damn, I have to wait a whole day. I have to wait a whole day, and I was just like chomping at the bit to like get this. And then Gary just pushed me over the edge after all this bullishness. And I don't know if y'all seen like kind of what happened
Fuck
within
waiting.
within the
Fuck waiting.
the greater crypto worlds and that I'm a part of. But it's always such a relief. It's always so nice to like have the Giraffe family, right? Like people who are in crypto, like people who understand, like who are building something, right? And just like solid ground, to like come back to always and like just to have and
You're like the
Giraffe's on
prodigal
top, bro.
son. You're the
Giraffe's on
prodigal
top.
son, Christian. You just come home. Our arms are always open to you.
Yeah, dude. You got the giraffe on the way in.
You got a giraffe on the way in. That's
Let's
right.
I
fucking
used to,
go.
I used to get like some kind of way about that stuff, and then I just realized over time, like I'm building for the next years and years and years and years and years, and everybody's gonna go and come as they please, and they're gonna buy and they're gonna sell, and that's just the natural flow of the market. And that's kind of the goal of this is you should be
Yeah.
able to sell when you want to sell, and you should have something to buy if you want to buy. The price may be different, and I don't get to control that like the market does.
Right.
And like I said, I just used to feel some kind of way, and I'm like, oh man, they're selling, they're not bullish, they're not this, and I just learned after years of doing this that that's just life. And everybody has a game to play, and everybody has stuff going on in their life that we don't always know about, and we just have to let people be them. So like, I mean, hell, I sent Christian a couple marketing ideas for a community he's part of because I thought they were funny. So
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
yeah, like I'm not going to go out and post them because that's not what I'm going to do. But if I think it's a cool idea, like I want to send it. I sent JJ something last night because I know he's got kids. And Gary Vee said, if you got kids under 9, drop a 9. Well, JJ builds a lot of his brand around his kids.
Right.
So I sent that to JJ so he could drop a 9 and like get into that. Like we've got a Gary V giraffe, one of the little trading cards. Prane sent it to my wife as a gift
Oh, cool.
from India.
Dude,
So like
awesome.
we've got one of those cards in our house. It's a giraffe. I would go buy like probably one of Gary Vee's giraffe at some point in time. Like when money's no issue to me, I will collect one of those giraffe because there's none for sale and they're way
Oh,
overpriced.
yeah.
Like
Sure.
I'll go buy one of his giraffe because I think if you're into the internet and marketing, you need to pay a little respect to Gary Vee. He's one of the reasons.
You've got to pay respect to Gary Vee. He's one of the founding fathers for us.
100%.
If you're in this room, whether you know it or not, you owe a lot to that man.
Yeah, and for me, it's like when I don't like we follow each other on X and stuff like that, and we've had some time we spoke on stages together and stuff, but like I had a really weird situation. I had some people that were fudding me real bad at one point in time, and Gary Vee was speaking at a conference of one of my buddies down in Puerto Rico, and I was going to speak there, and somebody actually called and said they were Gary Vee's girlfriend and threw a fit that I was speaking at
Oh
that
my
event.
god!
It wasn't actually Gary Vee's girlfriend. It was somebody like fucking pretending. And my friend reached out to me, and my acquaintance, not even my friend, and he's like, this is what's going on. And I'm like, come on, man, let's be fucking real. Do you think, number one, do you think Gary Vee's gonna not? And I don't mean this in a bad way, and it's gonna come out that way, but it's not what I mean. Do you think he's gonna like allow his girlfriend to call on his behalf
Right,
and get that somebody else is speaking there? And it's not allow, like you can do whatever you want, but like that's just not cool in that
right,
relationship, I don't think.
right. No,
Like I don't see Gary Vee as the type that looks at his girlfriend and says, "Hey, will you call him bitch because
yeah,
this other guy?"
exactly, exactly.
And I'm like, we follow each other on X. Like if he hates me that much, then I would imagine, and like he replies to me, so I would imagine like,
He wouldn't talk to me, I would think, if he's like that heated with me.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
it was stupid fud, and it was funny as fuck. But like I would go buy one of his Giraffe just to own one. I've got one of the trading cards here. I would go buy a V1 Giraffe just to own one because I think owning a piece of what he created is important. I would not look at it as an investment. I
Right,
would look at it as a collector.
right.
I am not in the position today to, I don't even know what the fuck they cost right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have no clue now. Yeah, I have no clue either.
but last I looked, they didn't have Giraffe available. And I would want a Giraffe. So there's no Giraffe listed. So I am not in the personal capital position today to walk in and buy a collectible where there's none listed
Right.
because I need to have the bag deep enough to pay. I'm not going to walk up and say how much do you want for your Giraffe, and
You're
then
gonna
they
have to
write me
make an offer. Yeah.
yeah, they give me a number, and I'm like, well, let me come back in about 6 months.
Yeah.
Let me put on low weight. You got quality for your Giraffe. I need Klarna. But when I go buy that fucking Giraffe, I want to be able to walk in and like I'll have a number in mind, but within reason. Like I think his floor is at like 1.5, so maybe I would go up to like 15 ETH.
Okay.
I'm not in the personal financial position now to drop like I don't know 25, 30 grand and never think about it again.
Right. Right.
Like
Well,
I
I
think of a
wish
lot
I
of
was, and I think we will be with
yeah.
Stacker. Yeah.
You just think of a lot of other ways to spend 25 or 30 grand today.
Yeah.
But if I
Same
knew
here.
every day my stacker agent was making me 100 Solana,
Yeah.
I would
No
think
problem.
nothing about taking 2 or 3 days of stacker agent and
Yeah.
going and collecting a Giraffe. And I may
Yeah.
even change my mind then because I don't give a fuck then. But today I would look at it and say I might do it.
Yep.
What's up, Osama?
Hey Gary, what's up, guys? Just my friend is listening, and he's a little bit shy to ask, but basically, like his question is after what you answered is so what makes it different? Like what makes the Stacker Agent AI different? If you said like you have to stay up to date with the settings with the presets or whatever you're like with the settings that you have for get for to ensure that your AI agent gets in sooner than later. So what's it called? What makes it different than, for example, like a copy trader? If a copy trader knows that this specific wallet, this specific Stacker Agent AI has a higher fee, gets in earlier, and if I copy trade this guy's wallet or use a tracking bot, whatever, or like copy trading, whatever it is to track this guy's wallet, what makes it different than, for example, if I do that, just use a normal
Yeah.
copy trade, or then actually have a draft that just gets in,
Yeah, and it's a great question. Copy trading, there's always a lag. You're waiting on data, and seconds matter. They matter in a big way. So should you copy trade if you don't have access? 1,000,000% you should because it's better than not. But it's always better if you get access to the information at the beginning, and you don't have to keep adjusting your settings. You adjust them once and you're done. Like I set up my GMGN with all my priorities, and now every time I hit the buy button, it spends that much money. It's willing to send my transaction at that speed. So what you would do managing Stacker Agent is you would set it up and configure it, and you're landing all your transactions. You're coming back every couple of days. Probably most people will, honestly, every day, and just check on their money. What's going on in my wallet? And we'll build cool apps and stuff for your phone and everything, so it's easy. But if you notice that you're not landing transactions anymore and you notice your fail rate goes up, what do you have to do? You might have to come in and increase the transaction fees. There was a time on Solana when we had to, right? Transactions were insanely busy and we had to increase fees while the network was going. So that's just the kind of the normal of that. But copy trading's fine. And I'm not saying you shouldn't copy trade, but you're always going to be a step behind if you're copy trading someone.
Okay, yeah. So just to ensure, like the basic settings that, for example, Stacker Agent AI will come with, should be enough to forefront basic like the best of copy trading bots, right? Just to clarify.
Well, not necessarily, because you might set up all your stuff wrong. I mean, you're trying to compare. I'm a novice using Stacker Agent to the best copy trading bot in the world. If you get the best copy trading bot in the world, you've got your own RPC set up. You're running your own tech stack. You're sending insane transaction volume through, and you're monitoring a ton of wallets and copy trading, and you're playing an average game. So can you work out better there than coming in and half-assing a setup at Stacker Agent? Maybe, in all honesty. Like it just is what it is, because you're not comparing apples to apples, you're kind of comparing apples to oranges. But I do believe wholeheartedly that if you compare the best copy trading compared to the best setups of Stacker Agent, you will win having an AI agent trade on your behalf. Because copy trading doesn't really know how to allocate budget for you. You could run out, we do. So we can smart allocate percentages. Copy trading doesn't always know when to sell, and they don't have dynamic selling. You could build logic, like you could literally go build your own AI agent, your own bot, and maybe it performs better than ours. Probably not at scale, but maybe it does just for you. But the average human doesn't have a clue how to go build that. I haven't seen anything off the shelf that'll outperform what we're building.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gary. Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome. And like I said, it's eventually going to be public. So you can just wait, and then you can just use it for a percentage, and then you just gauge if the percentages are worth it for you. You know, it's like I look at using something like Photon or GMGN, and I'm not using that if I'm stacking up my conviction plays. If I'm going to buy Gary coin and stacking up, trying to get to 100,000 Gary coin, I'm not using GMGN to do that for me. Right? I'm using GMGN to find meme coins that are running that I can buy fast because their transactions land. I never get a failed transaction there.
Right. Right. They land great. Yeah.
I'm using it for that purpose. That's it. I'm trading. I'm,
It
I'm in rapid fire trading, trying to
it's
grab
so
meme coins as
fast.
they're
Yeah.
landing. I'm using or Photon or whatever the tool is that you like. That's fine. I don't care. There's a lot of them, but I'm using that. And I'm using, if I'm going to go out and if I say like I'm going to build conviction in fart coin, I'm not using GMGN to buy fart coin. I'm going to Jupe and buying it on 0.01%.
Right.
Percentages do matter then when I'm building conviction plays. My goal here with Stacker Agent is you put your money in and you go to sleep, and you wake up and there's more money there. And at that point in time, you just have to say, are the fees that I'm paying worth it? Do I make more money at the end of the day than I put in? And if it's a yes, then I think it's a win until it's worth more money for you to sell your giraffe. And then at that point in time, you'll sell it. And that'll be the journey and your life cycle inside the club. We'll keep making money and you'll move on.
Yeah.
And that'll be that journey.
And that'll be that.
But it's what I like about this is you don't have to buy the asset. You can just wait. And if you wait long enough, we'll get it public for you so you can use it. And you'll be able to pay the fees and use it. You don't have to buy it today before we've doxed wallets and shown you information. You can just wait until we dox wallets. I'm not pressuring anybody. The earlier you get in up to this point, I mean, a little bit with Gary Coin and a little bit with Giraffe, but I mean, the difference between a 5.8 million market cap and a 6.2 is not that much.
Right.
But other than that, the people who bought earlier have ended up in the positive of that.
Well,
So they bought
what do I always say, Gary? I always say this. Whatever we're at today, today's going to be most likely the cheapest it's ever going to be.
Yeah.
So, you know, it again, there have been little retracements, and like you said, you know, the difference between 6.3 mil and, you know, 5.8. Sure, sure, like that happens, but by and large, the people who get in right away do better. I mean, that the general rule is it is today is the cheapest it's ever going to be because it is going to continue its march to the moon.
Yep. And I agree with that.
Yeah.
There may be short-term moments that it's different, but we're not. Our logic is not copy trading. We're not a
Right.
copy trading bot. We're not building a copy trading bot. We're not, trading one and then every other agent follows behind it in sequential order.
Right.
We're broadcasting proprietary logic, and your agent will make decisions on that based on your agent's configuration.
Well, and
So,
another thing to just add to that, it, it there's an innate difference, like just inherently, there's a difference between a bot and an AI agent.
well, I mean, I'll play it out for you. It's really simple. We have a oracle of the price of every token that exists on Solana. We're working on getting that 100% accurate. It's the price is accurate. We're just missing some transactions, so I want to build my accuracy a little bit more. Your agent will configure to say, I want to buy a token that's less than 6 hours old that hits a 500K market cap. And when your agent configures it, it's listening, right? And it's watching all the market caps that we're broadcasting that meet your criteria, just like my morning streams when they pop up on the screen. And the moment that it sees something, the moment that a token hits that, and it's your agent is trained to watch them every second. Right, so it's watching every second. What was our number? What was our number? What was our number? Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Buy, 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 buy. And then it's watching every second to find your exit point to sell. It doesn't care how many other agents bought. It just looks at it as data at that point in time. It's all it's doing is saying there's data. Well, does the data show that there's a lot more buys after us? Yes, let's hold a little bit longer because it's going to go up. That's all it's doing. So your settings will confirm how quick you get to confirm a transaction. But beyond that, you should be set. And same thing with like Jupe or Pingu or whatever. So if you set up and you say, look, I'm looking for swing trades that I can make at least 10%. So when we get a score that we think is going to work and you've got available capital, you're going to evaluate the scores, and let's just pretend the scores go 0 to 100 because they do. So you're going to say, I want to buy things that have a 90 or above score. And when it happens, I want to allocate 20% of my balance to that. Oh, we'll take 20% of one soul and put 0.2 over there. Now you got 0.8 left. Well, now we're going to take 20% of 0.8. So we're going to go over there and put 0.16 soul in your next token that hits that number until you don't have any balance left, right? And we're all allocated, but we're just waiting to sell. Every one of the tokens isn't going to go down, right? They're not all going to go down and go to zero. And then we'll put tight stop losses on there. So if you say I'm going to put in 0.2, but I want to put a stop loss on there, I'm willing to lose 20%. Well, we would recover 0.16 for you. You might lose 0.04, but that was your risk. You're willing to do that, and you want to take profits at, when you're up 50%, great. Well, Joe might configure to take profits when he's up 100%. So he'll sell at a different time. And then there's insane volume on all of these tokens. Like even right now, the token that just came out a few minutes ago, the cat coin, it came out 1 hour ago. It's 1 hour old. It did hit a max extract moment. So if you were on max extract, you could have bought at, let's see, 1506. So that's about an hour ago, an hour and 4 minutes ago. I was in here talking, running my mouth. You could have bought and you could have sold in 5 minutes. You could have made 209%.
God dang.
And that volume in that 5 minutes was $3.6 million. It's how much
That
volume
that
that
can't
token.
that 5 minute candle at 3.6 mil.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
So can you come into a max extract and put down $1 million? I don't think any logic would let you do that. But could we have hundreds of people putting in one soul a piece? Yeah, we could have. There's enough liquidity there. It worked itself out. And the token's still at a $656,000 market cap. So there was, even though it went down, there's still room. Yeah, this token's done $12.9 million in it launched. It's 1 hour old.
Jeez. Jeez. You know, what? So, like, we need to figure out, because again, that's probably somebody who's part of like some kind of cabal, right? Where they're sitting around and they've got a bunch of people who are going to buy into the CA the second it drops.
Yep.
You know, so like, again, Stacker is going to be able to drill down and figure out the wallet behind all that.
Yep.
and
100%.
figure out, you know, hey, this wallet, let's just call it wallet X, every time it launches something on pump.fun, you know, it has a win rate of, well,
Yeah, that's a new skill. That's not even a max extract skill, but that's a new skill I'm working on right there.
okay,
Where we have predictability on wallets and we know the percentage likelihood of them having success.
okay,
So you could set a whole nother buy that says, I want to ape under 50K market cap when
oh man,
one of these wallets launches a token because they have a 60% chance of it hitting $1 million.
right.
It's not 100, right? Like every now and then they
No, we're
miss.
gonna lose. Yeah, again, it's not gonna be it's not, you know, magic.
Right. There's a 60% chance this wallet, the last 10 tokens they've launched, 6 of them have gone to $1 million market cap. So the next time they launch one, if you want to ape in, then we'll have skills developed around that to let you ape into those.
To let you get in at like 50K, or, you know, early
Right.
early.
Super degen play right
I
there.
mean, it's super risky for sure. That's
And
for
we'll
sure.
have other plays that will be built to say if it reaches $1 million market cap, buy at $1 million and sell it 5 million.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we'll have special plays coming. So, and this is not at the launch, but eventually we'll have special plays coming for tokens that we know are dropping, like when Pingu dropped,
Okay. Okay.
right? We would have needed a custom strategy for that because
Right.
we'd had to figure out where they're loading liquidity and all that stuff. So, big launches like that will eventually have full agents deployed just for that launch.
Right.
Not today because there's not enough capital in the ecosystem to go deploy all that. But if we were setting on millions of deployable capital, it would make a lot of sense for us to build a specialized agent for a new token launch
Oh,
because all of our agents combined are going to deploy millions of dollars worth of capital.
totally. Totally. And
And
again,
beyond
like
that, our normal,
this is what we get freed up to do so as we're making fees. So as we're making fees, now we can, you know, support a salary for some quant. Now we can
oh yeah,
support, you know, a salary for, you know, whatever it is he needs to, you know, program this next one. And you know, you're saying like we can look at the wallets on like Pump Fund and, you know, find, okay, this is 60% win ratio. It's like, great, 60% is great, but really at the end of the day, we really just need 51%, right?
yeah,
As long as I'm good, as long as I've got 51%.
exactly. And we're gonna know, we're gonna watch the percentage, right? So, and over time, like you've just got to remember when we launch this, it's gonna be a little rudimentary,
Sure.
gonna be a little rough around the edges, but over time we'll learn and we'll say, man, Joe's wallet, we're targeting a 70% win rate, but Joe's down in like at the 40s right now because he made some bad plays.
Hmm.
We might want to be a little less risky on those plays going forward. And we may push a notification back to you and say, hey, Joe, we've noticed you've lost a couple times. Do you want to adjust your strategy?
Right,
Here's what we recommend in order to push you back into win.
right.
And we'll get smarter and smarter and smarter to be able to make recommendations for you because we know what would work because we're watching every other wallet.
And
Like,
seeing where things may have went wrong on a certain play.
yeah, or on like a group of plays that we're able to watch and say, you know, like this particular strategy, the max extract is always losing for you when our average person doing max extract is winning.
Right.
And this is probably why. And we're able to go back and back test those things and get smarter and smarter and smarter. We're also going to be able to build memory in it to where you'll be able to eventually just talk to your agent like you would a chat GPT
Oh,
and
cool.
just say, based on all of my trades, where are my blind spots? Based on my performance, what was my P&L on this coin? And you'll just be able to ask all kinds of questions.
Fuck, man.
Um, that adds, it's a lot of money because we have to use external services like APIs like ChatGPT to do that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And not revenue producing money for us.
Right,
So
right.
it's not making money on there, but over time, those are just the things that you have to build.
What does an
It's like
API like that cost?
we could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on API
Oh
every month.
shit. Okay. All right.
Like, Jupe doesn't make money by going and building a new portfolio tool, but more people use Jupe because it has a portfolio tool.
Correct. Yeah.
So I do understand that certain things that we build into Stacker Agent aren't revenue producing, but we do have to have revenue in order to offset the expenses.
Right. Right.
So we're building a viable product that we can determine product market fit and build revenue around. And then from there, we'll go and allocate resources to build the next best things, whatever those next best things happen to be.
Right.
That could be, more dialogue and interaction with the agent in a conversational setting. That could be a perp protocol. That could be new skills. That could be the Gary tree. It just depends on what direction we need to go based on where we're moving
Right. Right.
and where the volume's going as a community.
Oh my God, Gary.
But that's it. It's like being able to say, a copy trader. The last thing I'll say on this, Osama, and then I'm going to dip out myself for a little while. And Joe, you might want your day back. But when you're looking at a copy trader, you're waiting on that person to make a move. Your agent is locked in 24/7 making moves for you. So you're not ever waiting on someone else. You're autonomously working on your own. And that's a big difference. Waiting on a copy trader, like if I was copy trading Frank's old wallet, it hasn't traded in 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, where is he?
He left.
Like he just dipped, huh?
Yeah, like he left. So I would be dead. I wouldn't be having any trades, and I would have to go find me a new wallet to copy trade. And I have to change that a lot because sometimes metrics skew. Like if somebody gets lucky on one coin, like when I go to GMGN and I look at copy trade, the top wallet that made the most one day P&L, which is $10,000, it's only been active one day
Right.
over the
Right.
last 7.
Yes.
Most wallets are not active every day and not in high volume every day. I'm scrolling and looking at them. You can do the same.
Well, you've
Literally,
got to look like what I've found on the because like since the last time you and I talked about this, I've been like really kind of getting in the trenches pretty deep on that. And I'm uh, I don't really want to reveal too much yet, but I think I've found a couple nice little patterns that I actually wanted to run by you first, and then I'll get louder about it. But I feel like you have to like the sweet spot is you've got to find the wallets that are actually active for one, because the a lot of times the ones on top are like they hit one home run and it's one day, but you got to look at the ones that are like consistent wins on the 7 day. There's the thing there on the side that shows like what days.
Mhm.
And I found you got to kind of scroll down a little bit, and then that's where you find like those are the real gems. So not necessarily the ones on top, even
Yeah,
though they have
exactly.
the highest. You get what I'm saying.
Yep, 100%. And they don't always hit all the tokens. So like this one wallet that I found that's a big winner. They made 49,000 on PPPP, PP poo poo, but they lost a lot too. So they lost 10,000 on MAGA. They lost 7,200 on Bandit. They lost 7,200 on Woo. They lost 7,200 on a different Woo because they bought 2 different Woos. They lost $6,900 on Market. And evidently they really liked Woo because they bought 1, 2, 3, 4 more of them, all
Another. Okay.
tokens. 6,900 lost, 6,900 lost, 6,900 lost, 6,700 lost. So they lost their ass on the Woo
Damn.
token.
Damn.
Also, many trying to find the right one. Even though they did happen to win and make a lot of money on PPP, they also bought some of the bad PPPs. They bought one and lost 6,400. They bought another one and lost 6,400. It just had 2 Ps. It didn't have 4. So they're buying all these random coins that aren't necessarily what works. They're just basically just spraying and praying.
Yeah, they're just doing the spray and pray. Yeah.
And they're not setting tight stop losses. They're losing thousands of dollars and they're up. So in the past one day, they're up $130,000, but they're swinging a bag of about $800,000.
Right. Right.
So if you go swing a bag of 1 Solana, your fucking ass is broke.
Yep.
because if you hit a couple of their lose streak, you're broke
That's it. You're done. Yeah, you're
because
out.
you don't have a big enough bag to swing. They're swinging, like 800,000.
Right.
You're swinging like not much.
Well, and honestly, doing what that wallet is doing right there, like that wallet's going to end up broke. If that's their strategy, that's not going
Yeah.
to win. They sure they hit a good win today and they won 130K, but that's not going to.
Well, that's not a wallet I want to follow and
Yeah,
copy
no
trade.
way. Yeah,
Even though they've won 77% of the time today.
right.
Like it's okay, but I just don't have a big enough bag to recoup the downs.
Exactly. Exactly. Couldn't survive
You know,
those downs.
right? That strategy won't help me make enough money today because I'm not swinging 800,000.
Yep.
So, but you got to play your own strategy. I'm pretty bullish that we're going to get thousands of people that believe that an agent is their path.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I,
I keep seeing this stupid commercial where it's obviously AI. It's not a real person. Oh, and uh, like it was a new person today actually. So
yeah,
I saw the same dialogue, but now like the guy looked different. And I'll give credit where credit's due. Like the person, it looks like a real person.
yeah.
I thought it was an actor until I saw them swap out the person, and I'm like, holy shit, even the person's fake. But what it is this guy comes on and he says, I'm probably the only person that shares 100% of my trades online for free. And
Yep.
and if you come, you'll see 100% of my trades for free. And I'm at a success rate of 70%. And I know that's hard to believe. Believe me, I get it. I know. But if you come here, I'll show you da 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 da. And I was like, okay, is this a fucking bot? Is this a trading bot? Is this AI? And I think, I don't know because I haven't clicked it and like seen what it actually is.
Well,
But
there's a lot of AI agents. There's a lot of trading bots. Gino was telling me about one today that you connect to your Kraken account
uh-huh.
and it trades for you on Kraken, and they charge 5% of your money per month.
Okay.
So they're at 5%.
So 5%. And so like that's but well, so here's my point with that. People are obviously already warming up to the idea. And again,
Yeah,
I've said this before, like I don't care that there's going to be other AI agents out there trading. Like I fully expect it, you know.
expect you to use them.
Yeah, right. I'm sure they're going to be out there. Um,
Like I expect you to use them.
they sure.
If you can put another Solana somewhere else and make it make money for you, you're a
Why
fucking idiot
why
if you
wouldn't
don't do
I?
it.
Yeah, exactly. Um,
You may not go in and get as bullish as you have here, and you may not go in and put your reputation on the line and stuff like that. But
right.
if you can go use it and it'll make you money, go
Uh,
fucking
I,
use it. You're an idiot if you don't.
exactly. I'm foolish if I don't do that. Exactly. My but here's what I'm saying. Like other people, they have the formula. They they have that, but they don't have the ingredients. Right. Like we're the ingredients in here. Like the Gary Club, you as the developer are the ingredient that they can't uh,
Yeah,
recreate.
it's actually you that they can't recreate. They can't recreate me and my mindset and my brain and stuff like that. So you're right.
Right.
But they can't recreate the distribution and the
And then the
conviction that we have.
people in here, exactly.
And I was going to build this for me without you
Oh, I
because
see.
I wanted to build myself a trading agent.
I see. Okay.
So that was I'm building this for me. I'm letting all my friends use it that are Giraffe because I think that's the right thing to do. And I think we should all eat together. But I'm building for me. So they can't replace us because distribution is what matters. I believe that there's someone out there that's smarter than me. I believe that
Sure.
there's better developers. I don't believe I'm the best at any of that. But I believe what we have is we have a group of people, hundreds right now, that have conviction and belief in what we're building, and they're going to try it and they're going to run with it.
Yep.
And as they get results, they're going to get louder and louder and louder. And that's the part
Correct.
that they can't go do.
That's what I'm saying. So they can have the recipe all day long, and that's fine. Like I said, I fully expect it. I'm frankly, I'm actually a little surprised. There hasn't been.
It's hard as fuck, Joe.
I get, yeah,
It's hard
yeah,
as fuck.
yeah, yeah. I'm sure.
It's hard as fuck to build what we're building.
I just thought like there would have already been, yeah. I get it. It is. It's hard as fuck. Hard as fuck. I fully believe that. But the thing is, man, like no one has what we have here. No one has this.
And I don't know that anyone's thinking about it in the way that I'm thinking about it. And I mean, I'm public about it. I'm sharing.
Yeah.
I'm writing articles. I'm
I mean, did you
as
you
far
pump an
as
article out? Oh, yeah. Like, yeah.
and I'm telling you exactly what our strategies are. I'm on stream every day, but people, it's just noise to people.
Right.
People are busy. They're focused. They're focused on themselves. They're focused on their own bags, their own gains.
Yeah.
They let their doubts, their limiting beliefs come in. There's no way that'll work.
Yep.
It's not that easy. You've got people like Gigi that's, you've got to lock in, the trenches are back, and
Yeah. Yeah.
you've got that type of energy that people like to follow,
Yep. Yep.
and that's where people will sit.
What's fun for people? It's something for them to do. I get it. I get that. Yeah.
And that's okay.
Right.
You know,
Sure.
I over time, right? Like I would build
We
this
need their
like
volatility, frankly. Right.
what
Like we.
and I've talked about this. We would build this just for the two of us
Right.
because we feel confident enough in the tech that we're building that we will print a shit ton of money, which is the two of us,
Right. Right.
regardless of what anyone else does. I don't care if anyone else ever uses it. Like that's just it. Like I want you to, and I want you to be able to, and I think it's gonna look. I think it's gonna change the trajectory of what we're building in the club.
Totally.
But I would build it if it was just something that we were going to use for us.
Right. Right.
Because I watched the patterns, Tess has watched the patterns, we've analyzed the data, we've both printed manually locking in, we've done our tests, and we know what's here. And we know there's a lot of other things that we haven't learned and we haven't seen yet. And there's a lot of other people that are smarter than us. And if we can get enough revenue coming in, we can go hire them all. And we can contract with them to come in and help us. And if we just focus there, then our agents will get better and better and better and better.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
we're just looking at this as ways to accelerate the brain development. And then I think our moat gets better and better and better because we have our overall win rate.
Yep. Yep.
And when we're able to publish, like, this is how many trades we did, this is the revenue we generated. When we're able to really publish those numbers, that's when nobody can touch us because the data doesn't lie.
Yeah.
We're not giving you a theory. We're not saying you get access to Stacker Agent early. We're saying, look, this is what Stacker Agent prints and you get access to use it.
Yeah. And these are the results. Here are the
These
cold
are
hard numbers. This is what you will get. This is what you will get if you want to come in and utilize this tech.
Yep.
And the thing is, from the most, like, again, I was talking about, like, family offices and stuff, which again, I full like, they would be fools not to do that, and
Yeah.
they talk amongst themselves, what, like, Goldman has that thing where they get the top, what, like, 1,000 families or something in the country together every year. Like, they all talk to each other. It's a small world. They're gonna want to get their hands on shit like this. And but, like, from that level all the way down to the fucking, like, crypto degen just hanging out in his garage playing crypto all day, like, who wouldn't want something like this if you are someone who's, like, in the trenches and playing, like, so everyone's going to want this technology. It's just a matter of them finding out, A, that it's out there, that it exists, and B, they can get their hands on it.
Well, and there's places like Harvard has a summit at the Endicott House, and I've been invited to speak there in the past. I can get an invitation again. And that's where the family offices
Yeah,
come to look for entrepreneurship.
there you go. Exactly.
And I know the guy who runs the programming there, so I would get an invitation to come and speak there. It's a very small world when you get into that
It,
level.
it
And
really is. Yeah.
connections to that level when I'm ready, but they're not interested at this phase.
No, definitely not. Definitely
They're
not.
interested when it's polished,
Yep.
when it's printing, when we have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of proof.
Correct.
And that's when they'll come in and drop millions of dollars to buy the asset.
Yeah.
They have the capital, and it's not much to them.
Right.
So you either win then or you don't win then.
Right. Right.
Like at some
Right.
point in time, and I'm a big believer in this, that Bitcoin is going to have a tipping point, and Bitcoin's going to shoot and skyrocket
Yeah. Yep.
like
Yep.
astronomically higher than it is right now.
Yep. Totally.
And when that happens, you either win or you don't win.
Yeah.
And if you own Bitcoin, you're going to win, and if you don't own Bitcoin, then you're going to lose.
And you're gonna get all bitter, and yeah, exactly.
Because the first or second or third government that comes in and prints money to buy, price is going to go through the roof.
Through the fucking roof. Yep.
So what we're doing here, and this is why I'm building this way, is because I need you. I need you all to go use this and play with it and grow with it, because that's what's going to attract everyone else.
Yeah. True.
They're going to say, "Oh, well, Gary, you did it, great, but who else?" Well, Christian did it, and let me talk to you about what Christian did. And Joe did it, and let me talk to you about what Joe did. And Dunk did it, and JJ did it, and Osama did it, and so did King and Crete, right? All these people, and Marco and Danny and Wet Balls and General and Bearded and Reich and Long Neck and Big Boy and Clint and Manny and Joel and Buggy and Eddie and TC and SBD and Maui Nancy and C2M and Slayer and Sebastian. They all did it. Let me talk to you about what they all did too. Let me just show you. Let me show you the aggregate data across all of our agents.
Yep.
What the aggregate performance is. Let me show you how much volume we're moving a day. I told you that Jupe was moving $1 billion over the last 7 days. Well, what if I could tell you that we moved 500 million over the last 7 days?
Fuck.
$500 million in volume over the last 7 days. You know, what if I could announce that to somebody? You know, who's going to get excited then? Well, everybody will.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not just Jupe that moves that. Like Photon, they moved $211 million over the last 7 days. That's the volume.
Photon moved in volume.
211 million over the last 7 days.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Well, it's
With
if we did that,
8,000 users a day.
8,038.
Yeah. I mean, it's just what the fuck. Okay. Okay.
So 211 million, right? If we did that times 0.01 at 1%, that's $2.1 million a week.
2.1.
That's $110 million a year in revenue.
Yep.
There's not a lot of businesses that make $100 million a year in revenue.
No. No.
In the real world, like out in the real world, there's not a lot of businesses that do 100 million a year in revenue.
Dude, as someone who's put a business together, who's done like my big claim to fame was, doing 15 million 1 year. That was
Yep.
hard as fuck, Gary. Do you know how hard I worked that year, by the way? Like, I'm gonna die 10 years younger because of that year. So
Yeah. I mean, Joe, I'm going to make it so easy that by the time I'm ready to go speak on a stage about it, it will be go to Gary Club, create an account, launch your stacker agent, fund your wallet, and hit the go button.
oh man, there you go.
Download the Gary Club app.
All before you finish your speech, the talk.
Exactly. Like download, like literally, I'll do it on stage. I'll start and I'll say, let's start a new agent. Boom, boom, boom. I'll do it live on stage. I'll give my talk, and at the end of my talk, I'll come back and say, let's see how much money my agent made me.
And for those who took action, you get a reward or whatever. Yo, that's fucking genius. You just literally taking onboarding to a whole new level.
And it's easy. I'll have a credit card swipe. Like, oh, I need to get active and I need to fund my account. How much do you want to fund your account with? Oh, we want to fund my account with $1,000. Great. Give me your Amex card and we'll drop $1,000 worth of Solana in your wallet.
I love it. Yeah, love it.
Well, I want to take my money back out. No problems. Put your bank account in, go through KYC, and it'll wire right back.
You'll have it within 2 hours. Yeah. It's fucking amazing.
That's the future of Gary Club.
Yeah, that's it.
We're not building a Telegram bot. That's just starting us. We're not building a scalp trading bot. We're building an AI agent to build you wealth. A wealth building agent. It's
Yep.
going to stack up a shit ton of Solana for you, and we're going to let everybody in the world use it. And you're going to make the money through that. We're going to share all the revenue back with you because without you, it's not possible. I can't build this without you. I can't get distribution without you. We don't have as big of a voice without you. This is us. We're building it together. And you get to play as big of a role in that as you want, or as small of a role as you want. It's your choice. But I am going to bounce out, Joe.
All right, man.
I've enjoyed it. I'll get some updates to you guys as the week goes on. Hope you
Thanks,
guys
man.
have a great day.
Hey, I know you're working super hard, man. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Like, this is honestly, this is just as important as the tech we're building is me showing up and spending time in the community, connecting with you guys, brainstorming, ideating, dreaming, growing. That's why we're where we are today. If not, then I would have stayed quiet. We would have a half Solana floor, and I would just be in the closet building stacker agents. So this works kind of hand in hand together. We're building 100% building this together. We're not where we're at today without spaces like this happening. So when I see them, I do my best to stop by and contribute and show up because I think that's what a good founder does.
Oh,
So you guys have a great day. I'll
totally
talk to you guys soon.
appreciate it. Take care, man.
Gary.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty much at like a what would you call this? Like a, dopamine max, where I've just maxed out the dopamine in my brain because I'm super happy right now. So I'm gonna need
So
to let my
I didn't
brain
bring
recalibrate.
over all the dope. I won't bring the dope over.
Bring
I'll
over a
save.
lot of dope. Yes.
Oh, you need more. I thought you
Oh,
maxed
yes.
out.
No,
Oh,
no. I'm
okay.
my brain's maxed out on it, so I need
So I need
more.
you need more. Okay,
Yeah, so I
I'll
need even more.
concentrate.
Concentrated dope amine. So dope for me, kind of. That's what I need basically, because I am just like that maxed me out, dude. I'm so happy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, we're so close, man. We're so
You
close. I'm
can't.
glad that you're gonna test it and like get wrecked. I'm just glad like
Uh-huh.
you're gonna be the guinea pig. You're gonna fucking get wrecked, and
I was
then
gonna say that I was gonna like make dope videos so
nah,
you could
dude, no, no,
learn,
no, 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 no. You're gonna
but
get
whatever.
wrecked, and then I'm gonna know like how to configure my house and be like, Joe, dude, I can't pay rent, and I'm be like, yeah, bro, I can rent you out like a chair in my garage, dude.
Hmm.
It's
I
gonna be a
already probably
giraffe.
broke it into your garage and stole those chairs.
It's gonna be a giraffe a week, playboy.
Hmm.
And then, if you want to use the bathroom and stuff, be like, that's going to be a giraffe, homie.
I have a shovel.
you just, yeah, you can just go where oatmeal goes to the bathroom. That's
Yeah,
cool. You can do that
it's
for
fine.
free.
That's completely free that way.
Yeah,
That's a good
that.
deal.
I am letting you stay in the garage after all.
And there's a free pool in the backyard to bathe in.
It's right, dude. Saltwater pool, bro.
Hmm.
So,
Perfect.
it kind of cleans the skin out.
Yeah, burns a little, but it's fine.
Oh man, dude. I, bro, no, really. I bots work on Telegram. Like I have a thing
Hmm.
that's going to be like that.
Well,
Which I
that's
already like. I already
making
don't
videos are how
like
I
using
learn.
those, but I don't like you. That's
Yeah,
the
neither
thing, though, dude. I hate using
well,
those Telegram bots. That's why, like, I never
neither do
use them.
I.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't like it either. And the thing is, like, the way that I learn is I make a video
Like
showing
for
how to do
yourself.
it.
Yeah,
I make
right.
it for myself. Like Gary was just saying, I do those for myself.
Yeah,
All you guys are just like like the happy like after
right,
math of it or something like that.
right, right.
But its primary purpose is
True, true, true.
oh, Maui Nancy's coming
I was
out.
gonna say, can you
No,
bring
but
bring
I
her up? Yeah.
yeah, he brought up like and to my selfish
Oh,
side of my point
fuck.
as I often oh, you all right?
Oh my god, that fucking beetle thing. I said if
Still
it flew
there?
I
You get
said if
attacked
it
by it
flew
again?
yeah, if it flew at me, I was gonna kill it. I was fine letting you coexist with me, motherfucker. No, it flew right at me, dude. And it's like 2 inches
Oh,
long now.
oh,
It's
geez,
super big now.
kill
Yeah.
that thing,
Did the
man.
bug get you, Joe?
Dude, it's a big
Dude,
ass
he's
bug,
not
bro.
joking. That thing is
No,
like a
you don't
beast.
understand. This thing's a beast, bro. Dunk's seen it. This thing's a fucking beast, bro.
He's got like this like log, like it's a stump, like right by his garage, and it's like moved in.
Well, and I was fine, letting him chill, but now he just flew at me. Oh
He
my
was just
god.
saying hi.
Oh my God, Joe, you are so freaking funny.
Dude, I'm telling you, this thing's like a
It
small
it is
bird. You don't
Run,
it
understand.
looks
This thing is like, I don't even know what I'm going to kill it with. Like, what am I going to use to kill? Like, I guess I'm just going
let
to use
it
it.
go and be free. Just
No,
shoot
no,
it
no. He
out.
no
violated the
no
rules. I said he can live here as
no.
long as he doesn't bug me.
I heard the
Oh,
rule. You
dude,
can
you
just
should get one of
violate
those
them.
fly swatters that are like electric, like the electric ones.
Yes,
Awesome.
but this thing's kind of big. I don't know if like even that would kill it. It probably the force would kill it, maybe, but not the electricity. Dude, I don't even know what this.
Stink it up.
It's really
No,
big.
it didn't look. It does not look like a normal like just
Yeah,
what we usually see around here.
yeah.
Before
Oh,
I
it's a
was
I've
driving
never
COVID
home.
bug.
seen.
It's like a mutated COVID bug.
Dude, it's a fucking like nuclear waste mixed with COVID bug. It's dude,
All
it's
right.
it's super big. It flies. It's black and hairy, and it looks like it has like a really big stinger on its butt. Like
Yeah,
you know,
you're you're
Joe,
not
take a
joking.
picture so we
We
can
need
do bug
pictures.
yeah.
identification.
I'm
Free
gonna.
your
100% need pictures.
bugophobia.
I'll try to get a photo of it, and it's
Mm.
living inside this log. So like it'll come in and just like hang out inside this piece of wood.
Well, you just burn the log, man. It's a pretty easy solution.
No, you know what
Oh,
I was gonna do with these logs? I was gonna use it to make like a really nice table.
not
Um,
anymore. Full of
And
holes.
no, but I
and
wanted
let
that. I wanted it to like weather and stuff.
really
Yeah, on the
nice
Big Island,
table.
they used to bore into all the wood, and yeah, they're big. They're big, ugly suckers, but they won't hurt you, Joe.
All right, maybe it
All right, all right.
seems
So I
like it
just
would.
wanted to recap as we've started this like 4 hours ago. Sold a ticket from the announcement of the
Yay.
beginning of the room.
Saw that.
Bearded Longman. He stepped up to the plate. No, no, no. Long neck Larry did. Stepped up to the plate and
I like that bearded long neck.
took a hit for the home run here for the raffle. Two giraffes sold in the space too. King underscore 5 picked up a beauty, and so did you, Christian. Way to go. I'll put you both
Good
down on
job.
my list as I keep track of every buy and sell, making sure that we move the bogey forward. So that's awesome. And
I I would do it. I'm having money trouble though, so I can't
oh,
afford anything right
You're
now.
land rich, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
we need three more raffle tickets
I'm
sold, and
land
then I can
rich,
buy a giraffe tomorrow.
not money rich. So sorry, Maui. Can't
Oh,
help you.
that's okay. You do a lot of help right here. Just by being here and helping give us a broadcast capability to shout it from the
That's
mountaintops,
right. That's
especially
right.
after.
Stealth bomber. What the
All
hell?
right.
That's gonna be his new name. I'm just gonna call him B2 from now on. He's a B2 bomber. Gary comes in. I'm just gonna be like, "Yo, what's up, B2?" That's
I don't know. I get you two confused. But I appreciate every person that spends that one soul and puts it in the raffle pot so we can get this thing off
that's
the
right.
floor.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Get us to uh
So again, there's not a lot of giraffes for sale.
I know.
Just like, uh, just as a
To Gary's point.
No,
People get the stacker, will buy those up.
this is to my point, okay? And you're, dude, I'm gonna steal one of your stackers, Dunk.
Are you?
Like you
How?
don't deserve to,
How are you going to steal it?
Oh, you not even before I do. Gary
dude.
goes, I think Nancy has a stacker, and I'm gonna say I think Nancy does not have a stacker.
Yeah, well, and I think so. I'm gonna basically kind of represent where I'm from, and I'm gonna have like a very Bay Area, San Francisco attitude right here. It's not fair that you have because
Yeah.
you're like super
Hmm.
privileged and I'm not. So you should have to give me one of your stackers. Okay. So yeah, thank you, Maui. Thanks for backing me up on this. Thank you.
It will be a shared stacker, you and me both.
Well,
There
no,
we
I
go.
actually think since Dunk has two and there's two of us, he should have to give one since he was being a rich, greedy entrepreneur. He's being part of the bourgeoisie. He should give me and Maui, us proletariat, a stacker. So that's all I'm saying. I'll leave it there.
Well, if Gary just
Us poor peasants rent. Okay, I got true colors, Dunk. True colors.
buy the dip, you know.
Yep. So there you go. Now you can see, like you know where I'm from now. And by the
So, hey,
way,
real quick,
people have that
real quick.
feeling.
It's
Can you
fine.
hear
I
me?
have
Okay,
that feeling in the back and steal it.
Go ahead, J. Oh, JJ popped on down.
I'm gone now.
He probably got rugged. I had to let him up like 4 times.
I know. Yeah.
So he was kept
It
on
sounded
getting
like he was
rugged.
driving or something.
Well, I find that with X or with Spaces that anytime that you change your internet connection, it could be between a cell
Yep.
tower, it could
Yep.
be no matter
Yeah.
what it is. It's great. Like the one time I rugged Joe was because we have street sweep here, and I needed to it's like street sweep on one side of the street, you know, and then
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
next day, so street sweep ended at 2, and I needed to go out there and move the car to the other side of the street. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a spot. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So I had to
Yeah.
move it.
You guys don't from not from LA don't understand this. It's a real thing.
Yeah,
It's a real thing here.
and and slumlord landlords in this building think that it's okay to over the course of the
Workers of
time
the
that
world unite.
over the course of the time that I've lived there to raise a $25 parking spot to try and charge us $500 a month for a $25 parking spot. And then we just told them, no, we're not going to pay that. Go fuck yourself.
I
And
love
so
it. He tried to charge you guys 500 for the parking
500
spot.
a month for the parking spot,
Yeah, right.
but
Yeah.
it's a fair raise.
I love
But
it.
they find ways to try and pick nickel and dime you, and I'm like, cool. Now you don't understand. Rent includes maintenance of the building. You're not even doing that. So it's like, yeah, I have that kind of relationship with my landlords.
In California though. So
Well, uh, I wouldn't call these ones land. I'd call them slum lords.
do you live in the slums?
No, but the bill
I
I'm
thought you
any
lived on I thought you lived up off
I
like
do, but
Sunset. Oh,
but when people are charging you rent and not taking care of maintenance on the building, it's things like they'll come in and they'll do stuff when there's like the city is going to do an inspection, and then they'll try and ignore the regular maintenance.
I see. I see. I see. I see.
It's that kind of stuff. So it's Gary came back up.
I know. I
Yeah,
brought him
I
back
saw
up.
something I wanted to come back in and say really quick.
Dude, Michael Saylor's like he's like the what I am, the cheerleader of Gary Club, he's the cheerleader of Bitcoin. So, I mean,
And he has deeper pockets.
well, and he
Always.
has very well, yeah, and his friends have even deeper pockets. Dude, that is a good question, bro. I don't know. Oh God, maybe 30% lower, 40% lower.
I don't think pressure and his impact
Yeah,
are a big part of what's making Bitcoin what it is today.
I completely agree. I mean,
He's got the ear of a lot of big people.
the
He's
buying
referenced a
pressure.
lot.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, he's referenced a lot. He can talk to anyone. He can get a contract or a contact with someone. He can talk to someone. He can pitch them. I don't think that it's where it's at if he's not there. I don't think Bitcoin's where it's at if what is it the Venezuelan president's buying?
Yeah. Um,
I don't think it's where it's at if they're not doing it.
uh,
I don't think Bitcoin is where it's at if the government of Bhutan wasn't mining and holding all that Bitcoin.
right, right.
But all of these people are believing in a promise from someone they have no clue who
They've
they
never
are.
met. Don't even know if it's a one person or a group of people or what it
It could
is.
be another government. It could be the biggest scammer in the
What if it's the
world.
biggest scam ever? You know who know? Yeah, I like. Who
But
is Satoshi?
all of these people are believing and they are buying. And I used to stay quiet. I believed, but I hung out in our Discord a lot.
Uh huh.
And the people who heard me believe were very small. And we didn't have a big enough audience there. And then I got louder. And, people may say, like, well, Gary, well, there's no way it's going to flip Solana. I don't know that it can't because all it takes is our version of a Michael Saylor.
Exactly. Exactly.
All it takes is our version of a Bhutan or an entity, a company that says we want to start doing this, right? We're going to have our own type of people that step up big. And when those things happen, the same trajectories that Bitcoin took can take with us.
Dude, this is exactly the same thing I was harping on a few weeks ago. This is exactly it. It's
So
why we can flip Solana.
it's one person or it's two people or
Yeah,
it's three
yeah,
people or it's five people and it starts with that one person.
sure.
Michael Saylor was not popular back in the day when he was buying Bitcoin at like 7 or 8,000.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. Right.
He literally had the same narrative the whole damn time.
Yep, yep,
It just became more popular as the value of Bitcoin became higher.
right.
And his thesis of invest in Bitcoin and get returns proved to be true.
Yes.
And that's what's going to happen here. We will have a community of people who believe that will become bullish. Their thesis will be true and provable and get louder and louder and louder. So there's no limit to where we can go.
Man.
There's no limit to where it's not, oh, well, we can make it to $1 or $2. We can make it to an infinite amount of money because just as people believe that we should have a decentralized currency, Bitcoin, if you go read the Bitcoin white paper, right? We should have this form of money that's decentralized and it should be available to everyone and free to use without government interference and control.
Yep.
Just as many people that believe that we shouldn't be trading our time for money.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe even more. in all honesty, because not everybody cares about decentralization, but almost everybody cares about how they spend their time.
Yeah, it's actually a much easier sell than trying to sell. Like I said, not everyone cares about that. Not everyone cares about governance and DAOs and being decentralized. That it's almost actually a niche group of people who care about that type of stuff.
Exactly, but almost everyone cares about how they spend their time.
That's absolutely right. Everyone does.
And almost everyone can relate to having to go do something that you don't want to do.
Yep.
Not everybody can relate to the government dipping in and taking money out of their bank accounts or their funds being frozen or stuff like that,
I
right?
mean,
Not
some of these
everybody
are
can
just
relate to that side of
rich
the
people. Right. That's right. Probably. In fact, your life would be infinitely harder if had you debanked. You wouldn't not only not have a need, you actually have a need.
right.
You
But
know, it's a necessity.
every person has woken up and said, I don't want to go to work today.
Yep. That's right.
Our ideal people. If you've got generational wealth and your grandparents and grandparents and grandparents have funded you, then maybe there's not a ton of people like that in the world. If you're the prince of Saudi Arabia, maybe you don't relate with us.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like it is just what it is. You'll probably still want a giraffe because it'll be a flex and you'll want one because it's
Right.
just cool to have one. Your servants do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Every one of your taxpayers in your country do.
Yep. Well, you know what? So hang on. Let's actually go there. Uh, because if this model proofs out in the way that I'm betting, I mean, look, let's face it, the way I think it's going to work out. Um, I people like what's going to happen with the average taxpayer, Gary? Like, are people just not going to work and then be on some kind of like you?
Yeah, it will. So, we have cameramen and we have factory workers being replaced with robotics.
So what
We're going
happens
to
to them?
replace more and more jobs with robotics.
Yeah.
We will we'll generate our income from tariffs
Okay.
and we will end up in a world where social security will probably not be called social security anymore. And it will not be only for the retired. It will be I think it will be almost like welfare and social security blend
Okay. Yep.
and it becomes UBI or universal basic income.
So it's
That
almost
will
like a big
increase.
DAO.
Yeah, exactly. It'll increase that and that will give available capital back to the people of that government.
Okay.
We won't pay taxes, so the capital we need will be less. We'll make product here locally. Many people speculate this. The cost of goods is going to drastically lower with the robotics. And
Right. Because farming's so much more energy
right.
efficient and cheaper and blah blah, and it's all the way down the line. Right. Right.
Yeah, so
I
the
forgot.
need
Yeah.
for money
Yeah.
will change. It's
Right.
not going to keep going up, it's going to reverse.
Right.
So a universal basic income will give most people a basic quality life.
The estimate that I've heard on this, where they and this was not done by just some like random guy off the street. This was done by an economist who $40,000 a year, UBI, where a certain percentage of that is kind of dedicated towards healthcare. And that will kind of change based on age.
Yep.
Um, and it would, again, this would go to everybody except the ultra wealthy. And then as you start kind of moving up the scale, there'd be like clawbacks on it. Otherwise, everyone gets it. And it replaces all other entitlements.
Yep.
So, like you were saying, like kind of combined welfare, Social Security, because the cost of goods and services will go down so much, like you were just saying, because of AI. That was a second part of this, actually. You're right. Yeah, that was. I wonder if we've kind of been reading the same stuff. Like that
I
was.
haven't read what you're talking about.
Uh, I
Have an
agree
AI
with that.
doctor.
Just
We're
have,
not
yeah,
going to have a human
yeah,
doctor. We're going to have
right.
an AI doctor. We're going to have AI surgeons and robotics. We're going to have extremely minimal amounts of human interaction
I
with that type of
I
stuff.
can so see that. Yeah, I can so
And
see
we're
it.
going to get a better quality of care, and it's going to be more affordable, and all of those things that come to it. But we're not going to have to do that.
Yep.
So we're going to be able to live in different parts of the world, but definitely different parts of the United States, and be able to use less populated areas. We started to do that some whenever COVID came because people spread out.
Right. Right.
They didn't have to go to the office because the offices were shut down, so people could move to the suburbs. Or quality of life because they chose to do that. And a lot of people moved to like Ohio for a different quality.
He was in like an undercover cop. He's like a
Yep.
detective. He moved. Him and his family moved to Idaho. He
Yep.
Because of COVID, he just filed for his pension. Said I've done my time type deal, and they sold their house right by me. Took their fucking $1 million. I can't believe how much their house sold for, and it's a normal. Oh, and gone.
Yeah,
Um,
and I think that's what's going to happen. I think that now we're still going to need entrepreneurs.
it won't be the end of all work.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
But we won't need like the delivery drivers, we won't need a human to drive the car. Our little household robot will go out and pick it up. And if we're not blessed enough to have one of those household robots, then we'll have to go out to the car and open the door and pick up our own food.
amazing. Yeah, yep.
You know, and we won't it won't be a human bringing our DoorDash. It will be a car bringing our DoorDash, and maybe eventually a drone bringing our
I've
DoorDash.
already seen
I
this.
already have
I've
I
already,
have robots deliver
yeah.
food around my house all the
I was
time.
gonna
Yep.
say, yeah. We have
They're
this in LA.
Uber
Yeah,
Eats. If you order Uber Eats, it's
yep.
delivered by a robot.
That's right.
Yep.
We already
And
have it in LA where it drives up
buy a fleet of cyber cabs,
Right.
and they're going to send their fleet of cars out onto the streets to drive for them.
And just make them money during the day. How
Right.
cool.
Exactly right.
Yep.
Right. You'll have people that will buy private jets and lease them out. You'll
Man.
have people that will real estate. I think you're giving a UBI of 40,000, they have to be able to afford to live in the house.
Right.
So you've got to change the structure of those deals.
See, that's some of the like that's where some of my questions lie because so like the thing that I was talking about, you know, I bought this house in like 2016, 2017 for 630 or 640. Yeah, we talking 630. It was 630 and you know now a house on my street sells for like you know like 1.1 million. So you can't live in a $1 million house with a $40,000 income. It's just not possible, right? You can't buy it. So does that mean like you know what happens there? Because something's gonna something has to happen there to make that
But it
shift.
won't be overnight, but I think it'll be gradual.
Sure,
I
sure.
think we'll stop seeing the appreciation. I think they said the S&P, they're only predicting. So, well, what are we doing now? We're slowing down the rate of
Yes.
return. That's what's
Okay.
going to happen first.
Okay.
So slowing down, your house going from 600,000 to over 1 million in 8 years, 9 years. That's crazy, right?
Just
And it's
not.
not
Yeah.
sustainable at quantity
Right. Right.
because the moment that Chick-fil-A can put in robots to handle all the workers
Yep.
is the moment that those workers don't have any money anymore. And that creates when they don't have money, they can't go out to the other businesses and spend.
Yeah.
So if
That's smart. Okay. Yeah, I see.
so if like if Joe, if you came and you said, I've got an idea. I want to open up a HVAC company. So service based. And in order to open up an HVAC company, I need $2.5 million to get it off the ground. To find, go online to the world and try to get $2.5 million at $1,000 a piece. You only need 2,500 people that believe in you.
Right. To get that done in a
And you're
month.
not gonna like it's you're just in an easy position then. 500 shares are sold. This is the valuation. This is what I hold. It's tokenized and it's on chain. The business is on chain and the profits are split in a smart contract. We're going to use those assets.
And then people will take their UBI and they'll go buy that NFT for my HVAC company.
Yep. Or whatever that is.
Or whatever.
Token,
Yeah,
the
right.
tokenized
Whatever the
access of
token
that.
is. Yeah, right, right.
And that token won't be a as equity
Yeah,
in the
there
company
you go. Yeah, tokenized equity. Yep.
with liquidity that's readily available for people to trade in and out of.
Where there's also, there's a marketplace where you can go sell it 24
Exactly
hours
right.
a day,
Exactly right.
7 days a week.
Exactly right. And we're going to get a lot of that. We're going to get a lot of it's legal. I could loan Joe $10,000 and he could pay me. But if he doesn't pay me back, we end up in lawsuits and all this shit.
Yeah, it's super messy. Yeah,
Well, it'll all be done on chain. So when we do that, I'll put a $10,000 lien on your house.
exactly. And it's just easy and clean, and it's all smart contract. Okay,
Yep. And if
Joe
you
Joe
want
didn't
to,
pay the 10 grand. That's fine. I just foreclose on the loan and tell me where I pick my keys up.
exactly right.
Yeah.
I force sell of that property.
Yep.
I was looking at something and then I do have to dip. I just came in here to tell you that Michael Saylor thing. I was thinking about it, but I was watching a video in Dubai. You can renew your driver's license in less than 2 minutes at a kiosk.
No shit. Okay.
You literally go up to a kiosk and you type in your number, you scan your card, you hit the buttons, it spits out a brand new driver's license card to you.
I love it.
Brand new one.
Love it.
So in order to get we had to go online and book an appointment. The only appointments were 30 minutes from our house, and it was a 4-month wait to get an appointment.
Oh God.
Then we had to have all of the proper documentation, and if we they didn't even give us a driver's license. They gave us a piece of paper that was printed on their laser printer. And that was their temporary driver's license until our official driver's license came in the mail within the next 2. And someone at Doge said, in order to change this thing on this website, the quickest we can do it is in 79 days because of the bureaucracy that exists and all of the rules that we have to follow and the approvals we have to get and all of that stuff.
So crazy.
If you're a good driver or not.
Yep.
And if you are, you get your license. And if not, you've got to go back to class and drive some more.
Uh,
And we won't even need a driver's license because our cars will drive for us. No steering wheels.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
And those are hitting the streets here in Austin in June. So we're not going to drive.
We're not going to drive anymore.
Was their method of transportation. The Amish do it.
Yeah. Right.
So we're just going to evolve to a point where we don't do those things. So the things that we're paying for today, like going, just going to arrive at our house.
Yeah. And again, like, because of that, will there even be I mean, I'm sure there'll be some form of a supermarket, but it won't be like it is now where there's 3 in every small.
Cars that can pick it up at the local
Yep.
warehouse.
Those little carts come by and they pick it up at the warehouse and they just.
Or they don't have cell phone service.
Right. Right. But again, I'm saying, like, look, we already
But
have
even
this in
that,
LA. Yeah.
like think about cell phones. We used to have towers everywhere.
Yep.
Now we have Starlink, and as long as you can point your phone at the sky, you have cell service. It works. You don't.
I think so. That shit actually works, huh? You just
Yeah,
point
it's
that
on
thing.
T-Mobile right now, and if you have an Apple device, you can turn it on, and it works for me on my phone, and I don't have T-Mobile.
Huh.
I can send text messages no matter where I am in the world as long as I stay. When Elon's on his plane streaming, he's connecting. A lot of private jets have Starlink on them, so they're just connecting to the airline or to the satellite instead of the ground.
Oh, okay.
So
Got
the
it.
old that is they connect to the satellites in the sky and you get signal anywhere.
Well, so then there's another job that's gone. There's not.
Right, and that's what's
Yeah.
happening, right? We don't need cell towers.
Underground lines anymore. We just have the satellites.
Exactly right.
And
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 that's
now.
where we're going to go more and more and more. We're going to evolve out of some jobs because technology out years ago and bought a bunch of .coms, you had an opportunity to never have to work again. If you would have went out and bought a bunch of Bitcoin, you had an opportunity to never
Yeah.
have to work again. There's been multiple of those throughout our generations and throughout our life.
Yes. Yes.
This is not the first, and it will not be the last.
Of people, if everybody went to those satellites, it would overload the system. It just went that through the coax cable. They would get so much demand at nighttime because everybody was home. They had to throttle everybody's internet, and
Right.
people were getting pissed about it. So
Oh.
that him bringing in the satellites brought another coax cable. Unless you're going straight fiber, which a lot of the rural areas are still on coax cable. Your max stuff on his is like 200 or 300 megabytes, and a lot of people are running a gig. Like I have a gig at my house, and you know, and add it to that network, you're going to overload the network. He's
Yeah.
going to
So
have
it
to. He's going to
says,
have to scale that network somehow.
Oh, I got you. I see. I see.
yeah. So the U.S. has currently, they have one.
Correct. Yes, the bandwidth is what he's going to run into a problem with. If you
Right,
know,
but that's
if he
easier
put
than going out and physically building towers and leasing land
correct.
and
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. So T-Mobile has Starlink now. If he
yep.
expands into Verizon, AT&T, you know, all the other boots,
So it'll just scale.
Yeah, easy fix. You scale it up, you throw, throw another 6,900 satellites up in the air, right? I mean, they'll figure that out. I don't
Yeah,
think
or
that's an
you develop
impediment.
the new satellite that.
I'm sorry, guys. I've kept you here so long today. I'm so sorry. I've just been too fascinated with all this conversation. Like, you know, again, kind of like Gary was just saying, it's probably going to happen a little more gradually and use their wealth too quickly. And, that, I mean, that would just like put a nation in collapse, right? Like if everyone whose house was worth $1 million, all of a sudden things snap back and their house is now worth 100 grand, like that's like revolution type shit, like that.
next street, the house is sold for 350. The following street, the house is sold for 450 to 600,000. Same
Wow.
exact house plan. It's just when a couple years ago, when the building materials started going up,
Oh, right. So that's my point, dude, is like if you okay, if you spent 600K for a house in fucking Garner, North Carolina.
That's exactly where it was at. How'd you know?
Oh, holy shit. Are you serious?
Yeah, it
No,
was.
I was just throwing a random city up. Be like look into at the very least break even, right? I mean at the very, very least. And even that would be a disappointment. So, you know, like I that's the thing that's the big question mark to me. Again, it's like it's either going to have to be there's a generation that just simply cannot afford a home. Sorry, Christian. Um, like it's either going to have to be that.
So I worked for a builder, you know, and he complained and complained and complained, and he's like, you know, I've shown this house more than she has, but she's going to be the one that sells
Able to afford homes unless you go out to
and buy a giraffe.
like rural America. Yeah, well, you buy a giraffe, that's of course. But then, you know, if you go out and do like what my neighbor did, right, who left LA County, moved to another house for his daughter, and you know, and they're like, he has 30 acres.
Well,
So,
the first thing I'm going to buy is my neighbor's house. There's 3 acres with a house, and the foundation is crumbling. I offered her
is that right there? There's the answer. That's the answer right there. Is it's just going to be slow capitulation.
Yep.
I didn't even think about that. That that's what it's going to be. Is it's going to be
acres right behind me.
uh-huh
Same guy owns it. He put it up for sale last Friday. It sold in one day, 1.5 million.
for 40 acres.
Yep,
Yeah. Yeah.
one day. Perk for houses. You can't put a neighborhood there. It would cost them millions and millions to come in and level it out to even get a neighborhood in there.
Oh, so it's not even like buildable.
Right. It's been a cow pasture for the last 40 years of my life.
Oh, so what was he buying it for? For weird. Just grazing ground sold that quick. That's
Yeah,
not normal. That's not
exactly.
normal.
No.
Well, maybe someone had some, look, man, if you have the money and you can move the earth around, right? Well, you know what, man? Like this is so I really do think, you know, at some point in our lifetime, I don't know where there's universal basic income. That's my presumption. And because I do think it's going to come rather quick. And I try to have a little bit of humility with this because I don't know, because I can't see the future. I'm not God. So uh, what I do think is going to happen though is, well, they're always going to need cameramen. You're like, well, no, not necessarily. There's 360-degree cameras. So then I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah, they won't need cameramen. They'll just set 360-degree cameras everywhere throughout all of the scenes. And then, well, yeah, I mean, the end product will be watched by a human. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. The human that watches that is going to be ordering his food that he's going to eat, and it's going to come in those little robots. People still need resources. People will still need money to live. So to me, just not it's not very far fetched to see a situation where, okay, the government is just issuing UBI. And every month, if you get a roommate, two of you now have 6 grand, you can pay the bills together and still have a little bit of money left over and like be drastically decrease. Like again, like to the point to where, like that example Gary gave of like the TV, like even that it'll probably be even more so, like because we have a cost anymore because it's all automated, right? So it's really just the materials because there's no other workforce to pay. And then make sure, oh, here, there's a problem. There's a glitch in the code here for this little delivery thing, and it'll fix it itself. And, you know, reinstall, new, better code anywhere along the way in the supply chain. And it's already this way if you look at have like swarm technology, and they just kind of go out and they move the t-shirt from here to there, from this bay to that bay and over here, and it goes in this thing. It's fucking wild. It isn't people.
Have you seen the parking lots in China?
No.
So they have a little thing that's like flat. It goes up under your car, wraps around your.
We realize, guys, and and like, I forgot what you guys remember that economist Milton Friedman. He was real famous when we were kids. It's like Nobel Prize winning economist. He had this thing, direct payment is when the cost of goods decreases. So like when everything from water, eggs, butter, like a TV goes from $700 to $50. Well, we all just got a 90% raise, right? Because now we have 90% more buying power, and we thing, and I mean everything, is on chain at that point. And instead of us looking at a market capitalization of $2.6 trillion on chain, because that's what we're at as of today, and I believe that all of it will at some point. I do believe that all markets, commodities, securities, equities, everything is going to be on chain. So what does that mean for you and me? What does that mean for like the person holding Giraffe? Well, tell you what it means. As these transitions happen, well, look, guys, look at where we're at. We're all sitting here on the blockchain, which is going to end up receiving a massive. You have 1,000 Gary coin and a Giraffe, and you have this Gary coin that is going to go from being, and what is it? Let me see. So I'm not playing with numbers. Let me get the actual number. Okay. It's a $66 billion. 66.28 billion, and it's going to go up there because there's going to be so much money pumped into it. Again, like I can't stress it enough. The market cap across all cryptos right now is $2.64 trillion right now. We were that's all beside the point. Like once all of these things start moving on chain and you're buying stocks and we're doing those micro loans, those like small business, um, Joe's HVAC company on, Solana blockchain. There's going to be so many that like forget about the fact you're going to be making a shitload of money with your stacker agent. Your Gary coin is going to be worth a fuck ton. Your Gary coin, again, to Solana, but then on top of that, it's rarity, right? The fact that there's only 22.5 million coins, and there's utility. Like in no time, in a blink of an eye, this world is that we're in right now is going to change. There's going to we're going through the change right now. Like the framework, like the negotiated, the whole, just like the whole order to this different world, this like multipolar world where they're they're really like the world really is smaller now. I remember there was that book point of how the internet is, going to make this borderless world, which it was, we've got people all over the world. We've got Osama up in Canada, we've got Manny in Texas, Marco, I think, is in Australia. Like, we just like over there. I'm so sorry, man, but thank you for hanging out with us, hanging out
No,
with
it's
me.
like tomorrow. They're good. They've already had
Yeah, then
breakfast.
he's already, I know. I kept you guys forever today. I'm Okay, fine.
Yeah. Tell him, Ava.
Tell me about it.
Say hey.
How,
Say hello.
how old is that one?
Now
Hey,
she's gonna be
Ava.
bashful.
Nice. Did she? You said she just turned 3?
On the 11th. Yep.
Oh man.
Yep.
Your
I got
other
one that's 10 that's going on 18, and
10.
one that the one that just turned 3.
Okay. Yeah, I love that 10 going on 18. Yeah, that was my daughter. Was exactly like that.
YouTube is reality, and those little
Oh
rich kids
yeah.
on there. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get a Bugatti," and I was like, "You, you got a long ways to go, buddy."
You go for it. Go get your Bugatti,
Yeah,
son.
go
Go
get it.
get. By the way, guys, I've realized I haven't been doing this very good. Check out the podcast Dunk and I are doing. It's with my buddy Owen. Well, OJ. It's the OJ show. Just we give you a different kind of juice, okay? Like it's
Yeah,
not
live
that
on
kind.
X and
Yeah.
and videos are up on YouTube.
Let's talk about other stuff. Come check it out. Again, no, if you don't, you're not gonna break my heart. It's like I said, it's not about YouTube. Respace things out actually. Might end up pushing
No.
this out a half hour or something. Just figure that out so I don't have to talk for 5 hours straight. Or maybe Dunk, maybe yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Well,
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, guys. I will holler at y'all tomorrow. We'll do the same thing all over again. Just it'll be Tuesday. It's the only difference. You ask me. So we're just gonna have to settle for no music today because again of selfish Ellen. I think we should just start calling her that.
We
Is
can bring
selfish
Marco up.
Ellen.
He'll sing.
I love it. You just threw it out there. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Marco.
I don't know. Maybe.
what? Well, know if we don't hear it.
You know what I was wondering, dude? You know those like those Suno songs?
I've got a bunch of them.
Dude, there's a bunch of army helicopters flying over my house right now.
Oh
What's
yeah.
going on?
They're looking for you.
Yeah, I know. Man, those things really haul ass too. That thing looks on the way
We'll
out
figure.
some
We'll
Gary
figure something.
James.
You have,
Whenever we
you
can,
have failed,
we'll do
Dunk.
something. I
Again.
failed
God damn
again.
it, Dunk. We were all counting on
When
this.
you wear so many hats,
Pretty good. I even like the way you said that. We kind of like dejected. And when you wear so many hats, one falls off.
yeah.
Oh man. All right. Well, until tomorrow, guys. Dunk, please don't fail us again.
And do.
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just on my phone right now is the thing, and I'm using my computer for something right now.
Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. I'm an idiot. I guess I could be doing it. You set it
You
up to
could
where.
be
You
Oh
should be
man.
able to.
a remote thing on your computer that you log into your crypto with.
Right. Sure. I'll do that. Actually,
That
you know
thing.
what? I actually wouldn't have any trouble you knowing my keys. I
That would be the stupidest crime in the world.
it really is kind of a dumb crime. Yeah, because it does leave a like
Very obvious.
a
It led
perfect
to Jonathan's bank account.
like there couldn't be a better paper trail than the block. Probably not even a week actually. All right, and you know what parking's like in LA. You know, it's a
Mm-hmm.
fucking nightmare. Okay, well, we were going somewhere. The synagogue actually, but they're like no parking for the synagogue here on the street. And uh, we were going there for an event. Like, we're not Jewish, but we were just going there for an event. And staring at me, and I'm walking slowly, getting closer and closer to her, and walking kind of fast, and like I know she's gonna say something to me, and single step, okay, like didn't break stride at all. I just go, nope, and just kept walking. Dude, it is like the funniest thing in the world. We still laugh about it to this day. Like she standing there, crossed arms. We get out, walk up. She's all, you know, like pinch faced and all pissed off.
Ready to carrying
Yeah,
you.
so funny. So now that's just like
See,
part of our
you can't.
lexicon.
That's how
We
you
go,
beat a
nope.
Karen. You just don't give them. They want conflict.
Right, exactly.
If you don't give them conflict, then they
Was incentivized, just
Mm-hmm.
smoking like an incense, dude. Nag Champa, just sitting there, didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do about that. Just, oh, was like, just keep walking after. You know, just say the no
It's
and
always
just keep
just people
walking.
putting up like personal signs that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
think are like that. See, there's a sign.
Anyway. All right, guys.
All right.
Gonna let y'all go. I love y'all. Great time. It was real. And tomorrow we'll have music on the way out because we'll get lined up with the
We'll
Suno.
do something.
Yeah, we'll do something. I actually even I'll